2 weeks of the LPL are in the books, and we are rapidly approaching the midway point of Split 3 as we get to the start of Week 3 here in the LPL. My name is Yanni, and I am joined by Jay Beto over here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast, as we have only a 2-game day today, kicking things off with JDG and LGD, and later on followed up by EDG and Top Esports. Jay Beto, for our first matchup of the day, should be a pretty interesting one to see how these paths of these teams are going to diverge from here.
Yeah, because it feels like this should be a slam dunk matchup in favor of JDG, and I think that's where my predictions will be going tonight regardless. But if you look at the score here between these two teams, it's the same. Both these teams have been struggling so far in Split 3. As you take a look at the standings here, JDG not really off to the start we would have hoped them to be in.
Not at all, and it's just so strange to see. I think their match against Top Esports to cap off Week 2 is a microcosm of all of the things that have gone wrong. The first 12 minutes of Game 1, they absolutely dominated. I had to even look back at the scores when I was watching that game for preparation and go, are we sure that they lost this game? But somehow they tossed their cookies. And then in the second game, it was rough. They came back from like about a 6,000 goal deficit, and they still stumbled at the end and could not get it done. It feels like nothing can go right for this team. Some cylinders are firing, but not all of them.
Yeah, definitely. And continuing on into this split, something that you don't want to continue happening. JDG have been struggling in the meta a lot, which we'll talk about a little bit later. They've been struggling as a team with an identity for like the entirety of this year. I think that after they made it to first stand, a lot of people had very high hopes, myself included. I've been talking about this team positively the entire year, and yet they really haven't found not only the heights of even Split 1, but that we know this team, or hope this team can get to. LGD, another team as well that has come into Group Ascend here after the very entertaining Split 2 change-ups, and hasn't found a ton of success against the top teams either. Is this a top team? I mean, on paper, no, but I still think that if LGD get a win here tonight, it's really important for their standings, and it's crushing for JDG.
No doubt about it. And it's so crazy to think of the differences between these two teams despite their records. JDG, nothing can go right. LGD, scrappy team, taking a game off of BLG, taking a game off of Top Esports. So it's so weird to look at it from just different lenses and what our expectations for these teams are and come to such vastly different conclusions, really, Jay Beto. But let's go ahead and chat about this JDG roster from top to bottom. There have been no changes made, but maybe some on the horizon if things continue to go poorly. It's Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, and Vampire.
A lot of people, myself included again, have been incredibly excited about this team. Just the potential that some of these players can have. A lot of people have been high on Vampire this year. Obviously, Gala has had not the best last couple of years, but Hongqiu and Junja coming over from the LCP. We've spoken about that a ton, and this is a really big development year for Hongqiu as a young player. Then Xiaoshu, the remaining member. And I do think this team has grown, but this split so far just hasn't really landed in the spot they want to. They've lost to everybody except for one team. They lost to WE. Not what you want to see from a roster that not only made it to first stand, but has this height that I think we would hope from a team like this.
Yeah, tough start. You know, the last 3 games not going their way. Losses to Thunder Talk, BLG, and Top Esports. And BLG, Top Esports are always a pretty tough assignment as a whole for really any team, whether you're a top team or not. But they've had very similar opponents to LGD, and unfortunately for JDG, have had very similar results.
I think it's interesting that their schedules have been so mirrored, and I really, again, don't think that JDG should be in this position. 1-4 as well against the same teams. I mean, you can make an argument for some of them, but this is a team that was contesting the top at the beginning of the year and now is really struggling against those teams. Another thing as well for tonight is that, believe this is correct, we are in the JDG home ground. So another thing on top of JDG's shoulders. I don't know if that makes them more confident, more comfortable, or more stressed. I know Gen G recently lost all their games in their home stadium, so maybe not the best, but we'll see how that goes.
Hey, listen, they call it home field advantage for a reason. Hopefully, they will be able to take the strength and the gyos from the fans and lead them to victory today. The good news for JDG is that their gameplay issues are completely fixable because of that great start against Top Esports in Game 1. You can hang your hat on that. It's like, okay, how do we fix this? You cut down on the over-aggression, you cut down on the disconnection, and what you certainly don't do is you don't throw Gala on mages. That has been a pretty big struggle point, Jay Beto. You gotta break this down for me because you want some more unique picks to come out of the spot lane for Gala as opposed to mages. Talk to me about it.
So these are some picks that we've seen internationally in the bot lane down the bottom there. I know that it looks really strange, but these are picks getting played. Gala has been really struggling on the mages. He hasn't even really been playing them. It's just Ziggs, and he's lost every single game so far, as you can see here. His Ezreals look good. The Jhin hasn't looked good in the LPL so far this split. He doesn't have the games on these picks. I'm not saying that, oh, look at Gala's Akali, it's really good. If the mages aren't working, try something different that might end up countering out those mages. Akali into something like a Victor or a Mel is really good. Maybe Jace or Aatrox can do a similar thing for Gala. But get something else out of the champ pool from this bot laner because a lot of these picks, they're just not working.
Not in the slightest. And what was really concerning about his Ezreal game in Game 1 against Top Esports was got 2 kills really early. It's like things are great. But once he shifted forward aggressively, died for really no reason. If you look down, he was down 30 CS somehow, some way. I don't know how that happened. So I don't know. Something definitely needs to change. As you said, maybe something a little bit more unique. I feel like that might not be the direction that they're going to go, but I would love to see him on like a Jace because it's the most 80 carry, non-80 carry out there really, that you'll at least have some level of comfort. Listen, I know that when Jace first came out, I took that man bot lane as an 80 carry player. I was like, hold on, maybe this can work. It didn't, but hey, it's 2026 now. Anything
it
can
does
happen.
now. Yeah, exactly. And I really hope that JDG do have an answer. It doesn't necessarily have to be the one that we've presented tonight, but the champ pool is just really not working for the bot lane of JD, or for Gala specifically, I should say. And that is really detrimental. Gala's not a player who has a massive champ pool to begin with. If you just go and look at his stats, not a player who's played a ton of champions in the bot lane, as opposed to somebody like Viper, who has a ridiculous amount of creativity in the bot lane, who's really thriving in this meta. But yeah, Gala's going to have to bring something out if he wants to hopefully take this win for JDG and then start contesting these top teams. This, I believe, should be one of JDG's easiest weeks, if I'm not mistaken. They're not versing any of the top 3 teams. So this is their time to start getting wins and hopefully start getting some score and experience and comfort, and then to be able to contest the top teams again.
Yeah, it's going to be a one that they can definitely take advantage of. One programming note is that JDG is playing against Team WE at the end of the week on the 9th. So that is one thing to keep in mind. They're not playing against Top Esports, but that is, they'll be able to hopefully snag 2 wins. If you're a JDG fan, you want to go 3-0 this week. I don't know how it's going to be against Team WE. Going to be a little tough, but that's another story for another time, Jay Beto. Let's go ahead and talk about their opponents today in LGD and bring up their roster that saw a facelift coming in here to Split 3. It's Bertle, Hung, Tongyuan, Xiaoya, and Crisp.
I think Crisp has done good things for this roster. Again, it's still in this weird place where these old Group Nirvana teams are currently in Group Ascend because of the qualification matches, and they haven't really found their stride against these top teams. They just got the wins against the teams that are now in Group Nirvana, and I think that LGD need to find something a little more. if they want to start getting wins against these top teams. JDG is the team, though. This is the team that you want to get a win off. It is a top team on paper that is struggling right now. This is a really important win for LGD to set themselves apart from the new Group Ascend team, like bracket down the bottom there, put themselves solidly or hopefully near 5th place, and then start contesting those top teams. They are pretty far away. I think the 3 and 4 both have 4 wins, so it'll be a while before that happens, but this is a great place to start.
And we've seen that they can do it, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier, taking a game off of PLG, taking a game off of Top Esports. You can absolutely take 2 games off of JDG in a best of 3. One player that we want to shout out for really not only their Split 2 performance, but a couple of really nice performances for the start of Split 3 is LGD's mid laner Tangyuan, who has been so good. The stats might not look super pretty, but if you've been watching the games, he's been making a sizable impact out of the mid lane. Gonna have an interesting test today against Hongq. 2 guys that are, you know, somewhat similar in some aspects, with Tangyuan once being a highly touted prospect, now starting to re-emerge here in his 3rd year in the LPL, and Hongq, this young stud who in year 2 hit the ground running in the LPL and is still performing fairly well despite his team's struggles.
Yep. Mid lane meta, pretty important. Having that reliability, a lot of global champions as well. Obviously the Orianna around, but there's flexibility in League right now that there just hasn't really been before. I think you can really take advantage of that if you have a big champ pool and the ability to flex in your lane.
Yeah, the pools, we've seen some interesting flexes, right? We saw Tangyuan play Gnar. It didn't work very well. Hopefully he'll put that one on the bench permanently. But it is nice to see that there are a lot of options for really both of these players that could create some really fun matchups. Speaking of a fun matchup, is our head-to-head matchup for today. While we have talked a lot about the mid laners, it's the bot laners who have had a very interesting go at things. The Pentakill Prince Gala struggling heavily in this meta, a tough time on mages. Xiaoya, while again, the numbers aren't super pretty, has played some really good League, has had some really good 1v1s against other AD carries in the League, and, you know, is really able to recognize these opportunities and take advantage.
Yeah, the stats, they're not even that far off. I mean, KDA is the biggest one here, and maybe DPM as well is pretty different, but, you know, goal is pretty close. Kill participation is obviously higher as well for Xiaoya, so within reach. And like you said, Gala, who is a very touted player, has been struggling heavily in this meta specifically. This is Xiaoya's time to take over. And I want to quickly add as well, this is the meta that, or like the game state currently, that you can come back from any deficit. Pro teams can truly come back from any deficit. If you have a bit of a tough time in lane, it's a brutal matchup, you can get these shutdowns. There's so many objective bounties. Dragons are really important. You can make the difference there. So I think that Gala's gonna have to be on his A game. Xiaoya could take over.
I think one of the things to really mention is that these AD carries have kind of struggled, at least in the kill department, generating kills for their teams, at least in this split compared to what they've done as a whole. Gala, you know, is JDG's kill leader for the season, has the fewest kills among all AD carries this split. Not too hot, right? Xiaoya, very similar story, the leader for this LGD squad, but second fewest among all AD carries in this split. So I'd hopefully like to see them turn it up a little bit, start getting some kills together, maybe get some 6, 7, 8 kill games, and really lead their team into a strong mid to late game that'll win you some series, because you need to start picking it up now. Momentum is huge, even though, yeah, you'll at least get to play-ins if you finish pretty poorly. You gotta have the momentum going.
I want to shift the conversation here to the draft, Yanni. JDG on first pick, LGD on red side. So we should be getting pretty standard looking drafting for our viewers at home, and of course us as well. Sometimes, I can't lie, it gets me too. But with JDG on first pick, I'm a big proprietor of, I think second pick is really strong. Maybe not necessarily stronger, but equal in strength. But JDG taking that first pick selection, have something that they want to go towards. I mean, it could be a top lane prior, something like a Rumble, although I really favor counterpick when it comes to top lane support recently. I think if you're going to take first pick, you're looking for a really solid mage or a really solid jungler. Something like an Orianna, a Ryze, a Cassiopeia, maybe a Xin Zhao, a J4 if you're up with that prio, maybe a Nefiri. The LPL still really valuing this Nefiri, something that JDG could go towards.
See the teams walking out. I had some criticisms for IG's stadium when it came to the walkouts. Didn't think they were nearly as cool with that one, but the stadium here in Beijing, JDG's home turf, certainly a pretty awesome walkout for both of these squads as they're showing themselves off to the fans, ready to hopefully play a really competitive series of League of Legends. You know, while JDG is struggling and while we've expected them to be one of the better teams in the league, at least from the start with how well things were going, we really like to see them recapture some of their Split 1 and largely Split 2 success that they had.
Yeah, I agree. It has been a disappointing start for this team, and LGD now in Group Ascend, a team that I don't think a lot of people were super high on this year so far. I think that Tongyuan has had some pretty good showings, and Xiaoya, the same can be said. But with Crispin, while I think we have seen improvement, it's yet to come across through the results. I think that Crisp can bring a lot to this team. He's been gone a bit, but he's back now, obviously. I think this is a really interesting matchup because on paper, JDG should be much superior. That's where my prediction's going. I'm going to be predicting 2-0 tonight, but they're really struggling in this meta. Mental might not be super high after losing to all the top teams, including WE now. This is LGD's chance to take over.
Yeah, they're wounded right now, is JDG, right? This is the opportunity to go surprise them. They have their gameplay issues, but one thing that JDG has been pretty good at is their early game, like we saw against Top Esports. LGD has had pretty okay early games, but it feels like if they get taken by surprise, they might crumble. They might struggle to put a cohesive game plan together. We saw them play a scaling team against the same Top Esports that JDG played after a Game 1 win, and that scaling team didn't come together. So you really just have to win in the early game in this series and hope that the lead that you're able to build is enough to put you over the top for either of these teams.
Yeah, what has Tabe been cooking up as well is another question. A coach that a lot of people globally, including all of the LPL staff here, really like this guy, think he's incredibly talented at what he does, one of the best coaches in the world. This is your time to really show off. You're 1-4 in Split 3, struggling in this meta. This is where you can make your impact shown with a bounce back, with some creative drafting, with some... whatever your answer is to this bot lane problem, and to, I think, another problem that we haven't brought up is the lack of synergy between jungle and the rest of the team. Something we were talking about a little bit earlier in the year, but it's really coming through now as a big problem because of how the meta is. You can have really solid individual pop-up performances as jungle, but it's so important to be linking up with your support, having lanes assist you, and then vice versa, you assisting your lanes, mostly your solo lanes, your top and your mid lane. And I think that JDG haven't really been able to do that so far this year at all, especially not in this split.
One of the things I noticed when digging out some stats in preparation for today's game is that, a lot of these junglers in Group Ascent have really high kill counts. And these junglers today have the bottom two. Since Xiaohao is not on EDG anymore, more on that in the second series of the day. So it really feels like these teams don't have the ability to play through their junglers as carries. These junglers can be early game carries for sure, but later on they're more supportive and, you know, hoping that they are able to give resources to the team around them. I know that's something that Junja has been really good at, is being this supportive jungler, but it just feels like it's not working out for JDG right now. We'll see what their options are going to be as we're in picks and bans. LGD well scouted, already taking out some of the picks that are very common for JDG.
My mind immediately on this Cassiopeia that's actually left up a good flex, maybe something Gala can take to the bot lane. I think Cass is one of the most AD carry-like mages in the meta currently. I personally don't find it that different to play than a normal AD carry. Obviously, can still go mid. It's going to get picked up here. Still, things like Anivia, Hui, Aurora can be played into this, but here's the Nefiri I was talking about, Yanni. Potentially locked in here for harm, can do a ton of work, very devastating in the right hands if you can get support from your team. Also, I didn't know Maokai was globally banned, but I just did pop up. So no Maokai tonight.
Interesting. I want to know why. I want to know what the heck is going on with that champion that requires the global ban there. With this Cassiopeia lock-in, it looks like LGD will probably sit on their mid laner for a little bit. We're going to grab a Shen to go over to Crisp. Not only a great takeaway from Vampire, but also that is something that has been pretty solid for the LGD support. His work on Enchanter so far has been a little rough, but otherwise, when it comes to these roaming supports, he's fit right into the meta.
So J4 not necessarily the best into Nefiri specifically, but it is a really good combo with the Rumble. It's a very simple comp, all based around Junja and how he's going to perform on the Jarvan. Can Xiaoqiu and Hongqiu together layer in that AoE damage. Here, Tongyuan picking up something that he's had success in this year so far. It is tough into the cast, but really can shut it down. The thing here is that JDG have a very standard draft. It's, you know, damaging top laner. They've got a mid lane carry that's going to play from range and a bruiser jungler. LGD, however, they've got a roaming, engaged support. This Shen has been so devastating in the meta. The Nefiri that can really take over games and the Akali that can do the same. If either Nefiri or Akali get off to a big lead, it's really tough to shut them down.
Yeah, that's what I like about that composition the most. They're ready to fight early. Once you hit level 6, and a kill or two will really accelerate them and spike them hard into the mid game. Whereas on the side of JDG, you're really waiting for Cassiopeia to get to like 3 items before she's getting to her apex, really. Second half of bans coming through. We're seeing this Caitlyn get knocked out as well. Just really focusing on some of the traditional AD carries that Gala has played. Anything that can give him any sort of easy time, a lane bully, or an Ezreal that can stand on his own, you are not allowed to play it. LGD have identified the weak spot of this JDG.
Yeah. So now what is Gala going to go towards? I would love something that aids a bunker-style comp. Yes, you can go forward with the J4, but there's so much threat from LGD to be running at you. So I love LGD's bans of Poppy and the Lulu. Stopping that from happening. There are still options. You could go towards something like the Jhin for Gala. He hasn't really found a lot of success on that, but it does allow you to play really far back. It's good with Cass. It's great with Rumble. Jhin, Rumble, Jarvan is a great combo. LGD here with their pickup. Most likely going to go towards their top lane because Rumble's been picked. I could have very likely see a tank here, except it's going to be Corki blind. This is a little surprising to me. Okay, it will just be the top lane in the Yorick. That makes a lot more sense into the Rumble. Great matchup. Now, JDG, we need to see a really solid bot lane here. You've got a lot on the table here. ADC counterpick, any not super important. So I'm not too fussed about LGD's last pick. JDG potentially going with the Corki themselves. And it can fight the Nefiri, can fight the Akali, but it's very close range into a close range comp that LGD have.
This gives you a lot of early game power that you're looking for, since, as mentioned before, Cassiopeia is going to take a little while. So if you are fighting with your mid to bottom side of your map, you really want that extra raw strength that Corki can provide in the early game. It's going to be that ADC counterpick, as was mentioned. I would like to see that Tristana come through. I think it would be pretty nice, but instead it's just going to be the Lucian. So we're going to pair up the Lucian Shen. Now remember, most people don't know that you don't necessarily need these buffing supports like a Nami or a Milio for Lucian to be good. The passive proc that he gets that increased hit damage is whenever somebody CCs a champion within about, I think, 1,000 units of him. So a Shen taunt will buff him up all the same, just as a Nami or Milio would, just not as strong.
Yeah, I would say that the Lucian is going to lose out a little bit of late game potential because, especially with Milio, he is really good late game, which is not normal. Lucian's normally not that good late game. And this is one of those games where I think the game is about the Akali, the Nefiri, and the Shen. And on JDG side, I think it is about Hongyu. You are against 4 melees and a Lucian that is going to be dashing in his low range. This is a game for a Cassiopeia to absolutely take over. We need to see Hongyu have a monster performance here to help with his team. If Gala can stay alive, play with Hongyu, that's great. Eyes on Junja as well. But I want to see this Cass pop off. There is a lot of snowball potential on the LGD side.
Definitely the member that I'm looking out for. He doesn't even need to be amazing, right? Just needs to have some really good miasmas drop down. Over on the side of LGD, I'm really looking toward Hung to have a strong early game on this Nefiri, drive the team forward, because this is a team that is really going to want grubs. I think you're going to need to get this early lead, then you can convert that lead into taking that objective first, and then try to put the game away from there with a strong 1-3-1. We are in JDG's home arena in Beijing. Let's see if the home cooking is good enough for them to get a win. Game 1 starts now. Well, a little weaker on the gyros than I expected. Didn't seem like we heard too much from both sides. Although,
maybe we got to give him something,
for JDG. Yeah.
Got to give him some gyros.
Game one is, it takes a little bit of time. Not everybody's in their seats. Sometimes you got to hit the bathroom, got to go grab a snack before you're ready to sit down and watch some high quality League of Legends here in the LPL. No, not at all. I left my snacks downstairs.
Jailed by the producer. I want to immediately bring attention over to the double exhaust in the bot lane. Gala and Xiaoya both having this. Makes the all-in very awkward. Does help, I think, both teams as there is dive. I think it helps Gala just a little bit more because there is more dive threats. But that also can be a detriment, right? If there's too many threats diving on top of you, then the exhaust doesn't really help enough. I think that JDG are really going to pivot into a bunker-style comp, maybe a front-to-back. There is a J4, and he can play very flexibly in the way that he approaches fights. He can dive in with the rumble damage from afar. He can peel. He can hit front-to-back. He can zone. He can do a lot of things, and this is why Jarvan is such a strong champion, regardless of the fact that literally everybody but the Yorick can get out of the cage. It's still a strong champion. It's very good at ganking early game. And the J4 already pathing down towards the bot lane, the volatile lane to try to hopefully make an impact.
Straightforward, versatile. If you get the kills, you're able to help out in the mid-game fights for your teammates to get those kills. If you're getting assists early, well, that means that your carries are the ones picking up the kills. And it's certainly not going to be anybody that's not a carry getting them, because the Vampire does a pretty good job of making sure he doesn't get kills. He only has 3 kills this entire split, so whenever he's around, he is saving the kills for the carries. Saw Junja kind of mean mug Hung off of that bottom crab, but you can already see the rotation of both JDG members up toward that top side to try to play keep away from this Nefiri.
Yeah, this is an important fight here. You see Shen and Alistair both roaming up. Support's already trying to get involved on this first scuttle.
Hongyu bails out for the moment, will return. Crisp is going to be the first one at the scene of the crime. Tangyo's at about half HP.
Just smites it.
That ring, yeah, it'll be a secure for Junja. So able to be a double scuttle jungler early in this game. Anything that you can do to speed bump Hung, prevent this Nefiri from making an early impact like we talked about at the tail end of the draft before he got into game, is going to be vital for JDG to pick up a Game 1 win.
That's a really crazy way to start the clear for this game because Hung used both smites to try to get to the Scuttle Crab faster, but then, like you said, got mean mugged by Junja off of it. Junja uses his second smite on the Scuttle Crab, so he didn't use his second smite, but he was still relatively fast enough to get there. And then Junja still has his smite back in time to outsmite Hung. I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't watching the timers perfectly, but I don't know how Hung was still had no smite. He might have smited the Scuttle Crab early to try to get some damage off on. That would make sense, but still, Junja with the double Scuttle Crab means that he's going to hit 6 earlier. He's going to get his upgraded smite earlier too. He's going to be on the map earlier. Making plays is what I'm talking about, and I want to see Junja do this. It is tough, again, not a whole lot of targets. It's mostly this Lucian and maybe the Yorick as well. Very tough to gank the Akali. With help from Hongq, it is doable. Vampire on the map. Junja getting level 6 first. I think JDG have the potential to come off to an early start here.
These supports feeling each other out for the moment. Vampire a full level ahead of Crisp, so not utilizing being out of lane and not getting penalized nearly as much as Crisp, as we do have a fight up on the top side. It is just an equalizer. We see this a lot just to try to take out the Maiden. With Xiaoshu going into the danger zone, he is doing a lot more damage to Bertle. But unfortunately for Xiaoshu, the Maiden lived long enough for a lot of that damage to come back on.
Ouch. Yeah, not the best for Xiaoshu. I like the attempt, but didn't end up working out the way he wanted it to. A lot of members down here in bot, but Hung is not. I believe that Junja is in a brush down there hiding.
Oh, nice flash into the head, but Xiaoya has already dashed. He'll be forced to flash away. Crisp is going to dash out, get stunned on the back end, takes a lot of damage, but he's okay. But you know who's not okay? It's Xiaoshu up in the top side, and Tang Yuan is going to be able to pick up first blood fairly easily on the dive.
This dive has to work on the cross map here.
All right, there's that headbutt. There's that pulverize. The flag and drag as well. And Vampire on the backside dives the turret. It's an unclean dive, a 1-for-1 when all's said and done. And it's Xiaoya who gets credit for the kill.
Yeah, so let's talk about these map movements here. So Junja's making a play down in bot. Hung going top. Tang Yuan decides to go for the dive because Xiaoshu has no ult and he's low. Gets first blood. Amazing play from Tang Yuan in the mid lane. Gets the stacks on his Dark Seal and shuts down Rumble in the side lane. So then Junja has to make the play to go for a dive to get something back. He gets a kill, but so does Xiaoya on this Lucian. And because of that, they're not able to go for the dragon. They're not able to go for any invades. So LGD come up quite positive in that overall play.
Good luck there by Hongq to force Hung off of JDG's blue buff. I'm sure Junja is going to be very happy about what his mid laner did there. Speaking of his mid laner, nowhere to be seen in that entire sequence. Was able to kind of equalize the CS, but not really getting as much as you'd hope when you're not showing up to plays like that. Dragon already up for a little bit. We'll see which team goes after it first. Not too much interest in this objective right now. Certainly think the interest is going to be on these grubs in about 40 seconds as we see Gala's exhaust get used on the bottom side.
Yeah, interesting use of the summoner spell. Sets up this freeze, which is nice. But it looks like Xiaoya and Crisp will be able to walk back down and hopefully break it. Hung is pathing down to the bot side as well, if need be. Gala now doing a ton of damage to Crisp as well. Able to continue out this freeze, even zoning away from XP. This is nice, but Junja, that was the play. That was the time in which we needed to see him get the double kill. That would have really set open the game where the Junja gets a double kill, or ideally Gala gets a double kill on that dive with the early XP lead that the jungle had. But now, Xiaoya got a kill, evened up the CS lead. Junja got 1 kill, and J4 with 400 gold. I mean, it helps when you get that first item online to fight, but it's not a Nefiri with with that lead, which would be very scary. Now Tang Yuan's got this lead. I also don't know if they have the tools to shut down an Akali in this game outside of maybe this Cassiopeia if Hongq can place his miasma really well. I think LGD are in a great spot. When Tang Yuan, Hung, and Xiaoya get first item, Crisp is faster on the map with ult. They have more mid-game damage, and they're a lot scarier on the map.
Hung hopping over the wall, seeing that his dark and daggers did not land. It's Junja smiting the first grub. See if he'll be able to secure the second one. Not so. I'm going to take that one. No flashes, though, so it's a matter of who's going to get what. LGD first to the play here. It's 2 grubs to 1, as JDG will back off. So they managed to take the 1 away from the 1-3-1 composition, but 2 is still fine for JDG.
Got the quest progress not showing up on the HUD, which...
Oh, yeah. That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate, but TP in here.
Well, we're going to see a calling go down, but it's not really going to land, and this teleport from Hongq is going to break up the play and scatter LGD to the winds.
Okay, JDG still feeling confident, able to walk up like this. I do really think, though, that when these first items get completed for LGD, Tangyuan and Xiaoye are really scary. Crisp can make some really creative plays on the map. Will be dragging over for JDG, so they've at least put a hamper on this timer, where JDG should have their first items by the time, and a little bit extra by the time that LGD do want to go for a fight around the next dragon, another 5 minutes time. So that's some good news. But I am concerned that when Akali goes to the side lane, when Lucian goes into the mid lane, because we're using so much to give Gala this wave priority, right? With Vampire is always here, Junja is always hovering. Gala's playing the lane pretty well, but it's not really developing into a big enough lead, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of making sure that this Lucian isn't going to be that big mid-game force. And you already lose out on a little bit of it because you don't have a Nami, because you don't have Emilio. That's where Lucian can really shine, is in that mid-game when you're taking control of these mid-waves, deleting them, staying sustained, taking good trades. And as long as you're going to be up on him about 300 gold, thereabouts, you're able to kind of fight back, prevent LGD from getting that mid-lane priority for a support room to do essentially whatever they want. That'll be something that we'll see develop as the lanes swap out. For the moment, and things remaining the way they are, you have to be pretty okay if you're LGD, because Tangyuan, who is 4-1 on this Akali pick, has been undisturbed pretty much this entire game.
It's going to be a lot of damage on the Xiaoshu. Wow. Struggling in this lane a lot. Hung is topside as well. Remember, Shen can be there at any time. Could be a rough dive here. Bertle gets the base cancel too. I think Hung's hungry for it.
I mean, I think that Xiaoshu should know that Hung is going to be in the area because of that turret shot taken by Bertle. It's flash for flash, and the Hound's pursuit, and there's nowhere for Xiaoshu to go. Even Crisp shows up to say hello, and they dive the JDG top lane.
Yeah, this is the timer I'm talking about. Hung has that first item. Crisp is always going to be faster on the map because of his ult. He didn't even need it, to be honest. Hung didn't even need the ult, but it still helps. Yes, okay. Gala and Junja end up zoning Xiaoye away, and now this is a lead from the Corki that we can start to talk about, right? 800 gold lead on the Corki is something that JDG can use to win these fights now, because he'll get first item and second item much faster, and that will be a very strong spike, the Corki, with the Trinity Force and the Mana Moon completed when we get to that point. But right now, Xiaoye's even in item spikes despite the 800 gold lead because of the tier pickup from Gala, and because Xiaoye's got Cull. He has just enough gold to go the Essence Reaver that allows him to just farm for free, basically, with infinite mana.
There are severe differences in these items, Jake. You will have a lot of opportunity, but Xiaoye wasn't in the mid lane, he was in the bot lane. It immediately gets punished for it. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, speaking of punished, it's Xiaoshu dying for the 3rd time in 13 minutes.
Yeah, on one side we've got the Cataclysm, on the other side we've got the Ghoulie Wall. Both in the side lane getting put into the baby cage. And taken down a peg. Doesn't feel too good. Xiaoye is down a lot of gold now. This is the pinch point in which JDG need to leverage. They need to be kiting Gala around, pulling him around the map and making plays. I know that earlier I said Hongq needs to be the point that really takes over this game, and that is true the later the game goes. But right now, 14 minutes in, Gala is the main character of this game.
It's just a matter of getting him involved more, right? And you take a look, if he's left 2v1, it's hard to get that mid-wave control. He's got so much of this damage. We'll see it around these objective spawns, though, as you mentioned a little while ago. Both of these objectives on the exact same timer. So in about a minute from now, we might see a trade, or if you're JDG, you're going to be looking for a fight around your Corki.
I wouldn't be surprised to see JDG take a breather and wait for that Mana Moon spike. They've got this massive gold lead,
Xiaoya?
but oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Gala is up 2 levels on you,
2
Xiaoya.
levels.
You cannot dash forward like that. Loses his ultimate, almost loses his life. Loses a lot of that mid lane priority.
Yeah, Gala finding something in this game. A real win condition here early in this first game. Hung trying to save the tower. Nice W. Will immune the damage and the slow. Doesn't get petrified either. Tang Yuan on a roam here. Could be scary.
Solid enough.
Gonna be met by Hongq.
Not gonna really have too much here, but 15 seconds till these objectives are up, and Hongq's ultimate being down is a very big deterrent for JDG. I'm not sure if they really want to take any of these fights with 4 melee champions now not having to worry about what the evil snake lady is going to do. Could be a problem. Vampire going to go all in onto Bertle here. Teleports are coming in. Bertle trying to stay upright, but he will go down even with the shield from Crisp, so it's immediately a 5v4 that LGD are not willing to try.
Yeah, LGD are going to take the trade, which is good, but it really did feel like LGD weren't really sure if they were going to go in there or not. Junja and Xiaoshu on their own went in and killed Bertle. LGD kind of just watched. Maybe they could have gone for either someone in the dive, right? Try to kill this Jarvan. They could have gone onto the Cass who's on the side there, or they could have just gone for mid-tower and the Herald. Culling comes out, doesn't do a ton of damage. Does force Gala away. LGD do find some cross maps with this Herald now getting placed, but it's a little slow to the play.
Yeah, this Herald going to be used right away, so you're not going to see it try to be leveraged for a potential dragon later, but just want to get this early gold into the rest of your carries. Try to lessen the gap between Gala and Xiaoya. Try to get Tang Yuan going again. He's only up about 600 gold. We haven't really seen him make that impact since that play he made on Xiaoshu in the top side. And we're really waiting for him to pop off. Again, Sakali pick's been so good for him. He has been a big surprise here in 2026, playing up to this potential that he had when he first came into the league. Might be in a scenario here where things could go well or poorly depending on who you're rooting for, but looks like we'll just see that everybody is near the top side, not do much about it.
Junja looking to make a play here. Maybe go for this dive on the Tang Yuan. I think the Tang Yuan's probably going to have to give, although Crisp is here.
Yeah, word's going to go down. So Crisp is going to recognize that this is the thing that's happening. Do you think the Shen should be able to protect him if they went for a dive? Looks like that will not be the case here. But Gala smells blood in the water. It's a dash for dash, but more chunks like that, you will be very happy if you're the JDG 80 carry. Xiaoshu stuck under a turret. Equalizer on top of himself. Flash for flash. And Bertle will be the one to finish off that kill.
Really well played. Xiaoya using the culling in mid. Won't kill the wave and JDG will get the tower. This game is a lot closer than it kind of started off being. Now, the one really solid win condition here for JDG is this dragon stacking. If they can get Mountain Soul against this like all-in comp, very difficult for LGD to levy the damage.
Bertle
flashed us forward.
Around. He started recalling, walked back to the wave. He does get Hongq's flash and flashes himself, but not quite sure if that was worthwhile for Bertle.
Okay, we've got the unupgraded Mana Moon. Need a decent amount more stacks before that's done. And Hongq waiting on his second item. Hopefully should be able to, yes. If he does, and Xiaoya doesn't have second item, Gala is in a really good spot to go for Soul Point. LGD just can't really find their timers. They've got the Navori now, which is a really big pickup. So they're not too weak in terms of this next fight. If Tong Yuan can get what looks like his Zhonya's here, although it might be something else. I believe it should be a Zhonya's, though, with what he's building. I really want to see this melee comp take action. They've got the gold lead, right? They've got the 1.5k gold lead. They had the Herald, they had the Grubs, but those didn't really pan out a ton. Bertel has that 1k lead from the side lane, but hasn't really been able to do tons of damage to the map just of yet. So most of their lead is coming from just this gold, right? They don't really have any objective lead like JDG do. Nothing that can, hold on. Is this a kill?
Oh yeah, they're going all in for him right now. Hunk did have to step out of turret range, and it's going to be Tong Yuan flashing in to finish him off. You know, Jay Beto, I was just about to remark that I thought it was interesting with the way the lane swap shook out, as we're seeing a dive here and Vampire stealing away the kill. Bertel trying to teleport his way out, gets knocked up by Junja. There are kills going all which way on the map right now, and in the end, it is a small gold lead for LGD that might not stay up.
I mean, it's a great play from LGD on the top side to go for the kill. Xiaoya has been very much struggling in this game, but then Xiaoya and Bertel just don't really get the message. Xiaoya caught in the mid lane playing Lucian by himself. This is a very big problem of Enchanterless Lucian, right? He wants to play up. He wants to get priority over the wave because this is the strongest part, but he can't. Vampire is here to take him down. Really nice flash in here from Vampire. Awkward flash from Xiaoya. And then on the bot side, Bertel is caught. He thinks, okay, the EQ's down. Waiting. Okay. Gonna go for the TP here. The EQ comes back up, gets cancelled.
He had so much cooldown reduction. He had 2 standards there. Did you see that for a second? We're gonna go back to live real quick. 3,000 HP on this dragon. JDG looking to grab themselves their soul point. Culling gonna go down. So LGD retake control. They will be able to take the dragon away. Vampire is low. They smell blood in the water, but LGD cannot convert on any kills.
Not super well played by JDG. They're much stronger with this. Corki has the upgraded Mana Moon, has some lethality as well. 1.2k lead, but Hung gets the dragon. And then JDG feel the need to run away. They're worried about the chase. Don't value their positions. The vision control wasn't great from JDG either. Not the best setup. Oh, it was the Shadow Flame. Okay, that makes, I guess, a bit more sense. On the Akali, going for a bit more damage. I have a feeling, though, that this Akali, despite having 2 kills, has a very low damage count. Want to see it get active. Get on the Corki. Get on this Cassiopeia. I still think that LGD's comp, they've got enough gold to really make it work. They just have to take their fights from these flanks, make it chaotic. JDG have one winning position, and it's Gala right now, and he is single-handedly with 0 kills holding his team in it.
Yeah, and you're going to run into a point where, as the game goes on, Corki is really going to start to fall off, especially against these assassins like Nefiri, like Akali, that if they just get on top of him, he's instantly going to die. You're already seeing, just a couple moments ago, what a couple of Darkened Daggers does to Kala. It takes him to nearly half HP with a 2-item Nefiri staring him down. So I'm really worried for JDG's prospects, but you're hanging your hat on Honkyu on what he's going to be able to put together. Now, an interesting note about his build, did not opt into a tier item. We've been seeing Rod of Ages into tier item into Actualizer. This time it's going to be the Bloodletter's Curse, which I have to say, I'm kind of surprised about. I'm going to try to get a quick one onto Hung here. We do drop the Equalizer, but Crisp is just able to dash away, so it was a over-aggressive look from JDG that just makes them look a little silly.
Yeah, very aggressive. They don't really get anything. Crisp dashes out. Hung dashes out or jumps out. And you just end up losing Cataclysm for nothing. Yeah, the Bloodletter's Curse is an interesting pickup. Works pretty well with the Rumble. Will help his damage, considering that Xiaoshu is down a considerable amount of gold. Junja.
We are going in. Immediately using
TP.
our target ability. There's an equalizer. It doesn't quite land. We do get that TP out of JDG, as you mentioned. A look at Honkyu slithering, trying to get closer. Bertle ready to teleport away. Will he be successful this time? He will. The LGD will make their escape.
Is that a Randy Orton reference by any chance, Jenny?
Potentially. I mean, it wasn't intended, but I was thinking about it as I said it.
Okay. I was thinking about how Cassiopeia could RKO somebody. Didn't really go well in my head.
Listen, if a fight was about to break out, you would have heard me go, oh, watch out, watch out.
Yeah, I was waiting for it, to be honest.
We're still fighting over the crab here. Hung going to be able to secure that. Take out a lot of the vision.
Just caught.
Not able to get over the wall. He's forced to flash away. A big cooldown for the JDG jungler spent.
Yep, and despite the big gold lead for Gala, you can see this mid-game spike of the Fury, the Akali, just so much damage. And Junja, I was talking a bit earlier about, yeah, the value of the Jarvan in a game like this because he can do so many things. Where did he go?
All right then. There is no value in the Jarvan right now.
I just killed him. I just killed him.
You did. You caster cursed him as Tangyuan comes up huge, and now the Baron is going to be started here by LGD and a teleport coming in. I mean, I don't know what the heck happened there. Because the observers weren't ready for it, we weren't ready for it, but maybe JDG is ready to fight against this Baron. 5,000 HP, Equalizer goes down. It's all on top of Bertle, doing a lot of damage. Good taunt down by Chris. Gala well protected, and so is Honkyu for the moment, but now they're going to make the turnaround happen. Exhaust goes down on the Tangyuan as Honkyu is still very healthy. The turn is back onto the Baron, and Bertle is going to be shoved away. Baron's going to be secured by LGD. As Tangyuan goes in, he goes golden, and you know he's probably about to go down as the Twin Fangs sink into him. Very close, burning, very low, trying to get away, sidesteps, but the Twin Fangs get the job done regardless. It's Honkyu picking up a shutdown.
Yeah, Honkyu has to be the one to step up now. Junja back on the map, 12 seconds before this dragon spawns. But LGD still have the Baron. Tangyuan down for 30 seconds. We'll take a look back here quickly to see what happens. Tangyuan finds him at like half HP, just executes him at the red buff. Unreal damage from Tangyuan. TP in now from Vampire, actually, to get Pryor back at the river.
Both of them. Xiaoshu's going to show up too with that big shield. Tangyuan's up for 15 seconds, and he doesn't have a teleport. This should be sole point for JDG. LGD, I'm a little disappointed in them. They're not utilizing their Baron in the side lanes for the moment. They instead decided to show up to the Dragon just to say, we can't do a damn thing about it.
Look at this gold lead for Hung, just kind of blew up out of nowhere. Let's take a look back at this Baron. Equalizer's nice, but if it's not for Honkyu, who comes in a little bit late here in terms of damage, this is just a slam dunk from LGD. Hung does so much damage. Yeah, Tangyuan gets exhausted, but Gala just doesn't have the tools to get into the backline here. He's getting shut down and out by Tangyuan. Honkyu ends up getting one, which is all he can really do. It's something, but the rest of LGD, they're just too scary.
Yeah, one thing I didn't like about Tangyuan's target selection there is he went on to Xiaoshu when I really think you could have immediately went after Honkyu or Gala, getting a little bit more damage on them, make them scared, right? Make them put their feet to the fire and see if they want to stay in and still try to fight that Baron. Ended up resulting in Honkyu getting a lot of kills for himself. Gala's still killless, but still putting up big numbers, at least in the damage department for now. So LGD have a 2,500 gold lead. Going to continue to utilize this Baron to take out mid-tier 2 and try to further increase that gold lead. Jay Beto, it just feels like from here, if LGD can control the Dragons, they will be in a good spot. But if JDG happen to get that soul, it will be very difficult for LGD to have enough damage to kill these members quickly.
Yeah, I agree. You can see how big of a threat Honkyu is, single-handedly holding off this push. 20 seconds on the Baron that JDG have to hold on for. You're right, if LGD can deny these Dragons, they're probably not getting soul before the game ends. But denying the Mountain Soul from JDG is such a massive part of this game. Giving more prots and the shield to Junja, Honkyu, Gala, Vampire on this Alistar. their team comp becomes so much more tanky. You know, Corki's tanky because of the Trinity Force and the tank boots. Cass is tanky because of all the health that she's building. Obviously, Alistair is tanky because of his ult and health in Jarvan's build. With the Mountain Soul, this assassin-like comp, it becomes a lot harder to utilize. But like you said, they've got to actually get there, and JDG haven't really been winning fights so far.
No, not when they're even fights. Although that Baron fight did go a little bit better than expected for them. So now we're just waiting, right? We're in the waiting room of what items can you pick up before this dragon. Interesting thing to note is that Baron is going to be up on the same timer as Dragon. So already for the second time in this game, we have two objectives spawning at the same time. JDG could elect to price themselves into a trade if they want to. Not quite sure if I'm really willing to do that as JDG. I'd be putting a big emphasis on this mount.
Yep, I would agree. As you can see how much control LGD have of the lanes. Ginger caught, able to get out with some nice moves, and Tangyuan not wanting to go too far forwards here. Ginger wants his red buff though.
Red buff. Minute and 30 until objectives are up. We're fighting over the red buff. Tangyuan gets stunned up on the backside, but goes immediately in onto Hongq. Vampire trying to mark him, but not able to do so. Junja flashes over the wall, but falls. And now Gala's going to be the next target. He doesn't have a whole lot of places to go. He's forced to flash over the wall, but Xiaoshu gets cut off. That dark procession cuts off the rest of JDG. Equalizer goes down, getting some pretty good damage. Forces the flash out of Bertle. And Gala once more, and Gala gets it. Xiaoya up a little bit too far, and the Twin Fangs, the exhaust be damned, does not matter. JDG equalize the fight. It's a 2-for-2.
It was a great start to the fight from LGD. Tangyuan trying to solo kill Hongq gets very close. Junja falls down before he does anything here. You can see this is where we start this 1v1. Tangyuan absolutely smokes Hongq in this 1v1. Really nice petrifying gaze to buy some time, and then Vampire peels. Look how close Tangyuan gets. Junja's already dead here. But it's the equalizer when we go a little bit earlier. LGD are over chasing here. This is still fine. Once that flash happens, it's over. Alice is dead. This is the fight done. The equalizer goes down. So much damage from Xiaoshu, Gala, and Hongq in the background. This is how we want to take our fights. All bunkered up together, where our AoE can do so much together. And LGD's fight falls apart. 7 seconds on the dragon. This is sold for JDG.
Yeah, now LGD have to play retake instead of holding their ground. Dragon has been started up. JDG fading toward that mid side where LGD are going to have to fight out of the bottom side here. Hung already chunked out to about 60%, maybe 50% HP. Culling, not really going to do too much. Hongq a little low. Tangyuan getting in the middle of the pit, knocked up by Vampire, has been marked by him. Junja going to get tagged, half HP. Dragon secured by LGD as they take it away, but the rest of the fight could go JDG's way. They're stuck in the back of the pit, but fighting with the wall at their backs. Bertle is caught up on the backside with multiple members on top of him and a lot of damage to spare. Hung gets knocked up and immediately interrupted, and it's JDG
They're gonna try to end.
lose the objective, but win the fight with the teleports into the mid lane. This could be it, J-Bito. Those death timers are long.
Yep, Hongq and Gala do so much damage. Tangyuan goes in, dies. Xiaoya dies. Hung gets the steal like you said, but it's JDG with this bunker-style comp finally working to their advantage. Vampire so much CC for the interrupt, and out of nowhere, JDG will turn the game around and try to end.
I was going to ask if Crisp could hold for 10 more seconds, but he is burnt and crispy. Game 1 goes to JDG. It wasn't pretty, but if you're a Jindong Gaming fan, you will take it.
Yep, you can see Junja smiling in the cams. Tough win. A tough win for sure. But a win is a win so far in this series. JDG can't have their cake and eat it too. They are struggling in results. They need these wins. They'll take game 1 against LGD. I think that LGD's comp was smart. It has answers to JDG, and for so much of that game they were on top. It's one over chase that gives JDG Position around the dragon. Vision around the dragon. They spot out Tang Yuan over the wall. And yes, while they're in the pit, that's exactly where they want to be. All together, where Akali and Nefiri can't get on top of them from different angles. They can't get split up at all. No way to mess up the positioning in that fight. JDG take it, finally, after a long slog.
It was a very good fight for Vampire in particular. As soon as Tang Yuan showed himself, he said, nope, I'm stopping this man. We'll knock him up. We'll force him to kind of hold his damage. He got Junja low, but he couldn't actually kill him. And then on the backside of the fight, Junja was able to come in and make some things happen. But then again, when Hung came in a little bit later, desperately trying, nope, once again, boom, pulverize. You're done. Get out of here. A tough loss for an LGD squad that, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, has been scrappy. Scrappy in this particular game too. You know, we talk about records and everything like that. Based on the way these players were playing earlier in the year, this JDG squad, I still have hope for them. I still think they're good players. So for LGD, you may look at this as a scrappy game against better players, but you have to start converting. I was very disappointed in Xiaoya's Lucian performance. Lucian can get it done without Nami or Emilio, I promise, guys. But that performance may make other people think different.
I was the most disappointed about Crisp and Hung. They had the tools to really take over that game by attacking side lane with Hung, with this Shen ult, and all they managed to do with it was kill Xiaoshu a couple of times, and he ended up doing just as much damage as Birdall did. His equalizer was crucial to one of the game-winning fights here. This is all that this combo ended up doing. There was no attack on the Corki ever. They weren't able to punish the Jarvan really at all either. Pretty disappointed with a comp that's what you should have done. Obviously, they still could have won without that, but yeah, pretty quiet game on that front. It is going to be a Gala player of the match. I think Honkyu definitely deserving as well. Vampire pretty deserving as well. But it's most likely going to be Gala that gets it. Because he did carry a lot of the mid game and did keep JDG in this first game. I think if LGD pull back a little bit of that one fight, we could be talking about a very different game. Yeah, because they would have position on the dragon. They would be able to take a much better looking fight. They'd have much better vision, and then maybe they can get the next Baron again and probably end on that Baron. It's these tiny mistakes in this season that could really cost you a whole lot.
Yeah, we talk about it a whole lot. It's usually one team fight near the end, past 28 minutes, that really determines the game. And they had it. If they just put on the brakes right here, guys, why are we trying to dive when we have no minion wave coming in? And we know that this equalizer hasn't been used yet. Nobody called out. Why is Xiaoya dashing forward if you only lose Bertle there? All right, it's okay. You still go 2 for 1, but you lose Xiaoya too. Their death timers are going to be longer. And again, playing retake is just a lot harder than playing when you get to the objective first. And you can see it right here.
Yeah, how well Vampire plays this fight. Like you said before, completely shuts out Tang Yuan. Not only that, shuts out Crisp, shuts out Hung early in the fight too, allows JDG to regroup a little higher towards the mid side of the map, and then they retake the space together after the Dragons have been taken. Really, really good team fighting from JDG in that last fight. Now, they got themselves into a pretty precarious position in that game to begin with, Yanni, which is not great, and we should be talking about, you know, top lane didn't go very well. I still don't think that the jungle support really linked up that game at all. Vampire did a lot. Jun just struggled.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal. The good news, I guess, for JDG is this will be their first game where Xiaoshu does not get the MVP. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a good thing, but it actually is. It does prove that other players can step up when necessary. You guys still have it, right? These players are still good. We talked about that this is potentially the get-right week for them. You know, just because Xiaoshu has a clunker doesn't necessarily mean that all is doom and gloom. It is Gala with his 67% kill participation, a 5-0-5, a perfect game, really. A deserved MVP, even though I do think that Hongq kept them in that game with a key fight. Gala still wire to wire played a really good game.
Yeah, he was very crucial through the early to mid stages of the game, doing a lot of damage. And later on in the game, he did damage. That's his job. I think that a lot of JDG here you can point to helping out.
We're very split
actually
here.
Really split vote, but the
It's the
GOAT
AI.
got it right. The GOAT got it right.
Surely we're not calling AI the GOAT.
Yep, that's the GOAT. That's my buddy right there. Everyone knows. I'm leaning into the bit.
Well, I'd rather
no,
be with the casters.
I would too. I actually think it was an amazing game by Vampire.
Yeah, he played very well.
That last fight, really, really nice.
Why are the
obviously,
summoners voting for top lane?
Pog Gala. That's all I had to say.
Why are the summoners voting for top lane? That is the most confusing decision
He
that
put
I have
down that equalizer.
ever seen in my life, Jay Beto. It is the most. I guess that was one of the big plays in the game. I'm still very confused by that. But you know what's not something that I would not be confused by? In fact, I think it's probably a great decision. It honestly is a pretty great decision to support the LPL English project. You can consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support our project because the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments go to upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to the coffee, which will be linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions at international events. Jay Beto, JDG finally get a game. Let's see if they can finally take a series. We're going to go take a short break. When we return, the Game 2 draft will be up next. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. As JDG has taken a Game 1 win over LGD, it is now their 13th straight individual game win against LGD. Yeah, LGD hasn't won an individual game against JDG since 2024 Spring Split. It has been quite a long time. They were oh so close to breaking that streak, but it extends one more game. Perhaps now an unlucky number for JDG. Maybe LGD just takes 2 straight.
Yeah, very possible. I think after watching that first game, very possible that LGD can win not only a game, but the entire series, as you were alluding to there. JDG definitely had some issues in the early game, and I really think Tabe got one-upped in this game. Yes, JDG got their team fight later on, but to have to take such a specific team fight to win the game, maybe the idea is just, well, obviously you fight like that, but it felt like LGD had so many more tools to play the game. They kind of, like, they lost the game. It didn't feel to me as though JDG won. It felt like LGD lost.
Yeah, they were able to, JDG, they were able to fight a little bit, right? You had this damage coming in from Gala, but they weren't able to put it together. Xiaoshu being so far behind, I think, really negatively impacted JDG's game plan and made them a lot more toothless than I think they expected to be. I think that Honkyu's build was more supportive for Xiaoshu instead of being individually powerful, which I think might have served JDG a little bit better. But hey, J-Beto, none of that matters if you just mind control your opponents into fighting a 5v3 in close quarters and just drop an equalizer on their head.
I mean, that's why Gala got the MVP, right? It was really cool how he did that alongside Xiaoshu. He was like, all right, I'm gonna pull them in here with my flash. That's gonna mind control them into this corridor. Make sure you have ult saved up and ready to go. And it did. Now, obviously, I'm joking. But yeah, really good from JDG to be able to punish that. I want to shift the conversation to the next game, though, because that game is now in the past. And I think that I want to move back to the Gala conversation again. What is he going to play? You're not getting Ezreal. It's not happening. LGD banned it in game 1. They're not letting you get it in game 2. It's not happening. Is LGD going to take first pick? Maybe try to take the Ezreal if they think it's that high prior? Maybe. I think giving over the Cass was a bit of a mistake in terms of drafting. Very, very strong. But where is Gala going to go? He's been struggling in this meta so far. He was the thing that linchpinned his team together. However, LGD did completely leave Xiaoya alone on a champion that he probably shouldn't be left alone on. I don't know if Gala is going to have the same lead in this game as he did in the game before.
I think that Gala could take another page out of the book of Xiaoya with another hover that he had. Take the Tristana. Tristana is one of the champions that, you know, you've seen her in the mid lane in the past. You've seen her as a top lane counter to Gnar. Is a champion that can stand on her own, can play well solo. So if you are going and just playing in this roaming support meta, sure, you can just hang out. Problem is you can't freeze a wave, but the good news is you always have this very strong all-in potential. And if you are just doing it to trade, you can buster shot your opponent away. Be like, okay, cool, I'm full HP, you're 25%, we can now set up a dive, or I can just re-dive you myself a little later on. So that's why I think that Corki worked so well. You've got the ability to move in, move out, you've got the strong all-in. Sure, you are missing other aspects. You're not bringing any CC to the party. You're not a particularly strong carry as the game goes on, like you would get out of a mage bot laner. But I still think it's an AD carry that can suit itself fairly well to the situation that Gala has found himself in, where these mages are just not working, and you have to really get creative with your AD carry picks.
Yeah, I think creativity, like you said, is the name of the game here. As we are jumping into draft. So my immediate thought is, what side has LGD taken? I think if you want to take the second pick, and they have, it is still fine. So we have original drafting, standard drafting again, LGD either chose red side or they chose second pick. Makes sense. JDG would have chosen the other. So red side gives the advantage of having more access to the dragon. LGD didn't really use that at all in the last game.
No, and especially in that last fight, because everything went so poorly for them the fight before. Draft still the same mostly for LGD. They've taken out the Ezreal, they have taken out the Nocturne. Now the Rise is going to bite the dust, so we'll see what the options are going to be in the mid lane, because they have been choked out pretty hard with that Cassiopeia being taken off the table from it being picked in game 1 with Akali being gone. So JDG, you have a first pick. What would you like to do with it? Pick a Lee Sin or something like that. This is a champion that has been so good this split, and I know it's not Junja's style, but I think it would fit pretty well. Instead, we are first picking Victor. Not the biggest fan of that.
It is a flex, which I'm not the biggest fan of here, because we know Gala on mages. Maybe this is the turnaround game. Maybe this is just hubris. Could obviously be going to Hongqiu, and most likely will. I'd say 90% chance it goes to Hongqiu. Tons of pairings in the jungle with that. Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, like you mentioned. Could go to Kiana as well. Pretty good with Victor. Gonna be the Trundle early here from LGD to stop Xiaoshu going something like a tank on the weak side. And with Jarvan banned, not a ton left that can really survive the Trundle's invades, unless your name is Shun and you can play Kindred, which I don't know if Junja's bringing out the Kindred. To this Trundle, pretty scary, locked away with the Nautilus too.
I think the Nautilus helps out a lot. I don't like a lot of LPL junglers on Trundle, and I think the reason why is a lot of these junglers that are in the bottom half of the group here in Ascend really struggle with getting into a fight, which is why I like things like a Lee Sin, like an Afiri, like a potential Kiana that's easy to get in. Instead, Trundle is I walk at you, and I really hope that I'm able to put down a really nice pillar to be able to catch up to you. And a lot of times it doesn't work. The Nautilus does shore that up. So this Kiana lock-in, it does provide a little bit of CC, as well as a good amount of damage. And whenever I see a Victor in the mid lane, something like that's what I want out of my jungler. I want guaranteed CC. It's not necessarily guaranteed, but it's decent enough and good damage to be able to make sure that if you get in a 2v2, you can close out on a kill with good target selection.
So ideally here, you'd want to go a top side, like a tank, right? You've got Assassin and a Victor, but because of the Trundle, can't really just blind pick a tank here. So instead, it's going to be the Rel pickup into... Whoa!
Draven. The pocket pick
Draven. It's not an easy Draven game. There's a lot of interrupt to stop him catching his axes, but it's a very confident stance. I mean, he suffered last game. You're not going to be suffering this game, at least in the lane. Gala's not going to pick a mage. This is LGD saying you're not picking a mage because Draven cannot lane against mages. You're going to pick something like Kai'Sa Rel into this comp, and Draven will eat you for breakfast.
Good ban by LGD, taking out that Olaf. You don't want anything that can just find a creative flank angle and then just run at the Draven and eat him alive. We'll see how JDG is going to respond. Still need a mid laner, potentially a top laner. So you can focus out these solo laners. That Annie getting taken out. So you're losing out on some, CC to start a fight, laning a 2-man timbers or something like that. If I'm LGD, I actually am considering banning an AD carry here. I consider banning this Misfortune because I think it's one of the champions that this combo can kind of stand up to a Nautilus Draven in the laning phase.
Definitely could be an option. Banning away the Ziggs. Now, even though there's no success here,
the
is something Gala is still happy to go towards, and it is really tough for Draven to play. So Gala would have to go something like the MF like you mentioned here. Go for more of a team fighting focus. Won't be winning the lane. Or take the Victor or pick something else that has a ton of range. Like a Vel'Koz, like a Mel. Or he can take like a Varus, I guess, could work, but it is tough. Gonna go over to the LGD side here, though. I think you just pick a solid top lane here. Renekton is great. The Sylas.
Now there's an idea.
I don't mind it.
Okay, it is going to get locked in. Magnet Storm is a pretty big steal to have. Now, just the question is, are we sure the Sylas is going into the mid lane? This is a matchup that can be very difficult early on, but once you get to level 3, you can sort of flip it as long as you haven't taken too much damage.
If the Draven goes anywhere but bot, I'm throwing a riot. I refuse.
Draven top does exist.
I will be so mad. Renekton here, blinds. Makes sense. It's most likely going to be a Jax answer. My interest here is, what is Gala going? Is he taking the Victor? Is he going to pick something that can fight with the Draven like the MF, like you said? Or is he going to try to sacrifice his lane? Hold on. This is pretty good into Draven. Like I was saying, Mages, good into Draven. Ton of range. He's going to pick it up.
I think that will go to him on the bottom side. Obviously, there is a world where Xerath could go mid lane. Not sure if we live in that world, Jay Beto, but I do like the idea. It's just a matter of the execution. And frankly, if JDG want to be contenders, Gala needs to be able to play some of these champions in his back pocket. LGD will lock in the big Chungus Dr. Mundo. The question is, where is he going? It looks like he is going to be positioned up in that top side. Not too shocked there, up against that Renekton. So not going to have the jungle Mundo, but lane Mundo.
I love this LGD comp. I think it's awesome. Sylas has great targets. He's got Supreme Display of Talent. He's got Dominus. And like you mentioned, he's got both the Storms. He's got the Arcane and the Magnet Storm, which are both good on him. The Trundle has a target in the Rel, especially when she's crashed down. But the Pillar is devastating into the mages this game. The Mundo, terrifying, and the Nautilus Draven. While the Draven can suffer, if the Nautilus gets a hook, the Xerath's still going to die. This is another game that Xiao's probably going to suffer a little bit, like he did in the last game. Probably not as much, as Xerath doesn't have as much playmaking potential, but I think LGD have a ton of tools to take over the later this game goes.
Yeah, and it's another game where I am putting the spotlight on Hung. That first game, it was a little slow-paced in the early going, was kind of shut out from making an early impact on that Naafiri, but as you pointed out with those mages, these pillars are going to be very important. The flank angles that he decides to take are going to have to be well, warded, well cleared out, and try to go surprise them, drop the pillar, and these mages can go nowhere. Over on the other side for JDG, I hate to make it the cop-out answer, but it's got to be Gala. He has not shown that he can play these mages, Jay Beto. He's going to have to show it now. We are on Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of this best-of-3 series. JDG LGD starts now. I think it's a microphone issue. I think it's a microphone issue because there were some lively gyos there. But also, Jay Beto, we need not be alarmed. We did not hear Jin Dong Man in Game 1. He was definitely there for Game 2.
Yep, didn't see him on the camera, but I don't know that voice anywhere. I hear it in my dreams when I dream about Jin Dong Gaming winning worlds. Nice hook here. Early start.
Is that what you're dreaming about? I mean, you know what?
I mean, I could
LPL team wins worlds. I'm happy with it. That's fine.
LPL team winning worlds is definitely what I'm dreaming about. JDG's an LPL team.
They are? No way.
I've heard.
What?
I've heard.
What league is this?
I gotta
Where
ask
am I?
I need a really important. There's a really important question I need to ask.
Yeah.
What? Oh, okay. So I think we need a name for the AI predictor, or the AI.
I think the AI predictor does have a name.
What? I need to know what it is. And
I
if he
can't
doesn't
remember
have
what
one,
it is.
if it doesn't have one, we need to make up a name. It probably should be a Mandarin name, but we need to have a name because he's just a guy. He's a little AI. I need to have one. I need help from my friends on the LPL who are native speakers because he has to have a native name if he doesn't already have one.
I'm 99% sure it does because I remember having this conversation at the tail end of last week, but I cannot remember the name for the life of me. And not gonna be scrolling through Discord while we're in the middle of calling a game between JDG and LGD here. All has been pretty quiet. There's been a lot of back and forth down in this bottom lane. Xiaoya's got a small lead. Interesting to note that he's got this cleanse. I'm not too surprised by that. It is very difficult to try to fight through a Xerath, as Tong Yuan will ding level 4, has been taken very low by Honkyu. No real surprise there.
Yep. Has to go the Doran shield start.
Jay Beno,
Showing
you
you how
have your
tough
name
this
for
lane
the
is.
AI if you want to talk about it now.
I need to know what it is in Chinese though.
Oh, in Chinese? I mean,
I gotta.
I haven't gotten that far in my Mandarin classes.
It's okay. Maybe we can do it a lesson on the podcast.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe. We'll have to get producer Guy on that one. We're seeing Junja take a look at the mid lane, but nothing too crazy, as we've just had regular clears. We've got some scuttle crabs, and all is relaxed for the moment. Xiaoshu has a small CS lead. We've seen multiple hooks down to the bottom lane. Now we are seeing Xiaoya burn his cleanse to force the flash out of Vampire.
Interesting cleanse. Much shorter cooldown. Maybe a potential punish from Hung. Could also see early Dragon started up from LGD, as the early fight is much superior from LGD around the Dragons. JDG need a lot of time in the fight specifically to get stuff done. They need to poke down. They need to have range. Their team fighting is a lot more difficult than LGD's just hit whoever is in front of us. They probably die anyway comp. I'm really concerned about this Mundo. I've been thinking that this champ is good for a while. I watch Alo's videos. I've seen the clips. Everyone has. But especially against mages, he is really, really good, because you just can't kill him. There is a good amount of CC in this comp to hold him in place, potentially stop him ulting. That is one of the biggest ways you can counter Mundo. Get rid of his spell shield and then CC chain him into death before he can ult. I don't know if there's enough damage to actually chew through this health bar consistently enough, especially if he gets ult off. If he gets ult off, level 16, he's got the level, like the level 3 passive of his ult, he is not dying. And I'm really concerned as to what JDG are gonna try to even do into this. Dragon's up, LGD have prio. JDG have to take a back seat around this dragon.
And if you're focusing down Bertle first, I mean, that's just going to allow everybody else on LGD to feast. A lot of healing on that team, so we might see a heal cut item come in a little bit later. With Xiaoya and Crisp putting in some really good work on that bottom side, this does mean that the dragon will go over to LGD. A little bit of a warding mission done by Junja up on that top side. He's going to take care of that top crab, which should get him to level 6. Xiaoya taking a lot of damage here from Gala. And if Gala was level 6, maybe a Rite of the Arcane would go down and deal a lot of damage.
Waiting for... Whoa, if that had hit,
that was,
Chris would have died.
That was crazy.
Xiaoya's taking a lot of damage, but here's Hung.
Yep, good stun on the Hung there by Gala. It will force his flash out. Xiaoya is even lower. Gala is not quite there at level 6 yet and really wants to get close.
He's going to hit it on this wave, I think, and that's why Xiaoya needs to run away. Or he's very close. Another Q would have done a lot of damage to Xiaoya too. He's actually going to sit here and just wait. A little bit scary. Again, Gala very close to level 6, did hit it, but he's taking a base. Yeah, what is happening with that minion? I saw that before. Must be just spectator bug.
Yeah, no, that happens in-game sometimes, where a dead minion just kind of shows up there. It shows a health bar, but like actually doesn't go anywhere. It's not clickable or anything like that. It's rare, but I've seen it happen in my games before. One thing that I've seen in my games before is exactly what Xiaoya just did. He takes a recall and he buys the boots. Such a valuable item against these mages like Xerath. Doesn't want to take all that much damage anymore. He's got the Vamp Scepter too, so any poke, he's kind of able to heal up after a couple of auto attacks. So a wise decision there from the LGD AD carry.
I'm not sure what he's building though, because I'm pretty sure BT is BF sword, pickaxe, and then Vamp Scepter, right? So he has an extra long sword. Delaying this spike a lot really hurts Draven. You'd love to have BT as early as possible, and he's consistently needing to base for with not enough gold. Ginger down in here in the bot lane will be spotted by this ward. Hung also hasn't gone for any kind of invading so far, which is pretty standard on Trundle. Fairly slow early game across the board. Just the dragon for LGD. Couple, some scrapping in bot lane, but neither Ginger or Hung trying to do anything sneaky on the map. Just farming it out, waiting, get enough gold, and maybe these grubs.
Yep, and with the grubs happening, everybody's going to show up in the mid lane. It's a good pillar, but there's no follow-up to be had by LGD as Tongyu at about 70% HP. JDG going to take full control of the topside river for the moment. Gala's going to head back down to the bottom lane as Xiaoya is going to now move up. This will give LGD the man advantage since Gala does not have a teleport. Xiaoshu is also very low, so JDG may have realized they might not be able to contest as Hung has started up these grubs. Does have that Sheen. And LGD support in mid lane holding the line here.
All right. Position for LGD. Really thought Gala was going to stick around with his ult available. But ends up just dropping that. Xiaoya will move down. I believe that was all 3 grubs to Hung.
It was.
So this is a comp that loves that. Right? Mundo Trundle. That's very scary in a side lane. 3 grubs can do a lot of damage to towers. LGD already have the first Drake. They're able to give dragons and, try to punish side lanes, get some towers down, get some gold onto these important champions, sorry. Very much an option for LGD.
Yeah, the good news for JDG, while they did give up these objectives, is that their mages are scaling, and that's really what you're looking for, is for them to get their first and second items. The right of the Arcane is going to go down. Not going to take Xiaoya too low. He'll heal in most of this split. Once Hongkyu and Gala get their items, once Gala finishes his first item, it'll be infinitely more dangerous. Once they're both on second items, it's going to be so difficult for Xiaoya to try to play out this game.
First item's getting completed. The Cyclo Sword, the Eclipse, the Blackfire Torch. None completed yet for LGD, so JDG, if this maintains in the next 30 seconds when the dragon spawns, we should see LGD give this dragon because they are significantly weaker on these item spikes than JDG is because they have these spikes completed. Gala doesn't have the ult, so that is a bit of a concern, but a lot of members down here on the bot side.
Not only that, Jay, but a lot of them are early spikes. The Cyclo Sword is the one that I'm really watching out for. It is such a tough one to try to play against. As Tongyu, when he gets forced out, will stay alive, but will not have a teleport to rejoin. So he'll be forced to recall, lose a lot of minions, and JDG will be able to secure their first dragon of the game, the second dragon overall.
All right, so now we're Infernal's all right. Oh, nice. Very nice.
Great. Good call. Good call.
Gotta be. Chemtech in the ocean, we can't have a bad soul, guys. All right.
Bertle.
This is
running
not
down
good
Gala.
for Gala.
Yeah, the infected cleaver's doing a lot. Vampire will finally show up. The exhaust gets used.
Okay.
Bertle will be able to walk it out
Spell
just
shield,
fine.
right?
Like nothing ever happened.
Sorry. That's Spellbook TP. Oh, no. Okay.
A spellbook exhaust, yes.
Yeah, Spellbook exhaust. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, no real reason to use it like that.
We're trying to make the play. Immediately, Vampire teleports up to the top side to show up. Crisp holding wisely. Junja trying to come in through the lane.
This would be a lot of stacks taken down. Xiaoshu's
Oh!
Well
Money!
played, Xiaoya. Well
Money!
played. And now Mundo down the bottom in the lane. Bot lane, sorry, pushing down the tower. Chris.
With 3 grubs. Crisp hooking to the wall. Junja going to flash after him. Supreme Display of Talent lands. And that's going to be first blood going over to the JDG jungler.
Yep. Great champion to get this first blood as well. But like you mentioned, the 3 grubs down here in the bot lane are a little concerning. Xiaoshu will rock up here and collect what's left of this wave. But Junja getting that early gold This right of the arcane is going to miss. Very much so. So Xiaoya went double longsword, right? And then sold one of his longswords for BF sword. At least I'm pretty sure. The last time I checked, you can't upgrade a smaller sword into a bigger sword like this.
What if you had
And then he bought another sword, and then he bought another two.
Wait, what the heck is
really
going on?
confused as to what is going on in Xiaoya's build path, because he has got to be... This cannot be correct. I refuse to believe this is correct.
Okay. The only thing that I could think of is that if you have the extra damage to be able to get a cash out, it will pay off in spades. It'll be worth the gold that you lose and more.
He's up gold and down an item, though.
Yeah, I understand that. But you need to have this damage early, because if you don't convert and you die,
let's see,
you don't get your cash out, just like he does there. It's worth it, baby. The problem is, Crisp dies on the backside. Hung will be able to retreat. Hong showing up just to dissuade JDG, and Xiaoya proves Jay better wrong and cashes in big time.
My bad, guys. Just get a cash out. Why didn't I think of that? Xiaoya obviously did, guys. Guys, it's time for my cash out. Please come bot and mind control Hongq to walk forwards into Draven with flash up. Don't flash. Now Xiaoya's dead.
He flashed the Supreme Display of Talent, and he is taken down. Supreme Display of Talent from Tangyuan missed, but they will be able to find Junja on the backside. It's Tangyuan picking up that kill. Teleport coming in here for Hongq just to keep the push going. Crisp is down here to match, so that teleport's not going to yield much but an auto attack onto the turret.
All right. Good fights here for LGD. Xiaoya is able to pick up the BT. What do you know? Just get a cash out, and then you're up gold. You're up nearly 1,000. You've completed an item, plus boots and 2 long swords. Awesome. All right. Well, JDG try for a plate. They end up getting Xiaoya, but they lose members in the process. Now I am concerned again for JDG, because the Dragon is a minute away. The Herald is 20 seconds, and they are very, very much weaker. Junja has 3 kills and is only up 500 gold. That's not really good enough in a game like this. Maybe you can try to one-shot this Draven, but Silas isn't getting one-shot.
Well, Dominus for Dominus here. The question is, how long is it going to take them to actually kill Xiaoshu? He will slice and dice, but the chase is on as Bertle burns the flash, and Bertle will pick up the kill. Herald being done. No. It looked like they were for... Yeah, okay, they're on it. Vampire was covering up Junja over there.
There's a TP in, though. I don't know if this is even allowed to happen. The Draven's coming in. He's so scary. So it ends up being that JDG get nothing. Bertle gets the tower as well. Not a great position for JDG.
No, what a wonderful sequence from LGD there. And I'm a little bit surprised that JDG did not want that fight. They are the ones with all of their flashes up. Gala has flash, Hongq has flash. Junja will find the pick on the Hung, and it's Vampire who ends up claiming the kill. Teleport coming in. Here's Bertle. He's going to tank up a couple of tower shots. Looking for Gala, lands that infected cleaver, but Xiaoya can't get close because the counter teleport is coming in for Xiaoshu. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Hongq with the stolen ultimate, taking his health down fairly low. Tangyuan is about half HP.
And the double storm there. But now Vampire's here. Tangyuan, I don't know if you live this.
There's big damage. He's going to try to use Vampire to get out. As that Kingslayer gets stunned up, knocked up, flashes over the wall, but Junja's going to stick on top of him and take him down. Now Xiaoshu going to try to deal with Crisp, who hooks the wall, is looking to escape. Gala maybe on the cutoff, but Bertle's going to try to zone him off. But Crisp can't really get too far away. He flashes, but Xiaoshu flashes after him. Here comes Hung to try to turn this one around. Xiaoya over on the side, and Xiaoshu is going to be just a cash-in for Xiaoya.
Yeah, not as big a cash in as the last one, but still nonetheless 1.5k up. Bertle has a huge lead. The only saving grace of JDG this game is Junja on this Kiana. He's going to try his hardest, and he was at like plus 400 with 3 kills. He's at plus 1.1k with 4 kills now. LGD will get this dragon. That's a really nice boon for them to pick up. but Junja is going to continue to need to make plays like this if JDG want to win. If you take a look back, I feel like this was blind. I don't actually know if he was doing that on purpose. Maybe he was. I didn't see any vision anywhere that should indicate that he knew where Vampire was. Oh, so Xiaoshu. Who goes way too far here and gives another cash in to Draven. Bit of an overextension problem in this series for sure, Yanni, but JDG back on the Herald. Should be able to get it.
Yep, no problems there, but you are absolutely right, Jay Beto. They keep biting off a bit more than they can chew, and it is resulting in plays that should be favorable to JDG, either going even or being favorable to LGD. This cannot continue if this JDG team wants to see success in Split 3. Looking to see a little bit of success here in the mid turret, trying to avoid that pillar, and does so as the charge goes in. Crisp immediately getting taken out with the stolen Supreme Display of Talon, and is able to take out Junja. Now the next target's going to be Xiaoshu, double stunned by Vampire, as Bertle will back off from there. It ends up being a 1-for-1 when the dust settles.
That is a massive chunk out of the lead that Junja had. Yes, he has 2 items, but he just dies to the ult. The stolen ult
Right
from
in the
Tongyuan.
Bertle, low.
Not enough.
Will be able to heal up using that maximum dosage.
Yeah, this is what the Mundo does against mages. I feel like this is a bit of an LS point here. Why are we heralding the tower when it would have given us like a little bit of gold and giving over our fed assassin jungler on, like, serving him up on a silver platter and then giving over just as much gold from LGD pushing JDG's mid tower? Really, I don't think a good play here in the mid lane going for that Herald. I personally like using the Herald in fights, but if you're going to get a tower, that's fine. You gotta not drive it into 5 people and then die afterwards. Pretty easy way to lose quite a big gold lead, and now LGD. Yes, Junja still has 600 gold lead, but 1.2 to Bertle, 1.4 to Xiaoya, who is just trying his hardest to build every item that he possibly can. It's still working.
Yeah, it's like when you go to a garage sale and you find some really neat stuff that it's like, hey, I can actually use this, or I like this. Sorry, garage.
Yeah, garage.
And
there
you know
we go.
what? You're like, you know what? I'll pick this up. This is undervalued. You know, you check the eBay price and you're like, yeah, this is a good pickup. That's the kind of value you're getting out of this last Whisper.
Do you guys have Aldi?
Your Hexstreamer. AliExpress?
No, Aldi. ALDI. Do you have that in America?
Yes, we do have
Aldi. It's like an Aldi deal, you know? You go and you're like, I have to get this. It's just so cheap.
He's buying Aldi items. Speaking of items, Junja builds a not often built item in the Bastion Breaker as he goes in to try to make a play on the Tangyuan. But that won't happen as Bertle will teleport and put his foot down and keep his mid laner alive.
I'm still mad about that, by the way. Anyway, I've heard some good things about Bastion Breaker, doing a lot of damage. Not just the towers, but the true damage that it can do to champions does really help against something like a Mundo. Is it going to win you the game? I'm not sure if it will. Dragon in a minute to be sole point if LGD get it. It's looking like positions are going to be LGDs for the rest of this game so far. This is one of the problems with these majors. Yes, you can push in waves. Yes, you have wave clear, but you need to be courted around the entire game, because if anybody finds you point blank, you die, because you are so easy to kill. You're so squishy. You need 2 people to walk you around the map, pushing down the tower, getting into river. Looks like JDG will have some priority over the Dragon because of some LGD base timers, but Bertle's just walking in. He doesn't even care. Look at him.
Yeah, why should he care? Yeah, I think he should care for at least a little bit, but once he builds a Spirit Visage, why should he care? You know, I don't know who's going to be able to kill him.
And he's full health again. The Bastion Breaker damage was quite nice there. I was impressed by the Bastion Breaker Cyclo Sword combo.
It hurts.
He's full health again.
Yeah, he is just fine for the moment. LGD going to take out the crab first to be able to be aware of all the vision that's going down. Xiaoshu gets in the back. Junja going to make a big play. Finds people, but
Wow.
the stolen ultimate turns it around. Vampire low, goes down. Xiaoshu the next target, while Bertle is keeping the mages at bay. Hongq and Gala can do nothing as LGD put themselves on Soul Point.
This game is done, Yanni. That was the fight JDG needed, but they're going to lose Infernal Soul Point and the Baron here. There will be no contest at all from JDG, who try desperately to get an ult onto Xiaoya, who lives. The stolen ult from Tong Yuan is so much better. Bertle zones out both of the mages by himself. They just can't get through him. LGD cement themselves at a massive point in this game. You see the engage is great. Rel gets denied though. So does Xiaoshu. They just can't get in. The stolen ult is so perfect. Xiaoya buys time. And look at Bertle in the backline, just zoning away all the remaining damage. So well played by LGD. I believe it was the Draven E that cancelled that engage from Vampire. I could be wrong. It was very hard to see, but that's the only knockback that I see. If that's true, unbelievable from Xiaoya to deny that engage on top of him, because not all of it hit. And Tong Yuan just smurfing in this second game.
It's a damn shame for if you're Junja, because your ultimate was so damn good and unfortunately did not catch LGD's mid laner. And Tong Yuan just doing his thing, making sure that this Sylas impact is known. Not exactly the most, the greatest Sylas game. We were talking about it. A couple of solid ultimates to steal, but not something you're really going crazy over. But in this case, it worked out really, really well. So we take a look at the picture-in-picture replay of what happened to Crisp there.
Yeah, Crisp gets
assassinated.
POV'd. Don't worry, guys. I'm just clearing out. I'm just clearing out this pink ward, guys. There's 5 people on me in the jungle. I'm dead. I'm sorry.
Should have his team with him. Should have had his team with him.
Oh, is that the play there?
Here
blaming your team.
As they're going to push up here on this tier 2 turret and be able to knock it down with a little bit of help from the health bar of Bertle. Meanwhile, Tong Yuan up a little too far here, slowed up, exhausted, flashes away. Meanwhile, LGD will just continue to push. JDG has sent nobody. Hongq is in the bottom lane. Top inhibitor goes down.
Yeah, this game feels over. Mundo, Trundle, 3 grubs like we've been talking about in this game so far. I really do not see a world in which these champions have to die. And there's the Spirit Visage just picked up by both Bertle and Hong. You got to feel like this game has been broken open. That there's really no way back in for JDG, which is surprising considering the kills, right? It's only 7 to 8, but Infernal Soul is around the corner. This massive gold lead that is so much because of towers. And I can't even blame Gala, really. Like, he had a gold lead over Xiaoya.
He's been doing his job.
Xiaoya had very little items, and then all of a sudden, the cash-in goes through.
The double longsword.
Yeah, the double longsword turns into a bigger sword, a much, much bigger sword. And now, Xiaoya's build is very scary.
Okay, they are throwing everything they have at Bertle.
Hasn't even ulted. He's just going to heal it up, guys. He's just going to heal it up.
Listen, there's some heal cut. Both of our mages have bought heal cut. The stolen Rite of the Arcane is going to take Gala to half HP and is going to allow the rest of LGD to muscle down the bot tier 2 turret as their gold lead expands to just over 6,000. Not unfamiliar territory for JDG.
Full health, by the way.
We have seen them come back from these, but I don't know if it's in the cards in this game, as Xiaoya will cash in once again, this time on Vampire.
Yeah, this is a really terrible position to be in for JDG. I mean, there's not much to say about this. LGD are just doing whatever they want. Mundo passive, the name is being shared by everybody on LGD right now. They can do whatever they want in this game. 30 seconds until Infernal Soul. I mean, we're probably going to have to wait for a Baron in 2 minutes, but the game is done. There is no way JDG kill this Mundo. Too much damage from Xiaoya, Tongyuan, and Hung, providing the front line alongside Crisp. If Junja hits a 5-man ult and pentakills, sure. But other than that, I don't see a way back in.
Well, it starts with winning a fight. That's at the bare minimum for JDG. We've seen LGD be forced into a disadvantageous dragon fight, and this time we're seeing it happen to JDG as the assassin Tongyuan gets the job done. He goes golden and still has a supreme display of talent over on the backside. It's only going to land on the Xiaoshu, but that's all you need for the job to be done. LGD will knock down Hongq. The teleports will come into the top side for Dr. Mundo. And LGD will now turn back onto the dragon with a couple of members here just to make sure that Junja can't take it. Hung is going to push into the base. So is Xiaoya. The minions, the grubs, one last kill will go over to the mid laner of LGD. And Jay Beto, we are going to game 3.
Yep, we didn't need the Infernal Soul. We didn't need the Baron. All we needed was one more fight from LGD and a great flank from Tongyuan. Gets it done at the end. LGD's comp so much better. Front to back that game. LGD just floored Jindong Gaming.
And they break the 13 individual game losing streak, Jay Beto. They have broken it. The last time they won a game against JDG, they lost the series. Like I said, 2024 Spring Split. That was the Flandra, Kanavi, Yagao Ruler missing roster. That is a very long time ago, but also an incredibly high-powered roster. And LGD have a chance to try to claw back the Lifetime series with JDG up 15-7. But LGD, that game just exploded once Xiaoya got that cash up.
Yeah. It felt like JDG were in a stable enough position. I was still worried about the Mundo. Anytime double mage is peaked and Mundo's not banned, that's the concern. When there's not something like a Vayne or a Yone or anything in the jungle to deal with it. And there was enough damage in the earlier game, but then, like you said, the cash out came through. Scaling did. LGD had control of the dragons with red side, which is a great utilization of the side selection, and took over the game. The Baron was theirs. All the dragons were theirs. The 3 grubs. A massive gold lead. LGD. They're looking pretty close to making this upset happen.
It can happen for sure, Jay Beto. We saw Crisp in his last game against Top Esports hit a milestone of 8,000 assists. He's hit another milestone today, his 500 career victory. Congratulations to Crisp. As you can take a look at the damage charts, you might have all this damage, but it doesn't matter if it's all getting dumped into the Mundo.
Yeah, it's Mundo damage.
What was it? A Broken Blade over in EU, I believe. Did he? Yeah, it was him that set the new record, right? I can't remember who was him. For most damage taken in a game. I know somebody in EU set the new record last week. I cannot remember who, unfortunately, because that was just a tweet that I glanced over and I went, huh, that's kind of neat. But oddly relevant in this game as LGD not up the series and will force a decisive game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating, game state. You're trying this mage. This is the big... Hongq has flash here, by the way. I just want to say. He doesn't have to die here. He could have flashed and gotten away. But he didn't. This is a good kill onto Xiaoya, but after that... Basically, when Straven got BT, that was it. His build is fine. And every single time Tongyuan took the Supreme Display of Talent, his display of talent was far more supreme. This is the play that really makes me mad, though. I don't understand why this is necessary in the game. You're getting 50 gold a person here, maybe. And then giving over a kill, giving over... I think it was the Axe. I'll have to take a look back. Still, great fight from LGD.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. It was Tang Yuan making the big play when he needed to, correctly taking the supreme display of talent in almost every single fight and really applying it there. That's what well and truly put LGD ahead and kept them ahead. And I think that ultimate was really worthwhile of a potential MVP performance for him. The problem is, Xiaoye did a whole lot that game too. Jay Beto, I'm torn between those guys. What do you think?
Yeah, I want to pick Tang Yuan. I'm going to say Tang Yuan for my vote. I think the supreme display of talents was so good. And again, when you're saying, like, Draven did damage, and you look at the stats compared to the others, he didn't really. He got some kills. He held it down. He did his job, right? I think that Tang Yuan went above and beyond in some of these fights, winning out in, like, what ends up kind of being like a mirror match in the ults, right? Ending up beating out Junja on the Supreme Display of Talents, and him alongside Hung was like so good. So much damage coming out of that duo.
It's just the case of anything that you can do, I can do better. It's Bertle who gets player of the game. I want to see the numbers of how much damage he took. Also, shout out Twitch chat for pointing out that it was Wonder, not Broken Blade. I think Broken Blade was like second on the list. My bad, guys. But
I don't watch that region.
I'm so torn on this because on the one hand, that fight only goes so well because Bertle like shoves out the Victor and the Xerath. I want to see the vote breakdown because I think this is going to be like another like 3 out of 8, and we got to see what the AI is doing.
I think it'll be split. See what our buddy has to say.
Oh,
wow. Okay, never mind. It is almost unanimous.
I don't know if I can agree with that.
I don't agree with that either, but I mean, congratulations to Bertle. Everyone over on the official LPL really thought he did a lot. I also thought he did a lot. Is it 7 out of 8 POG votes a lot? I don't know. I do like that the only other vote was Tang Yuan though. That is
yes, well deserved. But man, if Tang Yuan was not in this game, right, then maybe I'm saying it's going to be Bertle, but I don't know. Anyway, he gets an MVP. It's one potentially stolen away from the LGD mid laner. But Jay Beto, we have a Game 3 upcoming, which means it's time for you and I to take a break. And when we return, the final draft between JDG and LGD. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to JDG versus LGD here on the unofficial LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels. J Beto, LGD came away with that win in Game 2. Xiaoya's Draven, Tongyuan's Silas, I almost said Lock for some reason, but Bertle's Dr. Mundo that got the MVP. Yep. A little bit of push, but a lot of push your carries out of the fight.
Yeah, did a lot. A champion that we saw a lot in the jungle previously, but now against these double mage comps just finds so much value. And now it feels like to me, any JDG backs against the wall. It's 1-1. Both technically are, but it feels so much more as though there is a big weight on JDG and kind of an elevation of LGD in this series.
No doubt about it. I mean, JDG's first ever loss as an organization was to LGD. Demacia Cup in 2017, ancient history. A loss today, while certainly not as impactful as having your first loss ever as an organization, a loss today is pretty damning because we thought that this was going to be the week that JDG was going to right the ship. 2-1, potentially 3-0. If you lose to LGD, everybody's thinking about a 1-2 at that point. Maybe an 0-3 if you just absolutely lose your marbles on a loss. We have not seen the new styles debuted at the Met Gala yet. What are you wearing? I'm wearing Mage bot laner. Get the hell out. No, we got to go back to the 80 carries. We got to get the spice. Doesn't have the body type for it, even though he's been hitting the gym. We got to see Gala on something that is more well suited to him. Doesn't matter if that's what the meta's for. You just have to go with what your players are good at sometimes.
Good to see some of JDG still happy. Well, not Gala, obviously. He's never happy on camera, at least. But Junja, still smiling. I have a feeling, though, that the stress is setting in for JDG. This would be a pretty rough loss to take. Like you said, this is their week to bounce back. This should be one of the easiest weeks possible for them. And yet, here we are at the first match of the week for them. 1-1, talking about how good LGD have looked so far. This could have been a 2-0 for LGD already if a couple of fights in Game 1 have gone differently. If Vampire hadn't really stepped up, if Hongq and Gala hadn't really stepped up, if LGD hadn't literally stepped up too far. I like the mention of Lock you had before. I know it was a bit of an accident, but something that the LPL...
I thought about it too. I'm like, why is he not
really hasn't been playing a lot. I know it's really popular in some other regions, but the LPL, despite having a lot of those hands check players, hasn't really been picking it a lot. Maybe this is a game in which Hongq can bring it out, have a great performance. It doesn't really strike me as a Hongq champion, though, more of a Tongyuan champion. If he could bring it out here against Hongq, give him the hands, could be a good look here. But again, like you mentioned earlier, Yanni, I'm thinking about Gala. What are we picking? What is he going to play? Is it just going to be a standard 80 carry, or is it going to be something spicy?
One or the other, just not a mage at this point. He has not been a maging on those. You got to get him off of it. Here we are, JDG, LGD, our first deviation in the LGD bans. This time, Seraphine has been banned away. We've seen earlier the Nocturne get taken off the board, so we'll see if it's going to be left available here in this game.
Also, Orianna. Nocturne was banned in the last game. That's up. Orianna's up. There's no chance either team is getting the combo of the two, but there could be a possibility for a swap, like a handshake, sorry. I think if you're giving Hongq Orianna with a Kali out, that is a big mistake. So I would expect an Orianna ban here, but then Junja very easily can go towards that Nocturne with no concerns. It's going to be the vibe ban, so Orianna left open for Hongq to take.
All right, now it's a matter of what is JDG going to pick up. Are you going to go for the Nocturne? Are you going to go for the Ori? Are you going to go for the third option, which gives that combo over to LGD? That third option sounds pretty bad, J Beto. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that doesn't sound like It sounds like a 1 in 5 option to me, Yanni. I don't want to give over. Because the Nico's open too. You give over Nocturne, Nico, Orianna. That sounds horrendous. We're just going to dodge draft because we don't actually know. Might be an issue. I hope it's Orianna. I know we get some time in to talk about it. I think Orianna is the far superior side of the duo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe JDG are happy to take something into the Orianna that roams. Like maybe an Annie. That sounds like a terrible lane. Maybe a TF. Sounds like a terrible lane to me. Sounds like Honkyu not getting ahead, which is what I want for this game.
Just waiting to see what happened with draft. And one of the coaches raising their hand. We have a problem. What's your problem? I forgot to ban Nocturne or Orianna. Can we get a do-over, please?
We thought they would ban one of them, and now we don't know which one to first pick.
That's not legal. They didn't ban them. What do you mean?
Like, guys, they banned Orianna every game this series. Why are they not banning it? What's going on? We stopped banning it, and then they didn't do it. I'm sure that there was an issue with one of the bans being incorrect. Maybe someone couldn't pick something, so the game had to be crashed. I'm sure we'll get back in, hopefully soon enough. But I want to talk about... I don't know if you have an opinion about this, but you're going to have to come up with one if you don't. What do you think about lock into Orianna? I feel like it might be a very similar situation as Akali. I think Akali's still better, but a similar vibe.
I think it requires a lot of ability. Like, you need to have the ability to outplay an Orianna QW, right? Because if you're going to play melee into Orianna, you always have to be very careful about that. The fact that you can just get hit with a QW and take a bunch of damage. The reason why the Akali ends up working out a lot better is because you can put down the Shroud, because Orianna's auto attacks hurt. The Clockwork windup that stacks up does a lot of damage, and Locke doesn't have the ability to mitigate that damage through the Shroud. Now, he does have the ability to do it through his Gray health, but then you're burning an ability to just get back health that you lost as opposed to just not taking damage in the first place and allowing you to farm safer. You don't get that opportunity, so I would be a little worried about that. I think it would be a very difficult laning phase to deal with. However, you would have plenty of open opportunities to kill the Orianna once you get to level 6.
Yep. Other options, I mean, could be some range. Hui, Victor's out, which is one of the premier options right now.
We're back.
So it's a change up. I believe the Rise is banned, or was that...
I actually
don't remember if Rise was banned.
I honestly do not remember, J-Beta.
Well, it doesn't matter because Orianna and Nocturne is still up.
We started making jokes about how Nocturne and Ori weren't banned, and guess what? They're still not banned.
Still not banned. And we're still taking as long as we possibly can to talk about which one we're picking and why.
Another do-over.
If it's not either of those two, I'm really unhappy. There is no reason to not go one or the other. We've run out of time again.
Oh my god. What is going on? All right, remember these bans. What is going on, guys?
I've been playing some rank 5s. It's not this hard. It's not this hard to just ban and pick.
It really, listen,
we
play with the casters, hard stuck caster low. We got games on Thursday. It's not that hard. Sometimes we have to tell some of our members to shut up very loudly and very rudely, but we get our picks and bans in on time.
See, that's me right here. Shut up. Pick Orianna now. Do it. I assume that there is a genuine issue, but the problem is that every time this happens, you get more time to talk. Not now, but when the draft starts back up, you get more time to talk about your draft. This is not, it's not supposed to work this way. You're not supposed to have 2 pauses.
JDG just taking as much extra time as they can to be like, guys, we really don't want to lose a 5th series. We know we just lost this last game. They're kicking the can down the road so they can kind of de-tilt after losing that last game, you know, kind of put it out of their mind. They actually, what they're doing, Jay Beto, is they want enough time to pass so it feels like they're playing a best of 2 where they went 1-1 and then a best of 1 afterward, right?
I see. So they drew But in a best of two, wouldn't the person who won the first game win the series, and then you just you get to two.
I guess you don't remember when the LEC had ties.
No, I don't. But what I do know about best of threes is that
out there.
In Australia, we've got this thing called State of Origin. I do not watch because I'm not into NRL, which is like Australian. It's not Australian football. That's a different sport, but it's like Australian football. And it is, yeah, it's like rugby. Rugby is rugby union for us. Rugby league is a different thing. But anyway, I guess it's
I'm a
strange.
Sports guy. I understand.
Either way, State of Origin is between two states, New South Wales and Queensland. The Blues, which is New South Wales, which is the better team, and Queensland, which is the Maroons, which is the far worse team, and you should never support them. But if it's a best of three, but if one team wins two, they still play the third. I feel like that is the most uninteresting game you possibly could have. I know that there's other things that do that, but like it's such a random gamble to be like, okay, well if it goes game three is awesome, but if it goes game three and the series is already over, it is the most boring match possible. I don't know. It always shocked me. Ever since I was a kid, I never understood why they did that.
I've always thought about what if we did that for League, right? What if we started putting like heavier weight on like individual win-loss in games rather than series? You know, I kind of have like rose-colored glasses for the time that like LCS played like 1 million games, or when like Cloud9 went like 25-3 in the regular season or something like that. And I miss that they played like so many games, but it does feel like the third game of a best of three where one team is up 2-0 would be an absolute snooze fest. Like I feel like a lot of the fans would just be like, "All right, dude, you guys can have that." If you're a fan of the winning team, you're like, "Hell yeah, 3-0 these guys."
Yeah,
but you get no real benefit to that other than just playing an extra game for the sake of playing an extra game.
I guess they have to like pay for the arena, maybe, but I know that they sell tickets instantly. So if you're buying tickets to game 3, you are really taking a risk, because it could either be the worst game or the best, like the least important or the most important game. Imagine if we did that for Worlds. Imagine best of 5 Worlds finals, one team 3-0s, then you have to sit there for 2 more games.
Well, we wouldn't have that.
Bands are the same.
We have the same. Yeah.
Pick something.
Clearly, so either there's an issue with picking the champion.
Thank you.
Or a team has tried to claim that they messed up on their bans and something happened and it was denied. Regardless, it's Orianna the lock-in for JDG. Now, I know you said you want to see the response be Nocturne and Nico. Do you think that we will get the Nico? Because I think we'll definitely get the Nocturne.
I think Nico can come on 3. Doesn't have to be here. I think you can go towards something, like a Syndra that's been left up all series so far. This is a flex as well. Lee Sin instantly locked in. I guess both teams have had a long time to think about what pick they're going to play. Syndra makes a ton of sense. JDG been banning it the entire series so far. They let up a ban so they can ban things like the Poppy, which sets up for the Lee Sin because they knew they weren't going to get Nocturne. This answers some of the early pressure that the Nocturne can provide, and it's still a great combo with Orianna. Another champion that does both of those things, early pressure and combo with Orianna, is this Camille support that's been rising up and dominating the meta.
It has been one of Vampire's worst champions. He is winless on it. He has not performed particularly well on it, but they are going to give it to him. They're going to put the ball in his hands figuratively and potentially literally in this game. Not the worst ball carrier, as well as Lee Sin. Over on the other side, it will not be a Nico. It will be a Leona. So a champion that doesn't get taken advantage of in a Camille lane can also have some solid roaming and just in general bring a little bit of beef to the team composition.
Yeah, I don't mind it as well because not similarly in any similar way to Nico, but when the lights get turned off, you're dumping a Leona ult on someone's head. It's still very difficult to see who's getting stunned, where the ult's coming from, where the Leona is coming from. It does work, right? I think that JDG, however, have the far superior draft in the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yes.
They need to run LGD down, because if they don't, they will lose the game. I don't see a world in which later on you are winning against this, because the Syndra will deny every engage. I always think back to, I think it was Demacia, it might have been the very beginning of this year in the LPL. I think it was Rookie playing a game on Syndra against, I believe it was Hongyu on Azir, and it was so much dive, and every time Rookie was just hitting the Scout of the Week so perfectly and denying all the engage.
Well, this early game will be difficult for LGD, mostly because you need to have some more winning lanes here. And so far, we're waiting on what the bot lanes could be. There's still potential for that Syndra to go bot lane, but I think you might find it a little bit harder to get a champion that's going to either go even into Ori or get push on her. We see the Ambessa lock in here, so we're looking for more single target pick like we have with the rest of the comp. It's also a good takeaway from Xiaoshu, who has been a pretty good Ambessa, but also happens to be a good ball carrier. So really well drafted there by LGD on their 4th pick.
I think that means you're assuming that this is a Syndra bot 100%, but I think it very likely could be Syndra mid against the Orianna.
I think so too.
Because otherwise, again, like you mentioned, not a ton you can actually play here. So there's a lot of dive. There is a lot of dive, a lot of threat on the backline. The problem with that, the lights get turned out, Scout of the Week is there. Here's the Kai'Sa. Here's the Gala Kai'Sa. If Xiaoya picks a mage, it's really hard for Kai'Sa to do anything in lane. He might just actually go towards the Xayah, which is a bit more of an all-in fighter. Zeri the same, Sivir the same. Seems like the ideas right now are more towards the AD carry side. This isn't bad for the bunker. The Sivir, I'm not a fan of the Varus, however. I think the Sivir is the best choice, like you mentioned. Xayah's not too bad. Gonna be the Xayah. Helps against the dive with the ult. But this is a time where I think JDG's draft is excellent as long as they get off to a good start. Kai'Sa and Jax can help them through the late game with Orianna damage. We need to see Vampire Junja linking up with Hongyu, because this is one of the most scary early game jungle support combos I could possibly think of. If I'm any other player, any other champion, Lee Sin Camille sounds like the worst two to see invading you I could have possibly thought of.
Yeah, I am hitting the panic button and trying to flash out of there. And I love that JDG rounds out their draft by giving Kai'Sa over to the Pentakill Prince Gala, a champion that he has been so good on, is going to be back in his wheelhouse. Meta be damned. If LGD can weather the early going, this will be a problem for JDG. But Hung, he's going to have to hang in there, because I know that JDG is going to disrupt him and try to keep him off hitting level 6. But if he can hit level 6 without a hitch, and LGD are the first ones to make a play, I am very concerned with what JDG's doing.
Yep, going to be a scary early game for LGD, but like you said, if they can weather the storm, they have a lot of late game damage, Yanni, a lot of backline as well with the Xayah, with the Syndra, with this Leona. A really nice bunker comp that has the ability to go forwards too with the Nocturne and the Ambessa.
All right, Jay Beto and fans, the final game of the first best of 3 of the day between JDG and LGD. We're hitting the rift. There we go. We got a lively crowd now, Jay
Warms my
Beto.
heart.
Very, very lively. Jay Beto, LGD has not beaten JDG in a best of 3 since summer of 2021. Over 5 years ago, they have an opportunity to change their fate here. Gala, down to half HP. Xiaoya, already forced to flash away and not really able to get too much damage back on the Vampire, with Camille's shield negating that damage.
All right. A tense start to a tense series already. Vampire on this Camille with the Hail of Blades doesn't end up using the Ignite, but Xiaoya no flash. There's the
They have to
exhaust
burn the
use as
exhaust
well.
on the vampire. He's getting taken pretty low, and Gala's
Lee
down
Sin's
to
coming.
half two.
This is a 3 camps into either invade or dive start from Junja. He's pathing down, but he might get spotted on this ward. I don't think that JDG know. This is going to be massive for the game.
They have invade pressure. All right, so it looks like Junja is going to start heading onto the camps here, onto that Gromp. Tongyuan doing whatever he can to keep Hongq away, taking him low. Hongq with a little bit of healing as he digged to level 3 down to the bot lane, and it's going to be first blood for Junja.
It's a disaster start for LGD. Walking over the ward, but Hung can't get down in time. So he skipped his entire bot quadrant, and for what? For nothing. He didn't save the gank. He didn't get a kill. Junja's off to a good start now, can go back topside, and he's even clear despite the start. Tongyuan flashes in onto Hongq. Can't get the kill. Hongq levels up just as the flash comes through. So now no flash on an immobile Syndra. JDG have their best start to this series so far.
Yeah, Gala's already up near 400 gold. Junja's up over 300. And I just wonder, what if Tongyuan decided, I'm going to head to the bot side, and I'm going to move there first, and maybe they're able to prevent this dive from going off right away, because again, as you mentioned, they had the vision. You take a look at the replay, it's just as simple as hitting level 2 and hitting the go button.
Yep. Xiaoya still level 1. The exhaust was used, the flash was used already. Such great play in the lane in the early game for JDG. And this doesn't break open the game by any means. JDG need to continue this pace at an absolute pace. They're losing their Raptors for a Krugs invade. That should go towards Junja, but he might be looking for a gank in topside first.
All right, Brittle's going to be the look. The counter-strike is going to land
That's
the
flash.
stun. Here comes Junja as well. Brittle still holding this flash for the moment. Gets slowed up, tagged with a Q. He might just be able to walk it out, and he does. Very shrewd move there by the LGD top lane.
And now, Hung in the top side to defend his camps. Junja knows that the Krugs are up, but he can't go for them. So he's going to be down some CS. That gold lead slowly closing up in the jungle already. Junja makes a gamble, gives over his Raptors for an invade, for a gank and an invade that doesn't work. But now he's back at the Raptors looking for an invade. Against Nocturne, pretty tough.
Yeah, Nocturne does this camp incredibly well. It will reset. Junja still wants to poke his head back in there, but this time we're going to see pings go down onto the Krugs. Hung is going to drop the Krugs. I'm just going to take them in. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, a recall happened. Xiaoya stuck under the turret, and it is just far too easy. Gala gets his first of the game.
Yep, Junja's going to suffer, sure. But you can see JDG, it's just a bait. Junja looks for it, and if given the opportunity, he will do it. But Crisp is forced to come up because of the prio that Hongq and Junja are generating. So this leaves a Xayah by herself against Kai'Sa Camille. Very aggressive bot lane, and you can see how much damage they do to Xiaoya. 1k lead for Gala on one of his best champions of all time.
We've been waiting for Gala to be able to shine on his traditional picks. I like that when the chips are down, JDG say, this is what we're going with. We are going to go down swinging our way. I think more teams need to do that and play that sort of style. And so far, they are being rewarded, Jay Beto. Stragon is up. It's been up for a little bit. Nobody really taking a look at it, turning their noses up at it. And why would you if you're JDG with the kind of lead that you've built so far?
Yeah, a lot of gold on the map right now in terms of just the kills given over to JDG. First blood and second blood. You can also see the difference in the CS for bot lane has resulted in almost a full level lead. In fact, it might even be more than that as Gala collects this way very close to over a full level. But not only that, the gold. Not only that, the cull stacks. When Gala finishes this, he's 30 in front. He's going to have that extra gold for an item spike way sooner. He will be at Kraken Slayer, while Xiaoya has a couple of long swords. Any fight will be terrifying for LGD.
Shockwave, it's still
Oh,
caught
no.
Tangyuan, and despite the flash, he's still alive. Hong on the backside takes out Vampire. It's a 1-for-1 for now, but Hong is going to look to chase down Hongq, unable to do so. So the first paranoia is defensive and only results in a 1-for-1.
Still a good pickup here for Hong. Hongq doing a good amount of damage, catching Tangyuan's flash. That's the most important part of this kill. Junja can come back and look for another gank with Vampire. Try to get some more leverage for Hongq in this lane. He hasn't really built up that big of a lead for himself as the popping execution goes wide. Really feeling those nerfs still. No one has really adjusted to them. Definitely doesn't feel too good, but JDG simply need to play around Gala throughout this early game with this 1k lead and so much there's so much CC to proc Kai'Sa passive or to add stacks to. Gala has a tough game in terms of the range against the Syndra, against the Leona, sure, but it's such a great comp to play Kai'Sa in.
We've seen JDG have these leads before and be unable to close out the games. Think of their series against Top Esports recently. Jinja hopping over the wall with the kick, and Bartle goes down to the auto attack from Xiaoshu. JDG up 4 kills to 1.
Yeah, this is what we need to see from JDG with this comp. Early domination, and that's what they've shown so far. Vampire on these roams, finding success. Junja on these roams and ganks, finding success. And they have done so. Only have dropped 1 death, and it's Vampire in that mid lane. They're up 4 kills, and all of them spread out among pretty decent champions to get leads. They will lose this dragon, but getting some grubs on Jax is really nice. Should be able to really start to do damage in the side lane when he gets these items online against Bertle. But I am really scared for LGD when this Kraken Slayer gets picked up by Gala. He's going to be significantly ahead of Xiaoya, who does have the BF sword, so that is a good pickup. Means that he's probably going towards the Yuntal and a much better first item than the Essence Reaver start. But still, Gala will be here so much quicker.
Hong's paranoia is now off cooldown, so we're looking for the second one to make an impact. If you're a fan of LGD, remember, it's a team that we think if they can weather the storm, they have options and chances in this game. But with the leads that have already been taken by JDG, it is going to be a tough mountain to climb. Hong on the recall is going to start walking toward that top side of the map, so it might be the next spot that we see a paranoia go down.
But you paranoia into what? Jax stun? Maybe that gets spell shielded. He jumps away. He has flash. Into the shockwave. Hongq also has flash. There's no way of forcing that unless Crisp roams. If Crisp roams, Xiaoya gets dove. Are you going to gank the Kai'Sa and the Camille? Well, you just die if you do that. Gala has cleanse and flash and enough damage to kill you. Yes, you do have the first item spike here for Hung, the experimental hex plate. But I think that anywhere you go as Hung right now, you are losing the play unless you overwhelm with numbers. And right now, that's a risky gambit to make. Leaving someone like Xiaoya here alone in the 1v1, he will be losing it. He was going to go down a lot of CS, and at any time, a dive could be coming.
He swept out some wards earlier, or he turned a sweeper on, but didn't catch any wards. And JDG have had full information of where the LGG jungler is. Vampire walking up to this top side here after a teleport in from Xiaoshu. Going to look to shove this wave in. They're going to look to make the dive happen onto Bertle because they know that Hung is no longer on the top side of the map. Hongq going to put the ball on Vampire. The good ball carrying work will get the job done. It is Xiaoshu getting a second kill, up over 1,000 gold, and LGD have yet to respond. The opportunity might be here. The blast cone, it's Hung over the wall to kick away, but it's the solar eclipse combo with a flash over the wall, and Junja will not survive. It's Hung picking up his second.
There is an answer, but I do still want to talk about the macro decisions from JDG there. Going for 2 dives at once, one in top, one in bot. As soon as Junja is on that control ward, he knows the LGD are going to drop everything to cover for their AD carry. And then immediately, JDG retreat in the bot side. But they're in top now with Honkyu and Vampire diving this Mbessa, putting her further behind. Unfortunately, Junja gets caught and it kind of ruins the beauty of the play. But still, there's the Cull finish for Gala. He has the Kraken Slayer finished as well. LGD cannot fight him at all. He's up 1.8k. He's up so much CS. Xiaoshu's going to get spotted on this ward, but I don't think that's going to stop it from happening, this dive.
And Gala had just completed his 80 carry quest too, so he is a lot of money in the bank right now.
He's
that
pretty
waiting
rich.
to cash in on. He's going to cash in on a couple more plates, and Xiaoshu's going to help out with those triple grubs. It might even be worth the death of Vampire here. It's going to be Hung picking up his 3rd kill of the game, but it's Xiaoshu and Gala with their pockets up 2k on their lane opponents each.
Yeah, definitely an overstep there for Vampire, giving Hung the kill. I will probably agree with you and say that it is worth just because of the magnitude of the sheer gold lead that Xiaoshu and Gala have together. And I do think that it is still really difficult for Hung to go in anywhere on a side lane. Typically on Nocturne, you want to be going in on a side lane and ulting and making these plays at this part and future parts of the game. But anywhere you go, you're probably dying or at least not getting a kill. Gala
Unleashed power
dies in mid.
There you go, Tongyuan, and now we're going to try to make a play on the top side. These chain lace crushers are going to reduce the CC, but that's not going to matter when you're publicly executed. It is a 4th kill for Hung, and LGD have knotted up the kill feed.
Yeah, okay, well, you can kill Honkyu, there is that, but I have no idea what Gala is doing, walking up and dying to Syndra in mid. He has no reason to do that at all. Has flash up too, doesn't need to get hit by anything and still does and dies. Huge mistake from JDG here. They lose 2 crucial members and it won't... I guess he's caught out of vision. Cleanse it. Like, don't be so greedy with your summoner spells. That's a cleanse. You need to cleanse that and walk away. There's no excuse.
Well, it's holding in the back pocket for this next fight, Jay Beto. So Gala still having both summoners up. Should be a favorable fight for JDG. LGD trying to poke their heads in on the second dragon. Doesn't really look like they'll get an opportunity to do so. So JDG will be able to take their first dragon of the game, 2nd overall. Flash for Vampire doesn't quite land, and the spell shield on the Hung means that he should survive, but Gala is going to force out his flash with a killer instinct.
I think that's fine for LGD. I think it's a really smart idea to give the dragon, like you mentioned, Gala didn't use his summoners, but he did lose 700 gold of his lead, right? Which is massive when Xiaoya didn't get the kill. So let's not fight the dragon. We've already got 1. We're giving over 1 Chemtech Drake to JDG. Then the Orianna ult gets spell shielded by Nocturne. Well timed by Hung. The flash shot from Gala was way too far for his team, and Gala ult can't get the kill. LGD, I think, are pretty happy with that play. They lose the dragon, sure, but it doesn't particularly matter a whole lot. And now JDG are left kind of scratching their heads. They've got this gold lead. They have this early game dominance in a comp, but they can't use it.
Only about 1,000 gold lead now. Herald going to be started up as Hong looking to link up with Bertle, who's down to about half HP as Honkyu trying to shove him off, but Honkyu doesn't have a whole lot of mana. Blue buff is going to be secured here by Junja. Gala and Vampire are going to try to walk in as Christmas marked. Teleport in the middle of everything is going to land. Here's the Jax. The lights are out. He's trying to get back onto this back line. They flash away from him, and they're trying to turn onto him, but Xiaoshu is forced to flash away. This is going to make sure the Herald goes over to JDG. Good scatter of the weak, trying to keep JDG at arm's length. Crisp trying to hold the front line. He gets kicked away. They go in on the Hung. The shockwave doesn't quite land. Bertle gets the kill, and here could be the turn for LGD as Bertle's still alive. Crisp is low. The flash forward. Honkyu gets the kill. He gets stunned up. It's a double kill for him, but there's a lot of damage coming out from the carries, but Xiaoya is the one who goes down. It's a Honkyu triple kill, and JDG managed to win the fight.
And after all that, nobody picked up the Herald. It was just about the fight the entire time. JDG get there, yes, but we'll take a look at something after this replay. First, let's talk about this replay. So Xiaoya wants to be running backwards, so does Tangyuan. watch how much of this fight they are spent running backwards. It is a perfect fight for LGD. Running backwards the entire time, layering in damage. Yes, this looks like a good fight for JDG, but I don't believe it is, because you're not actually winning it. You're going even in a fight that you should be winning at this point in the game. Hongyu with the triple kill looks great. Gala has to cleanse to get in more damage. Yes, you do get some kills, but it ends up being, what, a 4 for 3? Look at the 80 carry gold lead right now. That absolutely was not worth it.
Yeah, Xiaoya able to pull it back. The good news for JDG is they did increase their lead. It's back near 2,000, but the proper member of LGD, Xiaoya, has got a huge injection back into the game. Bertle's still down quite a bit, but not as bad as it once was. And if you are a JDG fan, there's got to be a lot of nervous stomachs in that stadium right now. We've seen this team get a huge lead early and fall apart. We saw it at the last game of last week, and it could be happening here again in the first game of week 3.
Yeah, Gala's got Rage Blade, but if Xiaoya has Infinity Edge here, I think that's a better spike. I think Gala needs 3 items to really come online. Xiaoya gets his base cancel, that's nice. 1 minute until this dragon, but I think LGD are happy to give this.
Yeah, no worries there. Here we go. Nocturne ultimate down. That should just be enough to get the job done. Hongyu goes down. It's Hung getting another kill. This Vampire's going to fly out of there. Junji going to be able to ward hop over the wall. And it is another quick pick for LGD. Hung is going crazy this game. 5-1.
Yeah. Hongyu hasn't really been able to use his ult with his team that well. -1, unfortunate Tang Yuan. But now, I really like this JDG draft. I think it's great, especially with the big leads that they had, but they've thrown it all away multiple times in fights that you're trading, and you don't want to be doing that from ahead when you're giving over shutdowns and big amounts of gold over to champions like Xayah. It's even. It is 300 gold. Xayah has Infinity Edge. This fight is anyone's. LGD can very easily walk in with this Leona that will absolutely demolish Camille in the late game and take this fight.
LGD poking their heads in as the dragon is up. Baron going to be up in 40 seconds, which means an explosive one-sided fight. Means the game could spill out of control if it happens past the 20-minute mark. Just trying to do what they can to sweep out a lot of these wards. A couple of them down as the dragon's been started up by JDG. Hongyu can drop the ball over the wall just to see where the rest of LGD is. Teleport's going to be coming in from Bertle on the backside. Meanwhile, it's going to be answered by Xiaoshu into the pit. Dragon secured by Gala. There's a scatter of the week, and that means a shockwave is down immediately. LGD turn around. They know the cooldowns are there. Xiaoshu's got a big shield. Crypt's getting very low. He's forced to flash away. Lights are out. Hung ready to pick his spot, and he finds it onto Xiaoshu, but Xiaoshu's still alive, will finally go down as Bertle's in the backside, slicing everybody up. Xiaoya lives, but so do the rest of JDG. Tang Yuan getting tagged as Hung is very low, but Xiaoya wants this fight, drops the ultimate down, but he can't kill Hongyu. Gala with the cleanse, Gala with the plays, Gala's low, but Gala lives.
JDG win that fight out of pure mechanics. They win the smite fight. I believe it was Gala who got the kill. Must have been with passive proc. LGD juggled the aggro so well. Crisp in, then Hung in. Then Mbessa ult over the top. But they want to be walking backwards so badly. With this Syndra, let's have a look. Wow, that is so close. Didn't even see the number it went down to. Beautiful cancel from Tang Yuan. This is what I was talking about with the Syndra. Can deny so much of the engage. Chris goes in. Now he's out. Hung goes in now to punish the flash here from Xiaoshu. Then Hung flashes out. Then Mbessa goes in. It's a beautiful dance here by LGD.
Picture.
There is a Baron in live.
Yeah, and this is getting ripped down. 6,000 and dropping. Hung does not have his ultimate. It's up in 5 seconds, and they cannot get in there. Can LGD? It's going to be JDG securing that Baron and walking away.
That is a T1 Baron if I've ever seen one. And he walks in, contests it. So much damage with Kai'Sa. Gets the Baron. They have the lead in Dragons, the lead in Gold, and now they have the Baron to continue both of those through. Baron nearly meets up with the Dragon spawn too. So they'll have prio, or they should have prio, throughout most of the time. Right now they don't. It's 5 members strong in the mid lane, but they won't even be able to take down the mid lane tower. The side lanes are falling apart here for LGD a little bit. Pushing in these Baron minions. Chipping down these towers, and now JDG in control of the map.
Yeah, it looked like LGD thought that mid turret was going to go down with just that auto attack. Was not enough. Would have been a good way to claw back a little bit of gold. But this means for the next 2 minutes, LGD should be pinned down by the might of these Baron up minions, as JDG looking to just rotate around properly as 3 members with Orianna and Kai'Sa and Lee Sin and just shove in waves, knock down some turrets. Xiaoshu went in, does force the flash out of Burke.
Vampire's here.
Vampire looking to go in. The shockwave connects. Xiaoya drops the ultimate down and turns it around on a Vampire. So JDG denied a kill.
And they try with the combo again, but there's just not enough damage with this build from Honkyu. He has Blackfire Torch, Rocket Belt. He has a lot of ability, haste, and utility, but he doesn't have the one-shot potential yet with this build. That might have just completely thwarted the entire Baron. They've got a minute left, and on this hero play, getting the Baron, they can't get a single kill. They can't even get a mid-tier 1 tower.
Xiaoya might be down a half an item, but he does have that Infinity Edge. It looks like he's taking a recall to maybe equalize that. Mid turret going down. LGD trying to make sure this Baron has very little value for JDG. It's about a 1,200 positive gold Baron power play. 30 seconds until this Baron falls. Xiaoya has gotten that 3rd item. 5-4-4. A really wonderful comeback from a guy who, when the lights have shined brightest, he has been able to make plays. Crisp may have gone a little bit too deep. His ultimate did not connect, and they cannot save the support.
Okay.
So a little trigger happy, and he'll go down. Xiaoya, taken below half HP, forces that exhaust out, and JDG back on the offensive.
5 seconds on this Baron, though. This is the last thing they'll be able to get. Positions around the Dragon is the most important thing that JDG are looking for right now. This gold is nice. It gets Gala back to about a 1.3, maybe 1.4k lead, but they won't be able to push in any more towers. Dragon, sole point for JDG in 10 seconds, making a play on Bertol.
All right, they're going to attack him, public execution, not going to land anywhere. He can't get out of the shockwave either. And JDG find another critical pick, and that means the Dragon is theirs for sure. It's sole point and a 4,500 gold lead.
Crisp going in there, not finding the ult onto Vampire, and then the Zenith Blade still hitting, going too deep, costs them so much. You see Gala hits W and then immediately uses the Killer Instinct on the Xiaoya in the backline to try to do as much damage as possible and push the Xayah out. That's not possible if Crisp is alive, because the second that happens, Gala's going to get hit with every CC known to man, and he's going to die. He might cleanse, but then he's hit by another CC. Leona just has so much in tow. The Nocturne ult could have been after that as well, Tang Yuan. But as soon as Crisp dies, there's nothing stopping Gala from going in once he hits that W. They lose the tower. They lose a lot of Xiaoya's health bar. Then the dive gets played onto Bertol, and they lose the Dragon. All happening after Crisp just goes in a little bit too deep and dies.
You mentioned it's not possible if Crisp doesn't go in. As hang on, we have a member going golden here. It's Xiaohu who's trying to flash away, but they're really trying to run him down, and they will. It's Xiaohu getting credit for the kill. Vampire might be the next target, and LGD are unable to continue their push.
Still back and forth. Remember, a lot of CC in frontline from this Leona. She provides so much to this comp at protecting Xayah and allowing her team to go in. Catching that Xiaoshu in the side lane is very nice. He's got a big lead, and taking that out of the game for another 30 seconds is nice. Xiaoya continues to manage to even up the gold. Whenever Gala gets something, Xiaoya is getting something back. He's never too far behind in terms of gold. Once this Xayah gets to a point, I think it's 4 items. Maybe the GA after this, I assume LDR is important as well. Like, important enough to talk about. But once the LDR, that's all the damage that's necessary. Really nice knockback from Tong Yuan. The ult is beautiful, but Crisp being alive here and just zoning away. Look at Vampire, he can't go in. Solar Flash splits up the fight. And then again, Crisp is here. Kick from Junja saves Vampire's life. The Leona answer to this Camille, the later the game goes, is proving to be a really big issue for JDG to deal with.
I shudder to think of how the game would have changed if Junja's kick is not as good, if it does not hit multiple members. Because I think LGD are able to continue the fight from there, and maybe, just maybe, they're able to really take control of this game. Instead, JDG still having their 4,500 gold lead. An unsteady one if you have been watching JDG lately. A team that has struggled to close out games with the leads that they have. We might be seeing it repeat again here. Cresting toward the 28-minute mark. Baron is up. 2 minutes until a potential Infernal Soul for JDG. LDG, or LGD, are going to eventually have to make a move. We do have a last whisper on Xiaoya.
We do. But Gala's got all 3 abilities upgraded. He wanted to go towards the Terminus before the Nashes, so delaying that spike a little bit, but now he has it up 1.5k. But like you said, if Xiaoya can get to LDR before this dragon spawns, he's dead even. The extra damage from Gala, pardon me, isn't going to matter a ton. Honkyu's ult needs to go massive. Xiaoshu needs to go huge in the backline, and the problem is that Tong Yuan, despite not having the same gold as Honkyu does, the Scout of the Week provides so much against the comp that JDG has.
Xiaoshu on the split push right now. He's going to be able to take out bot tier 2. As LGD are going to have to back off. Baron has been started. Ward put over the wall. Junja going to clear out this pink. Right now, LGD are holding. They have sent Bartle to go answer. And JDG will back off.
Yep. Pull LGD to the top side. Now use their reset to hopefully get vision around this Baron. Remember, they do still have a significant gold lead. Gala and Xiaoshu are very, very strong. Honkyu still doesn't have massive amounts of AP. He won't be absolutely one-shotting someone with Shockwave yet, but the pull back in the CC is enough to do meaningful damage to LGD. Contesting on this mid wave, both teams fighting for priority of the river. Gala
getting slowed up. Balls on him, well protected. Scout of the Week keeps Junja away. Bertle wants to get into that banana brush, but good ball control here from Honkyu, trying to chunk out the front line of LGD. As the Dragon has been started, 90% crit for Xiaoya. That 10% could make all the difference in this fight. 5,000, 4,000, getting lower as Hung wants to turn off the lights soon. Vampire coming in from the side, lights are out. Kick on Crisp is out. Are we getting a re-engage? No!
They got it.
An Infernal Soul secured. And look at Xiaoshu. Oh no, Crisp takes him down. Xiaoya gets flashed off by Junja and goes down the shockwave. Not gonna land, but it will not matter. JDG still 5 members strong. Honkyu wants to put the game away, and he takes out Tong Yuan. And they're gonna flash onto Hung, and he will drop 2. JDG, it was sloppy, it was gritty, but it is in the win column regardless. They will finish off Bartle, they will finish off LGD, and they will get back in the win column at 2 and 4.
Another tough win for JDG. LGD put up such a big fight at the end. It don't even matter because, like you said, it's in the win column and JDG will take that.
It's been 1,872 days since LGD won a best of 3 against JDG, and that number will sadly continue, Jay Beto, a series that they certainly could have won but they
Yep.
came up short in game 3, and a critical game 1 mistake is the reason why they're walking away 1-5.
LGD could have won all 3 of those games. That last fight, I mean, they put themselves into a really bad position to try to steal the dragon. When that doesn't happen, they try to retreat and then just run down by this Lee Sin, by Gala. So much damage coming out of them. I still think that there are significant issues that JDG need to deal with, but a win here is very important for the mental. Not being 1-5, not being like 6th place is important. JDG will start off a hopeful 3-0 week for them with this 2-1 victory over LGD.
I don't know if it's going to be a 3-0 week. After what I saw against LGD, they can certainly lose the Team WE on the back half of the week. JDG opened with the very first game of day 1 and the very last game of day 5. But in the middle, they have to play against EDG, which is a team that we'll see up next after we get through all the post-game festivities for the first series of the day. We don't even know what that team's going to look like, Jay Beto, with JJ coming in. We could have, he's back, the new old jungler, and, maybe this team gets a new direction, all of a sudden becomes a little scary. And maybe we're looking at JDG at 1-2, who knows?
Either way, regardless, JDG have shown that they need to tooth and nail fight through every series. On paper, this should be a 2-0 easy victory for JDG, but LGD putting up a really good fight here in this game. I could have won all 3 games if a couple of things had gone differently, if some team fights had gone a bit more LGD's way. JDG will get the win, but they're definitely not feeling good about this. They have a lot of work to do for the remainder of this split if they want to make it to that Split 3 playoffs and be in contention for the title.
A lot to like out of what they brought to the table today, but they're going to have to very quickly shake off this tough loss because tomorrow they're going to play against Thunder Talk. These two teams in LGD and Thunder Talk are going to be fighting for that 6th seed. Remember, that 6th seed automatically gets you into the playoffs. You skip the play-in. With how EDG could look, who knows? Maybe we're going to have a different conversation about that. But right now, we were thinking it's going to be Thunder Talk or LGD as one of those teams that's going to get out, and the other one's going to be in the bottom too. So you have to really lock in tomorrow, the first game of tomorrow's day, and take a win over a Thunder Talk team that you could absolutely beat if you were able to do this to JDG. Push them this far to the brink.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's a good thing for LGD to be able to get these games like this where you're not getting blown out. Very easy to look over and point out mistakes that they made in team fights and some moments where they were hesitant or overstepped and got overexcited. Again, if a couple of things in all 3 of these games were different, this could have been an LGD series, and they should be happy about that. It is upsetting for them, and I'm sure they're not happy about being 1-5 in Group Ascend, but there is still plenty of good to take from them in this series. Great team fights, some good laning. I think Hung had a good series. But you do need to work on these issues. I do want to talk about JDG, though. In terms of stability, I feel like Vampire is it. He's been very stable in this series so far. I think that the Alistair game he looked good in. I think in game 2, despite it being a little uncomfortable, didn't look terrible. And in this game, the Camille through the early game didn't look too bad. There was a couple overextensions, but dictated a lot of the early pace of JDG.
He was absolutely everywhere except for the top lane, but was really converting on a lot of these kills. I thought he had a really strong early game. It's just a matter of the team needs to be able to convert these early leads and make these games not close. Like, this game should not have been close with the start that JDG had, but for some reason, they go up 5-1 and they get all loosey-goosey. They do happy gaming, and sometimes, Jay Beto, when you do happy gaming, you get punched in the mouth and you have to lock back in. We've all had those games. You're playing with the boys. Things are going great. You inted in top lane. That's okay. You inted in mid lane. Gala. That's okay. Guys, this game is starting to get hard all of a sudden. That's exactly what happened in this last game. You take a look at the damage charts. Dueling 80 carries both of these guys, when you took a look at the numbers earlier, when we had this as our head-to-head, both of them struggling. They really came out to play in this third game. And unfortunately for Xiaoya, Gala was just a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that this graph is really impressive because the damages are all touching each other. Of course, Camilla's going to have a significant amount more than Leona. That's given. But if the gold lead was different, if it was more even, if LGD had the lead, could very easily see this going the other way because of how much damage LGD did manage to do with their limited gold. Side lane issue. Xiaoshu kind of gave Bird all the hands in this game, with help from Vampire, sure. But for the most part, I was impressed by Xiaoya in games 2 and 3. Don't need to talk about game 1. And I think that Tong Yuan had a good series. Hung had a good series. A couple of fights different, and LGD can win these games. JDG, obviously aware of that, need to be changing up some of these mistakes that they're throwing these leads, because that was not a clean game at all.
Not in the slightest. And I want to go back to what you just said about Bertle, right? Kind of got the hands in that last game. Bertle was a big reason why this team was so successful in Group Nirvana, a big reason why they managed to get into Ascend for Split 3. But one thing that I mentioned in the past is that now Bertle needs to hit another level. We need to see further growth from him if this LGD team wants to do better, wants to shoot for maybe winning a playoff series. And unfortunately for him in this series, we didn't really get to see that, especially in this last game when the chips were down. A couple of uncharacteristic mistakes from Crisp, a lot of timing issues, especially in this fight. Could have dropped down the Nocturnal a little bit sooner to prevent a lot of damage onto Crisp. Could have pulled the trigger a little bit sooner because I think Jax's Counter-Strike was still down. But by the time he went in, it came back up.
I do want to say that game 2 for Bertle was a game like that. He got 7 out of 8 votes for MVP. And while I'm not sure about 7 out of 8, I think he did have a really great performance on the Mundo. He looked great in lane. It was a great Mundo angle. And he played the champion super well. He did his role perfectly. It is there. But when you're picking a champion like Ambessa and getting demolished like this, it becomes very difficult for your team to win fights because you just don't really do any damage. I don't necessarily think that Bertle is the reason why LGD lost this game, not even close, but it really doesn't help when you go from, man, that Mundo performance was insane, MVP, to, okay, you're down 3,000 gold in the side lane and you don't really do any damage to the backline.
Certainly a tough one for LGD to swallow, Jay Beto. Let's talk MVPs. This game, I certainly think that you could give it over to Gala. I think that Vampire did a really excellent job in this one. Could also give it to Junja, who really had a good game. I'll even give credit to Xiaoshu, but I'm really thinking it's coming out of the bottom lane in this game.
Yeah, I don't think an MVP for the series for Gala, but definitely for this game would make a ton of sense for me, and he will be able to get it here.
This means he's going to get it for the series.
Is that how it works?
He got it in game 1. He was player of the game in game 1. Almost certainly is going to have it for the series.
I mean,
I would be surprised if he didn't. We talk about a guy like Vampire who played 3 really good games. Tong Yuan, who played 3 really good games. Gala played really 3 excellent games. We acknowledged that the Xerath game was not really his fault. He did his thing. He did all the damage that he had, that he could do. He landed his skill shots. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to have that sort of impact like he's had on 80 carries. But for the most part, the Corgi game and the Kaisa game were excellently played.
8 out of 8 Pog votes here for Gala.
I don't know if I'd give it 8. I'd give him 6.
So we're like ranking, we don't get a vote, but we're ranking like out of 8, how many would we give you? I like it. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It is an interesting discussion, and it's one I've had a couple of times on broadcast about what actually constitutes a player of the series. Is it just you got Pog in 2 games, but had a pretty unimpactful game 2? yeah, he didn't lose the game, but he didn't really contribute to it in any meaningful way at all. Wasn't really impressed with the Xerath. I think, like, if I would give a player of the series as to anything other, I think it would be Vampire. Of course, it is going to be Gala, like you mentioned. But I do want to shout out Vampire. I think he had a really good series.
Yeah.
I think played really well in game 1. Game 2, a bit tough. When enemy Draven gets cash out on your mid laner and is up 3,000 gold. You're on Nautilus. What can you do? And then game 3, I think, yeah, he overcentered a couple of times, but was instrumental in their pushing forwards. Talk about Gala, though. This Corki game was insane. Yeah, the Xerath was a little slow, but the Kai'Sa, I mean, it's Gala Kai'Sa, guys. He looks great on it.
Yep, and I'm glad that, as we mentioned earlier, JDG going back to what works for them, putting Gala on what he's good at, seeing how far you can get, even though the meta is hostile to some of these AD carries. He was still able to get the job done when JDG needed him the most. That's going to be it for myself and Jay Beto. But the good news for all of you LPL fans is we have one more series today. Edward Gaming versus Top Esports will be coming up next, covered by Foles and Grapes, right after this break.
Opening day of Week 3 continues here on LPL English. We have our second series of the day between Top Esports and Edward Gaming. Welcome everybody to the caster desk. Grapes and Fulls here with you. Fulls, here you're sounding a little bit better this time around. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, man. So we had to take the airplane ride, man, in the previous occasion, but we got ourselves in a new room here, man. All the boys clocked out. Samikin's gone, KD as well. No more Willie or Tails, man. So it's just me holding it down the fort at the Winthrop here, man. And we're just gonna be making some magic happen, doing our best on this LPL. And we got some of my favorite players lined up tonight, Grapes, man.
Got that new microphone set up for you as well, and lucky for you, we're covering one of your favorite teams in Edward Gaming, who certainly need a bit of a turnaround after what has been a very slow start to the season so far. Let's take a look at their roster as they try to avoid falling to 0-6 to kick off split number 3.
Oh boy!
You may notice here, Fulls, a little bit different of a look this time around, as a little trade was announced. JJ joining this Edward Gaming roster as Xiaohao moves over to Weibo, and that is going to be the big difference maker, hopefully, here for EDG.
Yeah, so I had some crazy takes going in the earlier splits of the LPL this season, and I was a big-time LNG fan because of this man here, Bulldog. He's one of my favorite players I ever seen, man. He's coming over here, playing into, you know, China and the LPL. It's just one of the coolest things ever. And I made this crazy statement. I said, Bulldog to Worlds. Bulldog to the World Finals, man. But the problem is, we got no way to get there until now. We got JJ. We got a World Finalist on his team. So he got someone to guide him straight there. And, yeah, I think he can totally make it happen now.
Yeah, Edward Gaming, we're a very exciting team to many people going into 2026. And they had looked good at certain stages in the various splits that they were participating in. But so far in Group Ascend, it has not been the same case. And this has been the story for Edward Gaming over the last few years. They've been able to perform well in some of the higher tier groups like Group Nirvana, Group Perseverance. But when you play up in Group Ascend, things had not looked so good for them. The last time that they were here was in 2024 in the overall LPL, and they finished 3-13. They then went to Group Nirvana, where they had remained over the last couple of seasons. We thought that things might have been turning around for them here going into Ascend, but they've only taken one total game so far to the 5 series that they have played in.
Yeah, it's not looking the prettiest here for EDG, who was able to sneak their way into this Group Ascend, but just kind of stuck here on the bottom side of the table. They really want to be able to start taking some games off of some of these teams to start proving that they can do a little more than what WE did last split, where they just kind of stick at the bottom of the table, don't win anything, and then show up at playoffs. I want to see them show up now, you know, and now that they've made this roster change with someone like JJ, who really has a lot of potential, I think my main man Lee Tae-young, the Bulldog, can really get this roster over the finish line and make some magic happen here in the LPL.
JJ will be a very important piece to try to fill in for the shoes of Xiaohao. Obviously, finishing top 3 with Weibo in Split 1, that roster has had their share of issues over the last couple of weeks, and so some changes were made down there. And looks like Coach Clearlove decided to donate JJ back over to Edward Gaming, who won a world championship with him back in 2021. It was crazy looking back at some of these old clips. This was 5 years ago at this point. JJ was just a little 19-year-old kid, the youngest player on this EDG roster, but he was stealing Dragons, Barons, left, right, and center, and helping his team all the way to the first LPL victory at Worlds since 2019, and the last one that we have seen from an LPL team at Worlds.
Yeah, I remember watching this back in the day, and this was a super stacked roster when you come back and looking at it now. You got Viper and Scout when Scout was in his prime. I mean, Viper's always been one of the best players in my opinion. So all these guys together, Mako, Flandre, these are some of the most highest tier stocks in the LPL as when it comes to names. So all these guys being on one team, it's no wonder that with JJ, he really was one of those star players. So
yep.
I think that this is a super huge equalizing factor coming into the series tonight up against, you know, the top esports.
Yeah, if JJ, of course, last year was brought onto a Fun Plus Phoenix team very late into the season to try to turn their season around. didn't really get all the way there, but now a little bit more runway this time on Edward Gaming to try to put some wins on the board before they head into the play-in series and eventually their hopeful road to Worlds. But let's take a look at who their first opponent will be with this new roster, and that is Top Esports here, Fulls. Another team that made a roster swap going into Split 3. Feng Yue out, Zhuo in. They looked inconsistent towards the start of the year, but they're coming off of a very important win, a dominant 2-0 over JDG, where it looked like they were finally starting to put pieces together.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, one of the most wildcard rosters in the entirety of the LPL right now, but one of the mainstay players who's able to drive this ship and get them across these finish lines is the JackeyLove down there in the bot lane. Just makes you wonder how things are looking now that he's got a new support in Zhuo instead of Feng Yue, right? So you want to see if he's able to be at his highest level of performance down there, getting the best laning phases he can, even though they haven't been laning together as a duo for as long. And then other than that, this roster is really good, coming off of a really uncomfortable MSI loss where they just kind of got reverse swept by G2 and then one tap by Team Secret Whales in a 3-0 fashion. So you'd imagine there's some kind of a vengeance they have coming into this series as we get to look at some of the stuff they've been able to get done here. Main man JackeyLove.
Again, yeah, this series against JDG was the one where we were finally like, okay, maybe now Top Esports is fully back. They're starting to get these pieces together once again. Still, you know, waiting to see what exactly they look like against the ALs and the BLGs, because that is really where they're going to make a lot of their money. Of course, they play against BLG here on Friday in Beijing, so getting a good ramp-up win against Edward Gaming would be very important for them. But taking a look at exactly who there is to focus on for this series, of course, we talked about JackeyLove, but the top laners also very important. Zoyan and ZDZ both have been very crucial to their team's success in the side lane, Fulls. They're very comfortable playing these carry champions, getting a lot of resources. The problem is sometimes when they fall behind, that is where their teams end up not finding success.
Yeah, well, I tell you, in this meta, top lane is actually in one of the most fascinating, volatile states it's ever been in. We're talking about sending supports up their level 1 just to ward those top lane brushes, man. Those 3 brushes in the top lane with these ranged champions. You got Vayne versus the Gnar or Tristana up there just to be able to get some auto attacks in. You got Olaf equalizing the playing field. You got Jace. You got people banning for topside as well to really make it hard to pick some of these matchups. So that's why the meta's kind of developed in some of the ways that it has, is to get these supports to be able to be on the map, to impact this top lane where we see champ pools like this. And so I'm really curious to see what it looks like in the top lane in these games we played today. Is it going to be 1v1, or are we going to have some assistance up there? You know, time will tell.
It's going to be very explosive up there, and whoever is able to get a big lead up in the top lane, I think is going to have a good chance to win this series. The one game that EDG has won was against Billy Gaming, and it was with ZDZ playing Vayne up there. So you're going to see things like the marksman, the explosive high damage picks up there if either team wants to have some level of success. Zoyan, of course, really on a bit of a heater as of late, and Top Esports in general on a heater. They've won their last 4 total games, 2 against LGD and then 2 against JDG. Edward Gaming looking to try to get some momentum back in their favor. Only 1 win out of the 5 total series that they have played so far. As we take a look in Beijing, our first look at this new look Edward Gaming roster. We'll see how JJ is able to implement himself into this team as we get the epic walkout here out of the Beijing arena.
Yeah, man. I mean, these are the guys, man. Come on.
It's Aura.
Come on.
It's so cool. I love how the doors open up for them. They're just ready to go. And look who is at the front. JJ, the former world champion,
there he is,
with
man.
EDG making his grand return. I mean, this is just so awesome to see. You know, talk about Rookie and the Shy going back to IG. This is a very similar story, right, in terms of a former world champion going back to the team that they got that world championship with. Obviously, our expectations right now are a little bit higher with IG versus EDG, but maybe JJ can get this team back on the right foot.
Yeah, you can tell that this is where he wanted to be, man. His heart was still with the EDG organization, And that is exactly why we have him coming out at the front tonight. And that is my story that I'm driving home tonight, Grapes. Now that he's back, this is the face of the franchise right here, man. Bulldog been waiting. He's like, where is my team, man? I'm Mr. Challenger every year of my life, waiting to have some allies to help me. Here he is, JJ the man.
Yeah, the fact that he immediately gets put into the captain spot shows exactly where this team wants to be, with EDG leading the charge with JJ. And they take a look at their opponents in top esports, looking better as of late, with Jackie Love, in my opinion, being one of the best players that we have currently playing in the league. It's going to be a really big story to see what top esports are able to do as we get closer to the end of our first round robin.
Yeah, this team is very dangerous, I would say. With Jackie Love at the forefront, him taking on that captain of the ship for this team, he is really able to get a lot done, and he's adapted well to the meta from what we've seen. He's not just been, one would imagine, at least for me, you think Jackie Love, you think traditional marksman, only picking the likes of even champs like Tristana or Kaisa, but no, he's really willing to do everything he can to be keeping up with the evolutions of League.
Yeah, I think aside from Viper, he's been the best mage bot lane player that we've had in the league as well. On top of course, his exceptional play on marksman. So being able to do both things, very important in this current meta. And we'll see exactly where the draft ends up. See two former world champions, fist bumping JJ and Jackie Love, our two captains for these two teams as we get ready to wrap up our first day in Beijing. I mean, each arena has their own flair, right, Foles? But this one just has a little bit of extra grandeur to it. It feels a little bigger. All the screens super wide, and it just feels like you're in a real high level environment when you're in the JDG arena.
Yeah, we were talking about this before the show and how incredible the LPL production is, what they really have going on here. Going across the country to these cities like Beijing or these cities like Shanghai and Xi'an, and they're doing such incredible cool things where each of these teams kind of has a home city and a home crowd and a huge fan base. And so this means a lot for a lot of these players, and this is an absolutely huge match tonight for EDG because, as we were saying, we need to see a win in that left column here. We need to see them getting something shown onto the board here, and if they can do something like that up against one of the more aggressive looking rosters here in top esports, that could really get them a lot of momentum for the rest of this season.
It would really be a statement if JJ comes in and instantly upsets a TES roster that just made it to MSI. But of course, that's not necessarily our full expectations. I know you're a little bit more hopeful for EDG's chances in this series.
I sure am.
I'm more leaning towards TES. I think that even though they have looked a little bit shaky with Zhuo integrating into this team, they just, I feel like, have the better players here on the day, particularly in the mid and bot lane. I feel like Jackie Love has integrated has accustomed himself much better to this current meta, and Cream is still looking very solid. Bulldog's gonna have to step it up, your guy, if EDG is gonna want a chance to win.
Now that you really mention it, hearing those two names beside each other, Cream and Bulldog, that sounds like one of the most fun to watch mid lane matchups, where I would almost specifically ask the observer, can we just look at the mid lane? If we got Cream versus Bulldog,
challenger mid laner, not biased at all, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, these two players are such heavy lane phase focused players from what I know and what I've seen. These two players, this is going to be some of the most peak lane phase performance, where just who's ever to get those better micro clicks or decisions on those moments is going to be able to take it here today in the momentum. And it's just, for me, a story of two roster changes with both of these teams. With Zhuo coming in, not being fully integrated into the team necessarily, being a bit more fresh, and now with JJ coming in to be the protagonist of the team. It's going to be really interesting to see which team is more ready and glued together as a coalition, as five.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably think it's TES just because they've had more time playing together, right? JJ, although he is familiar with EDG, not familiar with any of these players specifically on EDG, at least as
yeah.
of late, right? So perhaps going to be a little bit of growing pains as he tries to get his way into this roster. I will say I feel like JJ is a player that can take a lot of resources, be a little bit more of that carry jungle player if he wants. Feel like he got a lot of chances to do that over on Weibo with players like Elk and Xiaohu taking a lot of that for themselves. But in the games that he did get ahead and snowball, that is where I thought that Weibo really did look their best. And so maybe he'll be able to do that a little bit more here on this EDG roster, try to get his laners ahead while also making sure he has a more consistent table for himself.
Yeah, we didn't get the biggest chance to talk about Leave and Perukia, but this bot side for EDG is going to be really interesting going up against the Jackie Love and Zhuo. I think that Leave is really talented. Actually, a lot of my friends personally in the league scene are big Leave fans, believe it or not. We're into some of these more, you know, lesser known, I guess, Chinese AD carries. Like a lot of Western fans don't necessarily know about the likes of Leave or 1xN or Star, but me and my friends were big fans of these kind of guys. And I think Leave is really good. And I think that, you know, he is more popular than some of those other guys. And there's a reason for that. Leave has done a lot of damage in the LPL. He's had some really incredible games, some KDAs, some scores, some performances. And we just haven't seen that thus far in this season in the Group Ascend. It just seems like maybe EDG just started off on the wrong foot and they're up against a really difficult group. I mean, to think this Group Ascend LPL is some of the most hard competition out there when it comes to LoL esports right now. So they're up against the real titans of the title, and they just got to be able to do everything they can to keep up.
Yeah, of course, they haven't been able to keep up so far. Only one total game win. Looking to try to at least get one win in terms of game score. Maybe even a whole series against TES as we get ready for pick and ban of game number 1. Top Esports going to be opting for that first pick, while EDG will be over on blue side to start things off. Right now here, Foles, what's your favorite like B1 in the meta right now? What do you want to see Top Esports open up with?
Okay, so of course, the Orianna would be a standard answer, and Cassiopeia makes a lot of sense. I think the reason why they're going to ban that is because Bulldog himself is so good on the Cassiopeia. You don't just want to give Cream that to take it away for the Fearless. So that makes a lot of sense. It means that champs like Syndra and Victor are still open. This is kind of the big four from what we've come to find is Orianna, Cassiopeia, Syndra, Victor. We'll see if any of those get picked up because those last three, Cassiopeia, Syndra, Victor, have a lot of flexibility. And it's more than likely that those will show up on either of these comps. Same with the Ziggs and Camille. So we'll see who wants to go for some kind of magic damage if it's going to be any of those champions. And those will enable the likes of the Camille.
Well, it might just be a Vi early here for Tian, a champion that can get this TES jungler active around at the map early. That is something that, of course, Tian has really enjoyed doing as a part of this Top Esports roster since he has integrated back into the team at the start of split number 2. The response for Edward Gaming, see exactly where that lies. Lot of, rise overall this split for Bulldog, although you might not have been as high on this champion for this player.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Bulldog on his rise right now in this split of the LPL is 0-3 so far in the Group Ascend. He hasn't caught a game win on the rise, and he's looking to change that here tonight, which is a very interesting choice. I'm personally not the biggest fan. I do prefer the Syndra Victor. This opens up some exposure to even champs like Anivia, but that's just the thing is we're really looking to see what the supports are looking for down there. When they have Vi, that makes Shen one of the best champs in the whole game. And I'm not so sure if you want to pick that kind of champion already because Camille's not showing. So I would not be surprised at all to see TES slam Ziggs Camille. But maybe the meta is adapting in ways which we haven't recently seen. This would be a standard Ziggs Camille slam here, but they might have another idea that they could go well into Rise Ezreal here.
I mean, both those picks, definitely things that TS are comfortable utilizing. Camille and Vi being point and click CC onto the Ezreal on Leave's end could also be very beneficial. Maybe Top Esports just want to confirm a strong top side for themselves. They're going to lock in the Rumble for Zoyan and then probably look for a mid laner to counter the Rise for a Bulldog. Talked about things like the Anivia. Ahri is another answer that can really synergize well with the Vi.
I think if they lock this in here, this 3 as a response is actually really interesting because Rumble Vi is a really great combination. You're targeted by the Vi ult, and he just drops the equalizer on you, and you just take so much unavoidable damage. And so that's a great combo for Vi. And same goes with Ahri Vi. Ahri Vi is kind of like an Ashe Seraphine of the mid lane, where you just pick these two champs together and they become so much more powerful. So yeah, those three go really well together, and we'll see which direction EDG wants to go. I'll be very, very suspecting some bot side bans with all these picks coming in here. So we'll see if those Ziggs Camille I've been mentioning do get targeted, or if those just aren't a priority for these teams right now.
Yep, there's the Jarvan. I'd be very surprised to see the Camille not taken away here as we enter that second phase of bans. Right now, a lot of easy engage on EDG side and on TS's side. The mid jungle here for Tian and Cream, as well as having that Jarvan just ult anybody who gets in their way. Means that we are set up for a lot of explosive team fights once it comes down to it here in this game. Number 1, Lucian, first ban away here from JackeyLove. That has been a pick alongside the Milio. We've definitely seen him have some success on. We'll see where Top Esports want to focus now that ZDZ could potentially have a couple of his picks banned away.
You know, it makes perfect sense that they would ban the Lucian into the JackeyLove here, because Rumble hasn't seen as much prominence lately just because of all those mages being picked in the bot side. But Lucian has been considered to be one of the best AD champs still available. You pair him with the Nami or the Milio, especially the Milio, and it's so effective down there. So that would have really made this comp OP if you had those three I was describing top side and then brought in a Lucian combo down there. This comp would be SZ tier right now. But yeah, ban that away. As for ZDZ targets, Ambessa makes perfect sense into a comp like this, though you can't pick the Ambessa yourself, right, as top esports, because Vi and Rumble, it means your top and jungle is already taken. So it means, yeah, it's a good ban because they can pick it and you can't. And they just decide to take away the Bard as well, which is interesting, considering some of these champs have more counterplay into the Bard, but Bard is pretty good into Vi, right? You Vi ult someone, you can drop up Bard, kind of give them a free Zhonya's and a chance to bail out, so makes sense.
Yeah, Ezreal Bard, I think one of the most popular bot lane duos that we have that aren't, involving mages at this stage, and so seeing Prukia not be able to play that one is definitely a good sign for Top Esports. Going to be a Gnar lock-in for ZDZ, rather standard pick, but definitely something that will be able to do a lot, both in the early, mid, and late game. Now Top Esports have to finish off their bot lane. I think the important thing to note here, Fulls, double AP solo lanes means that we're most likely seeing a marksman here for JackeyLove.
Yeah, should be seeing a marksman here. And I believe it's the current patch, so you're going to want to be typically picking a champion who can benefit from the recent Yuntal buffs. But the Varus comes in here, a really strong pick as well. I'd be curious to see which Varus build he goes for here, if it's going to be more of the poke or the on-hit. We've been seeing some effectivity from the, the static Shiv. You've even got Dusk and Dawn, and maybe with Terminus buffed now as well, that could be a really strong champ down there in the bot side. So we'll see how JackeyLove plays this one out. And Rel gonna get to find a good angle here. You don't always get the best of Rel angles where you have allies who can follow up with you and be dive buddies with you, and they don't have like a ranged support countering you down there. Rel's really good into the Nautilus, break right through the shield. And yeah, this is a really good last pick for EDG. And both comps are pretty good here. I don't know which one I'm favoring quite, Grapes.
One thing is for sure, team fighting is going to be at the forefront of both of these compositions and their goals here in this game. I think Top Esports can scrap a little bit earlier on. They have really strong, synergies in 2v2s and 3v3 situations. The Vi Ahri having a Rumble in there as well, and the Varus Nautilus should be able to have a very good laning phase in addition to it. But then when everything comes together, if Bulldog and Leave can get a lot of items, cannot fall too far behind, this late game 5v5 composition on Edward Gaming side should be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that Rise champion in the late game, Bulldog himself, can really get these guys their first win on the board here for the group Ascend. It just looks right, the roster, those 5 of them together there. Now that Jidge is there, I'm liking what I'm seeing here for this EDG team, and let's see if they can scale it up and make it happen.
It is the debut or the return of JJ back on Edward Gaming, where he won his World Championship 5 years ago. It is Top Esports on the other side, looking to get up to 5-1, feeling very comfortable going into their final match of the first round robin going up against BLG in just a couple of days. Our second series of the day about to get started here in Beijing. Oh my god.
Wow, wow, wow. I love it so
much. We have one very big EDG fan here in this first game. Oh, that was crazy.
Heck yeah, man. Heck
Fire
yeah.
me up.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. The LPL is the best show on earth. I said it before, I'll say it again. And I'm so glad to be watching Bulldog in that LPL. As I said, I'm seeing that camera mid. You see how much chunking and trading they're doing already in that Ryzari matchup. Let's take a look bot if they go for something similar.
Redline comes out onto Perukia, but he's able to land that crash down in response. Ro's already down to 300 HP, and there's multiple summoner spells already being burned. Leave with that lethal tempo, doing a lot of JJ. Already up to an early invade, finds the flag and drag onto Tien and takes him very low. Has the shield to keep him alive, but there's no way for Tien to get over the pitch just yet. Saving that flash until the rest of his team arrives, and it will be the Jarvan flashing away.
I forgot, Grapes. We're watching the LPL. We're not just going to full clear and everybody goes happy and dandy with their days. No, no, we got to have some chaos take place in the early game. And JJ is going to be the first person getting up to no good. We saw both junglers there had no smite into that Gromp. So it was just kind of a full-on auto attack flip. And wasn't able to go the way of JJ. Tian getting that heal from last hitting that Gromp, really making a trade here.
More trading once again. Leave still has his flash, also very tanky with that Doran's helm. So feeling comfortable enough to just make sure that wave gets crashed underneath top esports turret. And then we'll likely head back for a base. You see exhaust here for Leave already used. Jackie Love on the flip side has the teleport. So we'll be able to play a little bit more free and loose with his health bar, knowing that he has a free opportunity to get back into the lane whenever he so desires.
Big dredge line.
Back to base though, Perukia could be in some trouble. He's trying to step up just to soak up some XP, and takes a lot of damage, and was also forced to burn his flash.
Perukia does survive the situation with his health bar, so that's something he's thankful for here. But looking a bit stressful, or worse for wear down here is Leave. Just barely escapes the fountain with his Tear of the Goddess. That's all you really need here on the Ezreal, so he's low-key chilling. But as for the Jackie Love, I do quite like the build. Ever since the Doran's bow came out, I thought it's a really good fit, actually, for the poke Varus, because you're building all these high AD items, and you're poking with so much damage, you don't really get to fit any attack speed anywhere into the build, and so that's why that Doran's bow can really allow you to be so strong with such high AD stat numbers, and then make use of them even more in these close range fights or in this early game down here. Even taking the TP, as you said, meaning he has all that effective extra HP where he can trade his HP bar with a little less of that missing health he'd have from buying a Doran's Blade, and then just TP right back.
Yeah, it looks like he already did that to pick up a tier of his own. Both bot laners try to scale up a little bit while also hitting their fair share of poke. Our junglers now heading to their bot side, second spawning of each of their respective camps. We saw JJ going for that early play off of the invade, but not finding too much off of it, so it is still a very neutral game state early on here. Zwayan and ZDZ duking it out as well. We were talking about how both of these top laners love to get early advantages here into the top side of the map, and so far, nobody has really been able to break open either of the lanes.
Yeah, aside from JJ's shenanigans, this has been one of the more standard early games or even drafts that we've seen here in the current meta nowadays. You know, even with this Rumble Gnar, this is at least somewhat more classic, you know, more generic, where we don't have like Varus or anything crazy up there in the top lane. Rumble's a bit more, you know, realistic. And then as for the bot lane, these supports are laning bots so far, so everything's going pretty well and pretty naturally down there. But I bet you they're gonna start to look more around the map now with these levels. We got level 4 on Dro here, you know, looking to at least secure some vision while taking some trips away from this bot lane.
So Jaculov's going to have to be a little bit cautious with Perukia now healing just to get a little extra movement speed. Crash down connects. Jaculov splashing backwards to try to join his support, but it won't be enough distance generated. Leave with the Mystic Shot. Picks up first blood for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, beautiful flash follow from Leave. We see ZDZ. You love it on the standard Gnar here, making use of the Gnar into the wall because you don't really get many chances otherwise. But Leave here, beautiful flash follow, getting to secure the last hit onto Jaculov there. And it's as we were saying, Zhuo has these timers to go around the map, but it's just about being on the same page as your bot laner. You know, that's the whole name of the game nowadays with even drafting these mages to get to have more safety from afar. Jaculov trying to have safety from afar there, but Perukia getting right on top of them and securing that first blood for Team EDG.
It's a life cycle in League of Legends, right? Where you see the heavy roaming supports come out, and then the response is first, you know, we're just going to play all these roaming supports, all these mages bot lane, and then people realize, wait, we could just 2v1 kill the enemy bot laner, and we'll be able to win that way. And so now we're kind of going back into that way. We're starting to slowly observe the transition in reverse, right? And now we're seeing just, you know, more standard bottom lanes. Sure, the Realm and the Nautilus here going to have opportunities to roam, but the 2v2 has favored Edward Gaming so far, and that is where the advantage for them in this game currently resides.
Yeah, Perukia looking for some more aggressive plays down here. Just a slight chunk and trade of runes. Nothing too serious till JJ.
But JJ is here as well, and he knows that Jaculov doesn't have a flash. Cataclysm immediately onto 2, and JJ is welcomed back with glory, getting a 2v2 kill down in the bottom lane to make it 3-0 Edward Gaming.
Look at him buzzing down there in the player cams. We're so back as Team EDG. This might be one of the greatest early games we've seen so far. We got them on some pretty solid comfort picks on a standard natural draft like we were saying. We wanted to see Leave on some of his favorite champions. I know Ezreal's one of them. And 2-0-1 on Leave after that beautiful flash cataclysm from JJ. He's so glad to be back on this EDG org, and you can see it right there with the emotion showed through the game.
And the Jarvan was such a critical pick for Edward Gaming when they went on their World Championship run. JJ had so many incredible games on this champion, specifically brought them to an LPL title and of course that Worlds title. Top Esports going to respond by taking this 10-10 Dragon, but Edward Gaming still feeling very good about where their state in the game currently is. Leave and Perukia certainly leading the charge. They're up nearly 1,000 gold up against Jaculov and 12.
So I'll give you some perspective into my takes here on the meta nowadays about this kind of Drake versus Grubs, and there's been a bit of an agreement that the Grubs are really, really good nowadays, Grapes. The Grubs allow you to do everything. You can proc your quests way sooner, get a lot of stuff done. That's why EDG wants these so badly, but that's why you see 4 champs up here from both teams.
So EDG trying to get in there. Zhuo starting the engage with the dredge line for Perukia, very tanky, especially with that aftershock, so he'll be able to use the crash down just to escape, and TN will make his way back towards the Grub camp. Jaculov and Leave fighting a little bit down here. We see the Chain of Corruption being used, but Leave going to still get that wave shoved in as TN finishes off the rest of the Grub camp. So overall, Edward Gaming up in gold, while Top Esports have had their fair share of neutral objectives so far in this one.
Yeah, you would have loved to have all 3 Grubs as EDG there, but Top Esports, you know, more power to them. They were ready to respond to that look, and they get rewarded for it. That means that this game state's going to somewhat equalize, as you say, with getting the objectives. That does negate some of the implications of gold leads. I say that there is still 1 Grub left. That's low-key helpful, but it's not going to be something you're writing home about. You really want all 3 to have a really good start and snowballing the amount of gold you can get. You can even at that point send your 80 carry top and just trade plates. It doesn't even matter if you're not getting the boosted quest progress from the bot lane. You just take the plates and one-shot them with the Grubs and you win the quest race anyway.
And so far it definitely has favored Leave and EDG. You can see Leave going for the Gluttonous Greaves first item too, so he's really trying to snowball this game. Pick up as many takedowns as he can, get those stacks up, and be the strongest player on the map. You can already see that True Shot Barrage coming out, doing a decent amount of damage. Edward Gaming, a little bit of a new look to them, and maybe having JJ back on this team has reignited the vibes a bit. Somehow, Top Esports really not having an answer in terms of at least getting some kills back on the map with what should be a stronger composition here in the mid game.
I think it really has reignited the vibes here a bit somehow, Grapes. I mean, I'm seeing him, the way he's buzzing, the way he's playing, like he's got confidence, and now we got Bulldog with some confident looks up here. Tian in response.
Yeah, throwing the realm
Gonna be a
up here,
back
but
ping.
Tian, good there to defend Zoyan. Make sure there's no further engage. Want to see a little bit more out of Tian specifically, right? He's on this Vi. He now has level 6, actually level 8 now on this pick, but he's really just been power farming, not looking for too many opportunities across the map. The Vi Ahri combo is always one that we are very excited to see you know, take action in the first 15 minutes, and so far we've seen nothing out of those two so far.
Yeah, as for the mid lane matchup, it's a little more stable than most nowadays with the Ahri Rise. The Rise just builds HP and Merc treads, and he just kind of lets the Ahri get away with what she wants, so it's not really going to be too much of a lead here that Cream does have. He does have the Malignance already complete, so if anything, this is his one big power spike while he does have this and Bulldog doesn't have much. So maybe a fight in this kind of conditions could favor TES.
It's like Top Esports are hunting for something, clearing out some vision, and now Zhuo sends out the dredge line, depth charge onto JJ as well. The target immediately being Perukia, but he's still alive as the cease and desist going on to JJ as well. He finds the Cataclysm onto JackeyLove and traps the rest of the bot lane in there, but Tian's able to follow up with the Flash Vault Breaker and make it a 2-for-0 on Top Esports' side. Zoyan is on the way, throws the Equalizer out to try to slow Bulldog down and allow for Tian to finish the kill off. The Blast Cone going to save his life for a little bit longer, and now Bulldog on the run with the Ghost will be able to survive, but it's 2 more kills going into Top Esports' hands as they find their way back into this game.
Yeah, and that play right there, that play puts Top Esports in the lead for sure, Grapes. And this is exactly what I kind of foresaw. With that Malignance power spike on the Ahri, you are just so strong right there. As Perukia, you're thinking, I'm just contesting the banana brush, and it's nothing too serious. And it doesn't matter all that much into Zhuo here, but it does, because of the fact that Cream is able to reach you and damage you and JJ with this Malignance, and with Tian and JackeyLove all in here together. This Ahri has so much reach here, Grapes. Look, he's ulting and chasing Perukia all the way from his mid-tier 1 tower. So that power spike on Cream is able to barely get that HP bar off of Perukia, get that reset, get them 2 kills here as Top Esports.
And Edward Gaming still have the gold lead just because of the way that the waves and the plates have worked out, but Top Esports feeling much better about that. Tian and Cream finally uniting alongside Zhuo, and they're able to pick up a couple of kills. Those both are going to feel very good here for this mid-jungle duo of TES. They already had their first completed items, as you say, working towards their second, as the dragon has now spawned on the bottom side river. Going to be that Hex Tech, so certainly a valuable one to grab. See both junglers already down here, looking for a little scrap in the 3v3.
Could definitely see some skirmishing down here. Bulldog's still not having the Roa, really much weaker than Cream than the gold lead is showing, whereas Leave here and JackeyLove are actually somewhat on item parity. So definitely a bit Top Esports is better looking than it looks on the scoreboard at the very least. But Leave is very strong. That's the one thing. With this extra combat sum of the exhaust as well, you can just plant that on the Ahri even. You know, in these kind of fights down here where Leave is really able to make a mark, that's going to be much more beneficial. Because the thing with last fight is, it was just kind of Perukia overextending with JJ. Leave wasn't able to influence the fight. He was stuck down there fighting JackeyLove. If we get Leave into some of these fights, spending some of this gold lead, that's when I think EDG can be in a much more favorable condition.
Yeah, they're always the composition, and we talked about it here going into the game, that scales really well, right? You have the double tier in the Rise Ezreal. Of course, you're going to have the Rod of Ages on Bulldog eventually as well. They're already off to a good start, having that 700 gold lead. Top Esports start up this dragon. Perukia tries to get in there, but JJ's going to be a little bit too late, as it is a 2-0 lead in the dragon department, and going to be a little bit more in terms of kills. JJ gets 1 shot, but DDZ's here on the teleport. Zoyan matching it as well. This Gnar is stuck in a 1v5, not winning that one, as Bulldog now has to use the Realm Warp to escape. Top Esports able to take the dragon and pick up a couple more kills.
Yeah, there goes the momentum, but Leave wants it back.
Oh, he flashes over the charm. He's looking to try to outplay this one, but he flies too close to the sun. Tien and Zhuo there to follow up. Thought it was a 1v1, but there were 3 more members of TES ready to take the Ezreal down.
Wow, I really thought Leave was going to pull a rabbit out of a hat at the end of that there, but just barely comes a miss. And then JJ here, you can't really access Cream on this Ahri. It's such a strong pick here into the Jarvan, but Perukia trying to get something done in this backline with ZDZ. Look at the ulti from Tien. That's what really disrupted ZDZ. They're not able to get his CC out and put an impact in that fight. You'd think coming in with the TP shield, he'd be able to do something, but look at this. Our flash from Leave. So close, but the Q is not able to bend the David Beckham on the Nautilus there.
I kind of respect it because he thought he had a 1v1 kill angle, but you should know that after top esports take the dragon that they could very much be there, and that is a mistake that we have seen far too often for a player like Leave who has such individual talents, right? But always making these mistakes that end up hurting his team at the end of the day. Speaking of, Bulldog could be in some danger here as well. He's getting targeted here by Zwayan. Electro Harpoon going to overheat him, and Tien doesn't even have to use that cease and desist to go on a rampage and to extend top esports' lead.
Yeah, look at that damage coming in from Joyan down there, just completely blasting him with the Rumble overheat, and Tien over the top, picking up the Black Cleaver. Meanwhile, Zhuo just in no man's land. That's going to help as EDG here. We got a Rift Herald as well. Tien with those 2 items, with that level 11.
That's crazy.
I don't know if he's going to contest this, Scripps. This could be pretty scary for EDG. If they walk away from here with this Rift Herald, I think the game state is actually kind of chilling.
It's definitely not what it was about 5 minutes ago, but could be a whole lot worse, all things considered. Will be JJ securing that Rift Herald. We'll see what he's able to do with it. Maybe break open one of these outer turrets sooner rather than later. We have the next dragon spawning in 2.5, and looks like sooner might be the name of the game, as Cream is the focus of a play by Edward Gaming. Perukia with the flash Q, not gonna hit as Cream gets away at just the right moment, but it might not matter though. Oh, he flashes away from the Cataclysm and makes sure that JJ's not able to do any damage. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's gonna be Leave once again taken out by Jackie Love and Tien, as the only kill on that extended sequence is going the way of top esports.
Yeah, Leave just gets fully one-shot there from Tien coming in with his 2 items, just one-shotting alongside Jackie Love. And I really wanted to see JJ drop that Eye of the Herald there. You can spawn that over that huge wall of top lane, and it'll pretty much one-shot the tower and allow them to get those kills under said tower. You know, you see him Cataclysm in there, almost getting knocked up by the depth charge and going down to the tower. So it makes me wonder, like, maybe he was still in combat, wasn't able to spawn the Rift Herald, didn't want to use it up here. But it's going to enable them to have it for a later instance, such as this dragon fight. I've always been a fan, and why I thought it looked good there, to use the Rift Herald in situations where enemy champions are involved.
Didn't have that power, and who knows if it would have resulted in Cream dying. I think Cream played that top lane sequence incredibly well with both his Spirit Rush and Flash, but you know, couldn't have hurt, right? To just have that extra bit of combat power with the Eye of the Herald. Looks like instead JJ is saving it for what could be a very decisive fight around this next dragon. EDG want to make sure they pick this up, don't give up 3 dragons in a row to TES and a potential early Infernal Soul. Looks like the play again, though, will be on to Zwayan. Does not have his flash, but is able to use the equalizer and then go golden to try to buy some time. Tower taken down by ZDZ. Zwayan trying to get one back, but it will eventually fall. Kill credit goes over to the Gnar. ZDZ up to 2-1, but Top Esports now get to respond in the mid lane. They take down this tier 1 turret, while Cream is also pushing on the tier 2 down in the bottom lane.
Grapes, JJ might be a genius, because Joyan had this false sense of safety that his tower was going to protect him, but JJ left Joyan with a fake tower so they could dive him thereafter. Now Zhuo's in no man's land. This could be something on Perukia instead.
Another pick, but now it's Top Esports that are able to respond a little bit quicker. Tien and Jackie Love have been a very successful unit, moving around the map as a pair and able to pick up multiple kills. Tien now 5-0-4 on this bye, as it'll be a pretty easy 3rd dragon pickup for them as well.
Yeah, I was getting so excited and ahead of myself. I thought EDG would have a pretty good solid chance of getting this Drake down here. But alas, it is Top Esports who's going to be able to walk away scot-free with this one, putting them on Soul Point. But I will say, I've seen worse Soul Points in my time. Having a Soul Point and only a 2.5k gold lead, that is a surmountable amount. You can really make something happen as JDG.
Thought he was going to be face checking, but instead it could be ZDZ in a little bit of trouble. Hyper proc though, and this is a pretty fed Gnar. Could look for a little bit more. Target now Cream as the flag and drag goes forward from JDG. Doesn't want to use the Cataclysm yet, knowing that the Spirit Rush is available, and just trying to burn that ulti off of the Ahri. The only prize that Edward Gaming will be able to generate here. But now with the bite reset coming through from Zhuo, Cream could still be in a little bit of trouble, as now in the mid lane it's TN and JackeyLove. Once again, the dynamic duo on to leave. That is his third death. All three of them have come in the mid lane way too overextended.
Yeah, the Vi is just having Leaves number. Tian and JackeyLove just repeating the exact same play on repeat like a broken record, it feels like, into Leave. I mean, at least he's got the 2 items, but ever since he picked up those Gluttonous Griefs, he's only even gotten the 1 stack. It just has not been going nearly as well for Leave. How about Cream?
Yeah, responding onto Cream, who no longer has that Spirit Rush, and they will find a big shutdown.
Out of there.
ZDZ getting a big stack of cash. JJ flashing away from the equalizer, but the Arcane Comet will still connect, as Zhuo will now get on the board and will look for a little bit more onto ZDZ. Still Mega Gnar going to try to teleport out of this one, but the damage might just be a little bit too much. No,
wow.
The Gnar will escape with his life, albeit barely, and it's an overall 1-for-1.
Yeah, well played TP from ZDZ at the end to survive with his life there, picking up the Sterax now. You know, sitting on a lot of magic resist as well. This Gnar is really strong and escapes the shutdown that Zoyan could have and perhaps should have had there. But yeah, the same old story on to Leave. What are we gonna do about this guy?
I mean, this has kind of been the problems with Leave his whole career. Able to generate a lot of leads early game, and then just gets caught out in times like this when his team is making a play on the other side of the map, just trying to farm a wave that he is unable to farm. And that is what has happened here, and it resulted in Leave now falling behind in the gold department to JackeyLove.
I was wondering if we were on the current patch. I was pretty sure we are, and I'm very certain we are now seeing JackeyLove pick up the Bastion Breaker onto this Varus. I think that item is so strong right now. With even the amount of stats you're getting in the lethality, 22 I'm pretty sure is so strong in a single inventory slot. Imagine once he picks up his Muramana that he's going to be much more powerful than Leave is. So it's definitely something where Leave is going to want to get some stacks on those Gluttonous Griefs, some kills on this board here to really catch back up to that lead he once had.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to get much since he picked up the boots, which is always a funny story that ends up happening. You know, when you talk about compositions with lethality Varus, a lot of the time the big problem is wave clearance. So something that, or sorry, you know, siege power. And so something to solve that issue is this Bastion Breaker going to do a lot more damage to these turrets, as well as the extra lethality that you mentioned, Foles. JackeyLove now at 3 full items and a fully stacked Muramana, going to be incredibly powerful around this next fight around the Soul Dragon, and Top Esports might find another opportunity here on to ZDZ. Is approaching Mega, so going to back away with his life, but now it is Top Esports who get their opportunity to regain control of this bottom side river.
Yeah, this is the exact spike I was concerned about. Although it only shows about a 90 gold lead for JackeyLove, I think he is much stronger than Leave is right now, at least until this last Whisper would get upgraded. But I don't really see him making that happen before this sort of mandatory Drake fight.
Yeah, look at the damage that JackeyLove is able to put out here just with a couple of piercing arrows. He is certainly in a good position, as is Tian now with a Guardian Angel in his inventory. Effectively a full GA up on JJ in terms of itemization. It's going to be a very tough hill for Edward Gaming to climb out of here, as the mid lane push still continues to go Top's way. There is no vision in the Dragon Pit right now for Edward Gaming. They're in a very tough situation, going to have to try to make something out of nothing. As Tian dashes forward, teleport coming in from Cream, And this will likely be the decisive fight for Top Esports if they're able to pull it off. Flag and Drag does miss, and JDG instantly gets deleted. Hit up at the charm and taken down by the Varus. TN in the back line looking for leave, and Cream and him going in to a massive team fight to win. ZDZ's on the run on the backside, already a double kill for Jackie Love, looking to make it a triple on the Bulldog, and he will. TN trying to finish off the final kill. Nars into the wall, but he still has his Guardian Angel. Cream comes in to finish it off. It is a 5-0 ace for Top Esports as they obliterate the fight in the mid lane.
Out of the blue, Top Esports takes the game by the palm of their hands, and they completely eradicate EDG from the face of the rift. Tian uses the GA, perfectly getting across the entirety of the enemy team and their backline, one-shotting all of them alongside Cream here. As I said in the first stage of this draft, I actually thought that the 1-2-3 of the Vi Ahri Rumble could just be so powerful, and these players are extremely capable and sufficient on this combo and champions here. So JDG getting interrupted. It's just a beautiful start to the fight that TES needed to just completely snowball it from there.
And then it is Cream and Tian finally working together on this Vi Ahri. There's a reason this duo has been so heavily touted, you know, as just a combination in the 2v2. They're able to work so well together, and then they split up, able to finish off the fight in their own right.
Yeah, we see them flashing in for the end. The 5-0 ace makes you wonder if they're almost able to end the game. They didn't quite end it, but they've got some sort of a checkmate here at the very least now. The 4 Drakes, Infernal Soul, 6k gold lead is somewhat doable, but I mean, once this Baron goes down, you'd imagine there's just no hope left.
Yeah, Bulldog getting hit by a charm, already losing 40% of his HP. Maybe a Realm Warp in to pull off a Miracle Steal. JDG has done a number of those before on Edward Gaming, but it's going to be a lot more difficult this time around. He already has the flash over the wall as TS peel off of the Baron and maybe even angle back in for Edward Gaming, but ZDZ gets hit up by the hook and immediately taken down. It's a double kill for Cream. Bulldog able to use the Realm Warp defensively to save at least 2 of those members, but Top Esports will simply make their way back towards the Baron Nashor and pick it up without any issue.
It just seems like the game is about to end at any moment here when Top Esports even fights EDG. They can't even last for 5 seconds, it seems like, for the side of EDG. Leave again with these desperate, attempts of, I want to call it desperation, but he's doing everything he can to get some damage out and make a difference, but they're just so far behind now from such an incredibly great early game start to this position here where the late game is just all TES. 18 kills to 6, just not at all what it seemed like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this has really got messy real quick, and that all favored Top Esports. Real credit to Tian here in this game. He did, in my opinion, really had struggled during some of the growing pains that Top Esports ended up finding themselves in, trying to make use of a new 2v2 in the jungle support alongside Joao. But over these last couple of series here, been able to really increase his level of play, and Tian's going to have to be at that A game that he was at during Split 2 if Top Esports want to continue their success. Going to get flag and dragged here by JDG, but he's 3 levels up on the Jarvan at this point. Really no opportunity to take him down, especially with the rest of his team by his side.
Yeah, this Tian on the Vi is such a comfort pick for him. Believe me, I've seen from experience, actually, Tian on the KR server and in China. This is all he plays. This is probably his very best champion. With the huge lead that he has, he could go in at any moment. Probably going to wait for the GA. I think it's only like maybe 30-40 seconds away. But sooner rather than later here, TS going to come knocking on this front door at EDG, and I don't know if they're going to be able to keep him back.
Yeah, still a minute and a half on this Baron buff, so Top Esports not really in any sort of rush. They're going to send another wave of empowered minions, and Dredgeline lands onto Perukia. He's going to get taken down instantaneously with Cream landing the final blow. Equalizer able to do a lot to take down the enemy support, but no longer at Top Esports' disposal. Cream dashes forward, does not hit the charm, and now here's the re-engage. JDG with the shutdown, finding the kill with the Cataclysm, but will get taken down in a trade as Tien dashes forward to go unstoppable on this Vi. Mid lane tower
Round 2.
and inhibitor taken down as well. Top Esports send a teleport in from Zoyan. They still want to try to end this game. ZDZ is mega, but only for a little bit longer. Finds the wall up, finds the Gnar back in, but sending the Rumble into the backline is definitely not a winning formula for EDG. It is Top Esports getting 2 more kills, looking to finish off this game in less than 30 minutes. It's Leave going down, Perukia back to the fountain, and a dominant Game 1 win for TES to open up our series.
Top Esports just absolutely coming out of nowhere and just getting their revenge on EDG there. They said that early game was not what it was supposed to be. This is the level of team we are. That is the level of team you are.
Very high level of play, especially after the first few minutes. Edward Gaming, we saw a couple of shining moments for them in the first few with JJ at the helm. They had that early 2v2 kill. They then had JJ go down and make another impact. It was quickly 3-0 for Edward Gaming. We were thinking, oh my gosh, Foles, this team is back. But then Top Esports came to play just a little bit, and I feel like this is really where their team has been able to take it to the next level. The mid game, where TN is able to get out onto the map, Shuo is able to be a little bit more, impactful in the roam timers. That is where Top Esports have been able to really find massive swings in the gold, and they were able to do it once again right here against Edward Gaming.
Yeah, you know what it was Cream built that slightly over Bulldog. At first, I didn't think it mattered all too much, but then he just got some spikes where he was able to influence those fights. Then they were able to keep picking out Leave with Tian and Jackie Love, and it was just a recipe for success that sort of fell through their fingertips here, or slipped through their fingers for the side of EDG. And I really think that they could try to replicate that going into a game 2. But for now, we got to look back and see what they did wrong and what Top Esports did right, and that's for them to decide what they decide to come with us next for game 2. But as for game 1, yeah, I really don't know who else to thank other than Cream. He seemed like he did so much work for the early game to get Tian into that position where it felt like the mid jungle was just running the game. I mean, sure, Jackie Love has all the damage dealt, but that's thanks to Tian and the lead he and Cream were able to build for this team.
Yeah, those two in the mid jungle for Top Esports, they were so good for this team in Split 2, and now they're putting things back together in Split 3. Tian 8-0-12 on the Vi. I think it'd be pretty difficult not to give him the pog, although Cream also had a very good performance here, Foles. Overall, it was these mid-game skirmishes, Zhuo finding these engages, and then Tian and Cream able to follow up.
Yeah, it did feel like Perukia was a bit off his number this game, and maybe that's something that could be adjusted going into the next game. It seemed like you saw him a bit at times wavering or faltering or doubting himself or kind of regretting his decisions throughout this game. And maybe that was just Zhuo having a bit more footing in that that confidence, aspect in the support here, in that knowledge first role, knowing where they can and can't be on the map. And in some of these fights, there's Tian again delivering a beautiful CC input here onto ZDZ to prevent him from buffering or getting off any kind of a Gnar ulti onto his team there, essentially winning the fight there and then with a really clever, timely response. And Leave again trying so hard to get some of these kills back for EDG, just not really knowing maybe that they're staying around there and looking to punish him, which is what they were doing all game. Their cameras were just on Leave trying to get kills. Same thing down here. Tian just looking constantly for place to find around the map. It didn't matter if small mistakes like this even happened, because overall it was TES catching off EDG way more than the other way around here. They got this kill, but look at the beautiful equalizer from Zoya. And let's not even forget about him for a moment here. The Rumble performance was there. It was sound. He did everything he needed to and more. So this entirety of Top Esports played great.
And it seems like the same tired song on Edward Gaming's side as well, right? Just not able to put all the pieces together. Maybe one lane ends up getting a small lead. You saw Leave get a couple of kills down there in the bottom lane. ZDZ having a couple of big shutdowns to equalize that gold a little bit on the Gnar. But when it comes down to these team fights, it's always their opposition that somehow has the upper hand in terms of positioning, and Edward Gaming need to find a way to put everything together. That is not something that they have been able to do. They are 1-11 in the game score so far. And only one game has gone their way, obviously. Other teams that have been in similar situations from Group Nirvana, like ThunderTalk and LGD, have much better game scores despite their records also not being super good. And so that is just a level of consistency that Edward Gaming still need to find.
Yeah, well, I will say that uproar that came from the start of this game with JDG showing up and saying, welcome back almost. I'm back, you know? Long time no see. That was really exciting momentum. If they can just channel a bit more of that, find that, tap into that again, that's exactly what they need to level out this series and show the top esports they can give them a run for their, you know, the series.
Didn't do that here in game 1, though, as Tien is your player of the game. 8-0-12 on the Vi. Just an exceptional performance from one of the best junglers that we have here in the LPL. TES end up taking this first game. Edward Gaming looking to bounce back in this game number 2. We'll see if that is possible or if it will be a second straight sweep for TES after this break on LPL English. Action-packed week 3 here in LPL English. We continue on tomorrow at 12 a.m. Pacific time. It is triple headers from here on out. LGD taking on Thunder Talk. Then our first look at Nirvana for the week with IG taking on NIPWE against AL after that. Rest of the week looks exciting as well. We have Top Esports going up against BLG on Friday. That is going to be a top-tier matchup to see who is really one of the best teams that we have in the league. Our 2 former MSI representatives and a rematch of our grand finals. Coming back to the caster booth here for game 2 of our second series of the day. Top Esports looking like that top 2 team like we saw from them at the end of last split. They dominated that first game against Edward Gaming Foles, and EDG definitely need to look towards something different if they want to have a chance to come back in this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of bangers in that schedule, and I know we're looking at Top Esports, but I couldn't help but look for the EDG games in there because I will say, I'm officially an EDG fan, okay? Now I know that first game was really not quite it, and I know those first 5 series so far were not quite it, but that's okay. I honestly think this configuration of players, you saw the signs of life that were there in that early game. I can't wait to see this team versus JDG. Can't wait to see these guys versus BLG. You know, I know those are going to be completely difficult games, perceived most likely to be stomps, but I'm here for watching these guys compete. I think they can do way better than this. It's just going to have to be Leave being much cleaner in the mid game, and it's going to have to be a bit more synergy and coordination.
Yeah, we'll see if that actually is going to be possible here for Edward Gaming. They clearly thought they needed some sort of change. Bringing JJ back onto the team seems to be their answer at that. It's going to take a little bit of time, obviously. Normally with these roster changes, you want to have at least a couple of games to really get your feet wet with this new set of 5. But already seeing some promising signs out of JJ on that Jarvan. A good thing, at least if you are an Edward Gaming fan. Top Esports fans, though, should be pretty happy with how things are going as well. They looked very shaky at the start of the split. You know, after their first opening series win against WE, they then had a couple of rough losses or a couple of rough looks. They dropped a couple of games that they probably shouldn't have to teams like Thunder Talk and LGD. And then they ended up sweeping JDG and are looking like they're in a good position here against EDG. And that is the momentum that you want here for this squad, with Zhuo making his way onto this group of 5 to play up against BLG in just 2 days.
BLG just being the absolute titans of this league. I can't help but say it any other way. It's just so exciting getting to play against them at any given point. It's kind of like getting to test against the Chinese T1, if I'm going to go as far as to say right now. They're looking to be really strong leading this league, and I'm not so sure that EDG is really ready for that part of Group Ascent just yet. Keep in mind, they've received the score in sets of 0-5 with a, maybe getting questioned by 0-6 right now, and they still haven't even played BLG. So we got a bit of a mountain to climb as Mr. Bulldog, Mr. Lee Tae-young, and Mr. JJ and Leave, Perukia, and ZDZ, but it starts here.
Yep, Edward Gaming wrapping up their first round robin on Friday morning against JD Gaming, and then goes back around to play against BLG, who they did take a game off of just a couple of weeks ago in their one of their first series that they played. When that happened, Foles, I think a lot of us were very excited about Edward Gaming, like, wow, they took a game off of BLG, like they could take a game off of anybody. But then we kind of realized that BLG were just dropping games to every team. And so then that became a little bit less impressive. Edward Gaming have not won a game since that lone win, with ZDZ really carrying on the vein in that one. Maybe this is another opportunity to find that. I think we need to see at least a little bit more than just one lane succeeding, right? The early game can go whatever, right? But it really is the mid to late game that this team struggles in right now, and that is where Top Esports really are at their strongest.
I think that's the way to go here then. I want to see ZDZ have a powerful lane pick as well there. We were up against the Rumble as the Gnar. The Gnar is a great champ, don't get me wrong, but Rumble is really strong. I don't think he really properly fell out of the meta. It's just that everyone was picking AP bot. So they designed a draft where they could fit the Rumble into it. and that did give ZDZ a bit of a hard time. I'd love to see ZDZ on one of those range tops I keep talking about. If not Vayne, maybe something like the Jace or something else with all this kind of agency, where maybe you can get Prio in as many lanes as possible and just really fight them across the board. So we'll see where they start with in the draft. Not sure how fluent you are in Mandarin, but can you tell us which one is the first pick? And I still not paying the most attention.
So yeah, the 4 characters mean that team selected first or second pick, and you see the band there means that EDG are first pick with their right of first selection.
They did just
means
ban.
that Top Esports have to ban away a lot of these power picks, like the Orianna, like the Casio that you mentioned is a very powerful one for Bulldog specifically. We'll see if they still target the mid lane. Other options could be, you know, focusing on something in JDG's pool that could be a little bit more powerful. We already see the Nefiri taken off the board. Could we see something like a Nocturne banned away as well? Going to be the lock. So 3 mid lane bans against Edward Gaming.
I think I like this direction to go from Top Esports. You see them actually mirroring the bans from Game 1, which was the Orianna Casio, but now throwing this lock in there with Akali being banned as well. This might be a heist here from Bulldog locking in the Syndra. Almost all of the good picks are out. Locke and Akali are the 2 best melee assassins right now into the champs like Syndra and Ori, right? They're out. Ori Casio are out. The only real decent champ left is Victor when it comes to matching Syndra. And Syndra being not too bad into Jackie's favorite Lucian as well. But with Milio can definitely give Syndra a hard time. If they have if they have Lucian Milio, you can't even stun Lucian. And you just kind of get one shot from way farther away than you're comfortable with. So that's definitely what Dro's going to probably be looking for here.
You'd expect the Milio lock in here just to make sure EDG don't take it away on the other side of the draft. And then maybe locking in something for Cream to round out our first rotation on TES's side. What does Leave and Perukia respond with now, right? They have been one of the bot lanes that has preferred the traditional AD carries. Could also still flex that Syndra around, and maybe something like the Camille lock-in could incentivize that a bit more.
Yeah, I believe we did see Leave play the Syndra one time, if I'm not mistaken. He has been playing some of the mages a bit reluctantly, seemingly. So I think Bulldog, I know for a fact Bulldog is comfortable on the Syndra, especially pairings with this. Lee Sin and Camille can really fill in that Syndra identity, as can Nocturne. Same theme as the Lee Sin, Wukong. You see he's hovering champs all of the same kind of style. Skarner wouldn't really match, but these champions can really enable Syndra to have such a strong early game and really work collaboratively with her jungler. So those might get banned away now if you opt for the Ziggs and remove the flex potential of the Syndra, which is totally fine, but it is a really strong combination of champions here. We have the Camille Ziggs, you just lob from downtown the Mega Inferno Bomb and lock them up with the Hextep Ultimatum. They can't even dodge it. And you have Syndra, one of the Apex mages right now. I would not be surprised to see Galio at all. That really does answer this about as well as possible.
But they're going to instead go to the jungle pool, locking in a Skarner here for Tien. So being able to land some multi-man crowd control with the Impale. Also just having the ability to dash in onto some of these maybe more vulnerable backline carries. It's going to be the answer here for Top Esports as we head into the second phase of the draft. Some disparity in terms of where things are currently selected. Looks like Top Esports would be more comfortable banning away even more mid laners. We're on EDG's side. They can now ban away, or sorry, EDG can ban away a couple more mid laners, while Top Esports probably want to ban some junglers.
Does make sense. I'm starting to think Skarner might be a bit of a sleeper pick right now. You even saw EDG hover. It makes you wonder if they meant it, but because to me, it does strike me as quite odd that they would pick Skarner here. I would think that some of those other options like the Galio could have been really strong, or, same goes for EDG that they almost picked Skarner. I think perhaps this champion can just be so hard to kill against the mages, like the Ziggs, like the Syndra. It's kind of like the Mundo, where you just get this ridiculous amount of health and stats and effective health pool, and you just seem to be unkillable. So maybe that's a direction Tien wants to go for with that.
Banning with the Jace as well. Definitely a pick that could go either towards JJ or ZDZ. The final ban is upcoming on Edward Gaming's side. Going to be the Vayne against Zwayon. Wonder what that signifies Edward Gaming want to try and select here. These two picks in the vein, and the Olaf typically counters in specific, and it's going to be Zweon having that counter matchup guaranteed with the final pick of the draft.
Yeah, Jace is out, Vayne is out, Gnar is out. Not many blind picks left. Rumble out as well. You could pick the Renekton here. That's pretty good, given that Vayne and Olaf are out, Jace is out. Not sure what you want to answer that with. That is the thematic answer we have been seeing pretty effectively. Again, we mentioned that's the idea of Tian here on the Skarner being this unkillable, health pool. Mundo does it best. Better than Skarner, better than anyone, in my humble opinion. So I'd love to see that locked in. We've seen Zeus sort of pioneered this as a counter pick at MSI, and a lot of people have been doing it ever since. It was not too long ago we had people asking their coaches what Mundo even does. And now we're seeing Mundo staple pick here in this kind of meta where mages have risen up. Even Lucian doesn't do all that much damage from the bot lane. You haven't been seeing hyper carry bot laners nearly as often to deal with the likes of the Mundo or the Skarner. Rounding it out with an Aatrox would actually make quite a lot of sense. I'll see if he locks that in. But yeah, JJ on the Aatrox jungle more than likely here. It makes a lot of sense into the Skarner Renekton, because of course Aatrox is so good against these kind of durable tanks.
I would personally be surprised to see ZDZ play the Aatrox as well into the Renekton. We also can play the Mundo jungle into the Skarner, so still some options left for EDG to swap around as we wait for this final pick of the draft. Going to be the Victor here for Cream. Not surprising to just see one of those other powerful mages locked in as we get ready for game number 2. It looks like right now it is the Aatrox in the top laner's hands, but there's still opportunities for them to swap over if you think that ZDZ would prefer to play the Mundo and JJ the Aatrox.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm not sure which matchup is even more favorable or not, but I'm pretty sure the Mundo is something we've seen more commonly into the Renekton. I understand that Aatrox can have a pretty hard time into the Renekton. Feels like most champs sort of do in the early stage until you get that first item relief power spike. But the Mundo maybe scales a bit better in the jungle as far as from what I understand. Maybe you get the jungle buff, could be the blue smite or something like that, and you're just a bit more of a menace that way, getting more golden XP and maybe getting that level 16 a bit more easily. You're not going to get level 20 or anything, but you're not going to have to fight champions pretty much the whole game. You can just constantly heal up off of the jungle, apply a bit more pressure maybe with those cleaver slows than the Aatrox ganks can. It just kind of depends. You don't really have an effective ganking system here with Aatrox or Mundo. That's definitely something that Camille's going to have to compensate for.
Yeah, Perukia has made his name in terms of just playing these heavy engaged supports. The Camille fits right into his wheelhouse, and so an opportunity for him to really showcase why EDG put some more faith into him, playing alongside a player that he definitely watched a lot growing up on Edward Gaming, that being JJ in the jungle. Game number 2 about to kick off here in Beijing. Trading down here in the bottom lane as gyros are coming through. Ignite onto Jackie Love and Perukia, but that's going to benefit Edward Gaming, right? Having their marksman or their bottom laner at a higher HP threshold.
Yeah, higher HP threshold and the teleport. They just need to be careful not to be too unstable here, get their HP bars too low before using that teleport, because they can definitely regenerate a lot of HP here as the shield bash Lucian Milio. So maybe once that next bone plating comes up as well, they can really start dashing forward, but leave getting some poke down, some scorch procs before that's even possible. Yeah, really looking favorable for Leave. You get some XP on Perukia in a pretty safe way, and life's pretty good down here.
Jackie Love and Juo having the early push should be able to hit level 2 first, and that will be an added bonus here for the top esports bottom lane. Juo playing very aggressively with the higher health bar at this point, as both junglers are on their top side of the maps going towards bottom. You mentioned here, Foles, TN on the Skarner, going to have a much easier time ganking than JJ on the Mundo, but overall both junglers most likely happier farming up to getting their ultimate abilities before making any major impact on the map.
Yeah, in these team fights, the Skarner can definitely get a lot of work done where sometimes one impale just wins you the team fight there and then. That's what TN can be looking for with some of these drifting walls around the map he's able to do on the Skarner, which Mundo definitely can't quite keep up with as far as gank potential goes. But, you know, Syndra's able to interrupt that drifting mechanic from the Skarner. It's just oftentimes as Syndra, you want to be trading aggressively, using your E into your opponent. And especially since you're on the comms, you just say, hey, Tian, Bulldog just used E, come get him. And then Skarner pulls up out of nowhere, and life's harder for Syndra than you might think.
So far has about a 5 CS lead. Gonna head back to base. Potentially, actually cancels the reset to maybe make a play towards this bottom side Scuttlecrab. JJ getting there first, but Tian also is level 4. And it looks like with Perukia showing in the mid lane, should be the Scuttle easily picked up by the Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, both mid laners using all of their potions, taking all those early game runes just to survive the barrage of spells and runes that their opponent has. And looks like Bulldog gonna get the upper hand here. Cream gonna commit to the overstay, so now Bulldog is too. I'm familiar with this. Sometimes it's just a total game of who's gonna make the other recall worse. With less HP and less mana, which forces junglers to have to get involved. I mean, this is crazy here in the mid lane.
Yeah, reset here from JJ, which means that Tien is going to be alone in his opportunity to try to take Bulldog down. Meanwhile, some fighting in the bottom lane has Leave down very low. Relentless pursuit
Good
forward, but
flash.
JackeyLove now is underleveled himself.
Dang.
First blood gonna get picked up by Leave as Edward Gaming once again get off to a good start in the bot lane 2v2.
Once again is right with Ziggs and Leave here down in this bot lane. JackeyLove being slain by Leave 2 games in a row for the first blood. Wouldn't have quite expected it, but it's something I'm here to see. It's the exact same story as last game. It's just a question of can they convert this early game lead into something more meaningful?
That is always the question. It looked like JackeyLove and Jwo thought that Perukia wasn't here just yet, but a really nice satchel from Leave sets up the hook shot, and the rest is history.
Yeah, Perukia shows up and just does so much damage here, even hitting the tactical sweep to catch back up to JackeyLove, just really proccing everything onto him there with the Halo Blades, sudden impact, and the Ignite.
Oh, now he's
really good flash
even
from
more
Leave.
trouble as Perukia
No
goes
dash.
forward onto him again. This time he has JJ by his side, and JackeyLove is down once again. Edward Gaming off to a really good start here in Game 2.
Yeah, JJ really able to make use of the element of surprise onto JackeyLove there. This is such deja vu here, seeing him on the 0-0 score line. Which reminds me of last game where it seemed so promising for EDG, but this is the one thing that's different. Is that last time it was Top Esports getting the first Drake, but unfortunately JJ doesn't commit to it and get away with it. So as long as EDG secures this first Drake, maybe no moment to even stop now.
Now Cream making his impact here in the mid lane. Cream forced to flash away after the hookshot connects onto him, so the trade of Summoner Spell is going to benefit Edward Gaming. Perukia can come right back here to the mid lane to try to take Cream down in a couple of minutes.
See the energy from Perukia. He's really trying to disrupt Cream here and give the advantage over to his mid laner Bulldog. These Syndra Victor matchups are so intense for these mid lane players. Believe me, you have to click so fast and so well to hit your spells and dodge all theirs. Like when it comes down to these really close ranges and really similar kits where the range is just so similar, like these guys need all the help they can get. That's why you saw Bulldog overstay and Tian try to punish earlier. That's why you saw Perukia pull up now. These mid lane fights take forever to settle, and it's pretty much up to their teammates to finish it.
Looks like overall Bulldog feeling a little bit happier about where the lane is at. Cream had to use that Arcane Storm just to clear one minion wave out and then head back to base. He's still going to probably lose a couple of minions as Bulldog will get a free reset after clearing this wave himself in the mid lane. Overall, small lead over to Edward Gaming, and Perukia looking to continue to push the tempo down in the bottom lane. Jackie Love still does not have flash for another couple of minutes. And if you're Edward Gaming, you'd love to take advantage of either that or Cream having a summoner spell off of the books.
Seems like Bulldog is kind of cheating here. I'm doing my best to look in the bottom left for that movement speed stat, but yeah, Cream just has so much less of it. He's got practically only 374 here. I'd imagine Bulldog's in the 400 range, and it just enables you to hit so many scatters this weekend. You just can't dodge these. As Cream, you need more movement speed to dodge these. He doesn't have enough gold for the Merc Treads, and Bulldog is really having his number.
Oh, blast onto the wall from JJ just to push Cream off of yet another wave. Bulldog gonna eat a laser. But not
Look
gonna
at
be
this.
too concerned about that. TN is in the wings looking to try to maybe respond if EDG go a little bit too far forward. It looks like that will be the play. Onto Bulldog, forces his flash out. Nicely done by the Skarner to try to bail out his mid laner for just a little bit longer.
Exactly. That's the only thing you can do here when it comes to these Victor Syndrome matchups is get the jungle intervention. Trading ults in the top lane here. This is usually good for Renekton.
Yeah, ZDZ should have enough movement speed to get out himself, but it is an HP advantage going the way of Zweon at the moment. Should be able to crash this wave in. Grub's just about to spawn, but both junglers are very far away from the pit so far. No real prioritization on those neutral objectives here in the first 8 minutes.
Here we go. Zoyan with another beautiful trade here in this Renekton versus Aatrox matchup, where Bulldog being forced to flash is kind of how it goes. You want, like we saw, that damage he's able to get done here with that extra move speed, with that better inventory. It's really effective, but you want to be using those E's off cooldown, those scatter of the weeks, but you use just one when Skarner's nearby, and there goes your flash. That's the story for Bulldog now. He could be a vulnerable target should a fight break out now. But again, both teams preventing the other from getting the Drake.
I'm not sure if that's a bug. Okay, no, Leave does have his flash at the dragon. It's started up by Edward Gaming. Tien trying to get in there, but the smite is secured by the Dr. Mundo, and now the fight can break out in earnest. Leave throwing out the bouncing bombs, and Perukia on a flank, but he's going to get impaled by the Skarner and taken down by Jackie Love, who gets top esports on the board.
Complete mistake from Perukia there, and complete huge play from Tien to land right onto Perukia, because when you land the E damage through the wall onto an enemy, it extends the range and it enabled him to hit that CC combo onto Perukia, which you can only escape with Merc Treads. That's beautiful for him to drift onto Perukia with the last edge of the drift, which then gives you the extra range to slam him into the wall. Perukia gonna go down there. But again, Dragon for EDG, that's what I wanted to see. And unfortunately, Jackie Love does escape there. But this is something some people don't always factor in, is when you get those sort of frustrating recall moments where it's like, oh, like how does that damage him, but the recall goes up? At least their home guards are interrupted. So we see Jackie Love a bit behind schedule here in the bot lane, and maybe Perukia wants to do something about that 2v1.
Preemptive World Ender here. ZDZ looking to finish off the solo kill. Does not commit the Q3 flash, knowing that the Dominus was still up here for Zweon. Tien still going to be able to take at least one of these grubs, but now maybe EDG could try to contest the third. They have vision on it, but they opt instead to just focus their attention on clearing out some jungle camps and that top lane wave.
Much more stable game than last time. It was right around now when we saw things fall to the wayside for EDG last game, but this game they're able to cling, hold themselves on to a little bit more of a gold lead and overall advantage here. I think primarily off of this mid jungle as well right now. I want to see Bulldog getting to push the envelope onto Cream. A lot of heavy fighting here in the top side as well, so long as ZDZ can hold the line, scale on up, and allow Bulldog to put in his work, I think this game state is much more doable than last one.
I mean, they still have that gold lead. It did fall apart around that second dragon. Remember, Top Esports able to really come back into the game off of that play. And they still have a ton of tools that can be very dangerous at any point in this matchup. You have, of course, Lucian Milio, who will be able to assassinate, threaten anybody in the mid game. Cream's Victor is starting to get there, although it is Bulldog who still has been able to have the upper hand, at least in the mid lane 1v1.
Both of these mid lane champs scaling very nicely into the late game when they get their passives. But Jackie Love just a sitting duck down here. Do they know this?
He has his flash and barrier, but there's going to be soon 4 members of EDG down to try to take a kill onto the Lucian. Satchel does not connect. Jackie Love flashes away from the hookshot, but Perukia is still going to be able to follow. Ultra Mega Firebomb going down, and it is Leave to eventually finish off the kill. Top Esports looking to respond though. TN jumping forward with the Ixchel's impact, lands the Impale once again onto Perukia, and Zhuo going to steal that kill away from his jungler to make it a 1-for-1.
It appeared a bit of hesitation from the side of EDG. It's as if they didn't know Jakilev was down there on his own. They weren't maybe sure of the positioning of Zhuo. Really biding their time here, allowing Jakilev and his reinforcements to show up. He flashes towards his support, who casts all of his heal and shield spells onto him there. But that flash follow from Leave was so perfectly executed to last hit Jakilev. Going to be 1-for-1 in the end with Tian catching up and all. But I'm pretty sure Leave going to destroy this bot lane tower just a few percent from now. That tower's probably got like 3% HP.
Yeah, remember, you get the added damage with the satchel charge as well. We're approaching that here for Leave, and with Jackie Love backing away,
gone.
should be that first tower, and a big chunk of gold going into the Ziggs' hands. Leave once again has the keys to winning this game here for Edward Gaming. The question is, what will he be able to do with the tools that he has been given, as the rest of the team looking to follow up as well. It's a 2,000 gold lead, a lot of that right now, into Leave's hands.
Yeah, cheeky Leave even denying the cannon there from Jakilev, waiting to use the satchel charge. Huge gold lead developed in the bot side, but in the top side we got more of this.
Once again, ultimates traded. Zwayan doing a lot of healing. The Q3 gonna get flashed away from by Zwayan, and so ZDZ unable to generate a solo kill, as Cream now uses the blast cone to join his top laner. Looks like ZDZ gonna back away, knowing that there could be some reinforcements on the horizon.
I think top lane enjoyers around the world
no.
should appreciate this right now, but maybe he doesn't get to appreciate for much
Trying
longer.
to stay for the wave. Oh, that's the classic top lane experience, and Zwayan and Cream knew it, ending up collapsing upon ZDZ and taking the Aatrox down.
Yeah, he was almost recalling there, but he opted to stay as the Aatrox, as ZDZ. I was thinking it's so nice, so glorious that they were both 0-0-0, enjoying their time on their island, really fighting it to the very end. But
Man, Tien doing a lot of damage onto Bulldog, forcing the Syndra to flash away. Cost will be that second dragon going into JJ's hands, so EDG jumping out to a 2-dragon lead here in this second game. The top esports starting to get some momentum back, right? They get a kill in the top side. They get a kill here in the bottom side. And all of a sudden, some of those big carries getting closer to having massive impact.
it's one of the favorite kind of games to watch here, where both teams have good conditions. It just depends how you look at it. Now that Kareem got those 2 kill participations, getting that extra 50 victor stacks, it's going to make a lot of help here for him to be able to get this evolution along the way and really get there before Bulldog reaches those critical 100 and 120 levels of his Splinters of Wrath passive. So other than that, the only real weakness here for top esports is how behind Jakilev is.
You're going to have to try to get back into this game here. Around the Rift Herald as TN starts it up. JJ and Bulldog still very threatening. Force them off of Shelly at the moment. Leave always going to have good opportunities to shove these waves out, being the Ziggs. Jakilev and Zhuo just on the back foot a little bit. Cream going to be able to pick up this tower, respond in some way. And that is another chunk of gold going back into top esports' hands. They have really quickly here, Foles, equalized the gold lead. It is now back to even after EDG were once up 2K.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is because this Victor is exceptionally strong right now. He's got the Q evolve and the E upgrade. You can't really pick him out or catch on to him anymore. He's just got so much move speed and clears the wave so quickly and effortlessly. He just disappears around the map, and you can't really keep up with him. So Cream is able to help keep top esports having this lead, whereas Zoyan had his lead as well. Thanks to the looks, it was basically Cream developed it himself. Him and Zoyan, the solo laners, are the story here for top esports.
Yeah, Zoyan I think has really been on another level over these last couple of series. I think has always had some moments where gets caught out at the wrong times, but when he's able to generate a lead, things look very good for top esports. on this Renekton pick, able to take down ZDZ after what was a bit of a shaky start, of course, to that sequence. But now with that Black Cleaver, also with the early Executioners to deny a lot of the healing specifically out of ZDZ and JJ, Zweion's going to be in a good position once we get to these later game fights.
This is not something we often see, and I imagine LS would be extremely proud. Look at them freezing top right now. They forced Bulldog to come in. And Tian has been sitting here for the past 20, if not 30 seconds. They're just giving away their mid tower, but denying Bulldog any resources in the process. A really interesting macro choice.
Maybe they think they're gonna lose the tower anyway. Oh, I don't think the satchel was in range. I think it missed.
He missed.
Oh no. Alright, well it's going to take another wave for that tower to eventually get taken down, as now Top Esports going to be able to join. Meanwhile, Cream has now shoved the wave into Bulldog and a flash over the Scatter the Week and pick up a solo kill. It'll be traded with the Unleashed power, and it's a 1-for-1 overall with both mid laners now out of the picture. JJ already had to pop that ulti, get a little bit of extra healing. Tien going to try to chase somebody down as well. JackeyLove flashes forward, looking for Perukia. Leave also playing very defensively at this point at full HP. Nothing to fight for other than the Rift Herald, but with both mid laners down, it'd be very difficult, I think, specifically for EDG to go for this one.
Cream freezes that wave top lane, then finally decides to push it. Right when Bulldog wants to come collect all the farm that Cream's been freezing away from him, Cream snaps onto him, casts all his spells, but this is where I think the trade actually favors Bulldog. You see him just simply run away, not stopping for a moment to cast any spells other than E. Cream's flash prevents him from getting stunned, but he still gets knocked back a little bit, and I'm going to say overall this 1-for-1 should benefit Bulldog. I think getting that kill without, your flash was already down, his wasn't. So now you're going to have a window where Bulldog has flash and Cream does not. And for that reason, I think this could be nice for the side of EDG. But this Drake is going to be the hardest one by far to play. This third Drake can be much harder to fight for than that first and second one was.
Big question is always, what can you do with that flash being off of cooldown? Cream not going to have it here for a potentially decisive dragon fight. Edward Gaming could pick up Soul Point by taking this one down. And it looks like Top Esports do want to try and stop them. They have inner workings into the river right now. Bouncing bombs doing a lot in terms of poke. Bulldog currently separated from the rest of the squad though, as JackeyLove has been targeted by the Hextech ultimate. And Perukia immediately though has to flash away as the culling will take him down, and the first casualty goes TES's way.
He's just going so early as Perukia that we should let Leave poke. He's on the Shadow Flame. He's so strong. How about Cream's position, though?
Yeah, the Arcane Storm. It's ticking away at Bulldog. He's not going to have to burn his flash, but now will be forced back to base. Dragon still not started up by either side, as Zweon now has inner workings around the enemy blue buff. Going to take that Blast Cone potentially. No, just looking for JJ instead. Numbers advantage temporarily in the hands of Top Esports, but a teleport is coming in here for Bulldog, and Perukia is soon going to be back here from the Death Chamber. Still have the ulti available here for JJ. He can pop that maximum dosage, get back to full HP sooner rather than later. The Dragon's been started up by Top Esports at 4,000 HP. Bulldog trying to poke Tien out. Scatter the Week not connecting as Zweon is on a flank. Already has the Dominus popped and forced ZDZ the opposite way. Dragon going to get secured by TES, but now the fight can maybe go the other direction. ZDZ flashes in, finds a big Q3 on the JackeyLove, but the Lucian still will survive. Zweon stuck in a 1v4 will be the trade, as a 1-for-1 once again comes out with Edward Gaming not getting Soul Point.
It's poetic and cinematic fights. We see Aatrox in the backline of the entirety of TES. We see Renekton in the backline of the entirety of EDG. It's basically 4v1 for both teams, just completely fighting the enemy top lane.
Cream doesn't have flash. JJ's going to come on top of him and take him down. The Mundo goes up to 2-0, but he might be 2-1 sooner, as JackeyLove has the culling, looking to try to make a trade, but Perukia not going to be able to find it either. It's a double kill here for JKL, as he is well back into this game number 2.
What a beautiful culling angle from JackeyLove. He's got them trapped at the edge of the map, nowhere left to run between, his barrage of bullets and the enemy tower. He just left them a rock in a hard place. But yeah, look how poetic this is. You see Renekton dives into this backline, and Aatrox dives into that one, and it's just a matter of who can survive the longest. Unfortunately, it's not ZDZ. He does a desperate Q flash here to heal some HP back up onto JackeyLove. Whereas look at this Q from Zoyan, able to heal much more, but alas, Bulldog does flash and survive. An incredibly fun to watch fight that one was, but it's definitely put TES in a winning position.
Still a very close game state, Bulls, but Top Esports starting to feel much more confident about their chances. Jackie Love getting a massive swing in the gold department off of that fight. Now 5-3-1, has 2 completed items and a BF sword in his inventory. And you can see the damage the rest of his team is able to provide as they force JJ away from the Baron pit. That now becomes the next objective that both these teams want to fight around. Right now the mid-tier 1 turret still standing on Top Esports, or sorry, on EDG's side. And TES not able to take that one down just yet.
The potential good news for EDG is that Jackie Love is going for IE third instead of LDR, so he's going to do much less damage to the Mundo. It's quite frustrating playing into the Mundo because the thing is, you really want the LDR for all that Giant Slayer damage. Seems like the only way to actually kill him, but you also need the heal cut, so perhaps they can get Milio to buy it. I actually know my friend Tails has always said that Milio is one of the best heal cut appliers in the entire game because it practically gives it to your whole team. So we'll see if they go for something like that. But for the meanwhile, although this Lucian has 5 kills, he's still not all that strong into this front line that is JJ, that is ZDZ, that even Perukia and his Sundered Sky can get involved with. So the only real people who got to worry about Jackie Love is Bulldog and Lee.
Yeah, but that is what the Lucian does. Able to assassinate backline members, specifically here in the mid lane. You can throw that calling out onto Lee, force him out of the picture. But it looks like right now it is still Edward Gaming's bottom laner that is feeling a little bit more confident here as Perukia could get focused. Oh, he doesn't find a single target off of the hookshot, but he's still looking for Jackie Love with the ultimatum. ZDZ finds the kill, and it's a 1-0 so far. Cream uses the Protobelt to try to escape, and Zwayan is still massive with the dominance pop and his teleport shield. Gonna get hit by the tether, sent right back into 4 members of Edward Gaming, and a huge scat of the week will take him down. Bulldog gets the kill credit, and it's a 2-0 in the bottom side river for Edward Gaming.
I don't know if anyone has claimed EDG #1 fan spot, but I'd like to take it. Like, come on, let's start up this Baron and make some magic happen. I'm seeing EDG all the way right now. But fortunately, we're going to take things a bit slower. We're not going to go ahead and get ourselves a free Baron just yet. But we're really showing signs of life with this EDG roster, and I'm a huge fan, Grapes.
Could this be the start of something for Edward Gaming with JJ rejoining the squad? Only time will tell. We take a look back at this replay with Perukia finding the angle onto Jackie Love.
Yeah, you'd think Milio could interrupt, but it's a lot easier said than done, and that's just exactly what the Camille Ziggs does. You're in the Hextech ultimatum. Next thing you know, you're hit by the Ziggs ult. Even Cream taking so much damage off the back end of his TP there. But when I saw this Renekton get stuck in the CC blender, just like that pullback right there, a little part of me felt this this flip switch, this spark of life that I knew that Renekton would die and that it would be really good for the side of EDG. I want to see them take this momentum and get it somewhere far.
Again, they did not get that 3rd dragon, so they could still pick up a soul point for themselves as the Chemtech Drake spawns in 15 seconds. A very aggressive teleport getting sent in here by ZDZ, but Cream and Zwayan don't want to do anything about it just yet. So the Aatrox will be able to join the party with the dragon about to spawn.
Yeah, those 10-second shields are really quite nice to have. Not going to linger for any longer, though, is ZDZ's. Could be a similar sort of last fight where both top laners want to get into the backline. Let's keep an eye onto Zwayan here and this Drake and who's smiting it.
Yeah, he's tagging Perukia at the moment. ZDC getting pushed away by Cream with the Death Race. TN trying to get into the pit right now with the dragon at about half HP. Jackie Love with a double shot on JJ, but really not doing a ton onto the Mundo just yet. Zwayan comes in, will be a 50-50 that is secured by the Skarner, and Top Esports denies soul point again. Ultimatum onto Zwayan, gets a big heal off the Call the Meek, but now with the flash away. ZDZ now popping the ultimate, trying to get in, but the gravity well is slowing him down. Edward Gaming have no way to get into the fight, and the re-engage will instead come from TN on the Skarner. Forces the flash away from Bulldog as the Impale doesn't land, and Top Esports will get out without losing a single player, and also denying another dragon from EDG.
Gosh, Tian must be so annoying because first he steals away the Drake, as you say, from JJ to equalize the Drake score. And then at the back end of that fight, it looks like things have kind of diffused and ended there. He says, you know what, let me just quickly cheeky take Bulldog's flash before we really back off out of here. And yeah, now Bulldog not going to have that for the next fight. It was really unfortunate. ZDZ pops the World Ender exactly as that gravity well stuns him. Kareem with great presence of mind to look to stun Aatrox and prevent him from getting into that fight. You know, Zoyan had the Blast Cone, ZDZ did not, so it was much harder for him to get into that fight. But it's really interesting how both fights transpired in similar ways, where these top laners look for these alternate routes into the fight and the other four build a bit of a phalanx.
Team fights not necessarily finding any sort of decisive winner. That is the most important thing at this point. Neither side feels particularly comfortable about where they are currently at in the game. EDG, though, still feeling confident in just their gold lead at this point, right? And also where the scaling is coming in. Bulldog already has the upgraded ulti with his 100 splinters and is looking for that additional AP once he is able to pick up just 5 more. And the towers always going to benefit a Ziggs composition as well. You see ZDZ and Leave coordinating to take down that mid lane tier 2.
Leave here having the Seraphs, not something we see every day, but I don't quite mind it. I think it can be really nice to preventing yourself from getting one shot by the likes of this JackeyLove Lucian, who is definitely going to start feeling, and as we see with JDG pick up the Randuins, the consequences of not having an LDR right now. He's a solid 3 minutes away from affording that, you know, at current farming rates, and that's just going to enable the side of EDG to have this unkillable front line.
So for now, it'll be EDG with JJ at his 3-item power spike. Randuin's picked up, as you mentioned, going to deny a lot of the damage that JackeyLove could put onto him. Feeling a bit confident in terms of their ability to look for these plays. As we see ultimates traded by Zoyan and ZDZ, but it's going to be a 2v1 quickly in top esports' favor. Ixtal's impact straight into the wall, and the Impale will land as well. ZDZ not long for this world. He'll dash away, but Zoyan will follow with the slice to get another kill into top esports' hands.
A super random blunder from ZDZ here was somehow just hitting the Blast Cone in that direction. It's just a Dominus Renekton and a Skarner ready to impale you the next play.
There's
But
the
even
calling
have the
on to
Seraphs
Leave,
here.
pops the entirety of the Seraph shield. You talked about how JackeyLove isn't able to do a lot of damage to JJ. He can certainly still do it to the backline carries of Edward Gaming. Leave's going to be forced back to base as top esports now regain control around this mid lane tier 1. They should be able to get at least a couple of plates and maybe even more, as Bulldog is now getting focused down. Nice scatter onto TN, but the damage is just too much as top esports will dive between the 2 towers to take the enemy mid laner down.
This is where the composition really comes alive, is where the enemy team can't play under their mid tower. The mid tower is the most valuable thing in the world for a Ziggs Syndra comp, and they're diving all the way past it. Thankfully, for the side of EDG, their mid tower is going to serve another day, as is their bot tower with the Ziggs. They can kind of recover this turn here if they can just respawn and let the game proceed, but right now TES has a lot of momentum, and they can probably translate it into this next Drake. Game's not over, but that was a huge swing in the side of top esports to really help put some pressure onto EDG. Leaf still has flash, his Seraphs will come back up, his mid tower survives another day, but JackeyLove, he's got the last whisper, he's getting closer to that LDR or that Mortal Reminder, hoping LDR with the Oblivion Orbs Joe, of course, but yeah, really big scare there for the side of EDG.
Zoyan really starting to become a problem in his own right on this. Renekton has that 2-item plus the extra couple of components that are very valuable, like the Executioners and the Spectre's Cowl. Very tanky, as well as having the ability to dish out damage into the backline. When you talk about the tank killing ability on top esports, EDG don't have a ton of it themselves. Unleash Power going out onto Cream just to chunk him out a little bit will set up for a scatter that does not connect. Dragon spawning again in 3 seconds, and top esports once again have the upper hand with this Renekton pushing onto the top lane tier 2 tower and forcing ZDZ to respond.
Not to be underestimated is the healing and shielding of Zhuo as well, enabling them to have these much longer fights where they just don't die, but the poke can have lasting effects because Zhuo can't just Soraka W or anything like that, but there's fruit around, there's things like this.
Well, Bulldog misses the scatter onto JackeyLove, and so will be forced about 40% HP as top esports will try to gain positioning into the Chemtech Dragon Pit. Perukia on a flank, potentially looking for an ultimatum onto a backline target, as TES instead look to try to focus the mid lane wave down to get some extra priority around the Drake. Teleport comes in from ZDZ. Perukia still hunting for some
They know.
sort of angle, but now gets spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom. Jackie Love dashes on top of him, forces the blast cone away, and now he dashes over the wall, looking to try to take the dragon down. JJ gonna try to fool for another 50-50. This time he seals the deal and picks up Soul Point finally for Edward Gaming. The fight will not be good though, as Bulldog has already fallen to Zwayan, and ZDZ is left isolated in a 1v5. Q3 will buy some time, but TN eventually takes him down, losing the dragon, but winning the fight is Top Esports as they're marching towards the Baron Pit.
Swen comes in with the Spirit Visage, and Bulldog just has no chance with him directly on top of him. Jackalep doing so much damage, spotting out Perukia there, almost just one-shotting him before much else happens. Now JJ
trying to take down
in
JJ.
the thick
The
of
Mundo's
things.
tanky, but not tanky enough. Cream ends up taking the kill. They break up in the mid lane tower, and now certainly they'll be wearing purple after taking down the Nash.
They must be at this point. This Milio is just putting in so much work in these fights. I just see HP bars go
Look at
up
that,
across the board. He barely gets sniped there from the tier 2 Scryer. You almost never really expect that nowadays. The Scryers are just not something people are always fully accustomed to. Perukia getting caught by that cost him a big trouble here, but beautiful flash from Zoyan, able to get over the Scatter of the Weak, and that fight was almost over. It just looks to me that the TP from Leave was the right choice. You had nothing else to really do there. It's pretty impressive to stay at the 0 death amount here as the Ziggs with your 4 items. You can definitely defend, but now you're on the back foot. You've lost your mid tower. They have Baron. You want to be the one sieging, right? You want to be the one using your satchel charge to break towers, but instead you're stuck on minion wave clear duty, and if you make one mistake, this game could end there and then.
So now Baron buff in the hands of Top Esports for the next 2 minutes. EDG had another really good early game. Their mid game was solid. The late game is where things are starting to fall apart, as they're trying to avoid yet another loss here on their schedule in the LPL Ascend group. Tier 2 tower in the bot lane will go down as the gold lead continues to swing TES's way, nearing 4,000 as we're seeing even more items completed. We finally have that LDR onto Jackie Love, which will make tank killing even easier than before.
Now the tanks are actually so killable if this Lucian is able to get some uptime onto them. I know he's still Lucian at the end of the day, but LDR can do some magical things if he's applying that heal reduction from the Milio, but
Hello, should be able to
Tian
survive.
almost gets unleashed power to death there. JJ holds on to the maximum dosage, but this is intense, Grapes. I mean, this siege is so hard to withstand.
Yep. And now the inhibitors are going to start to be focused down. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks Cream out, as the health bars aren't super pretty, but neither is it on JJ. Still has
That's that LDR.
ability to pop the maximum dosage, but you can see the Lord Doms at work here for Jackie Love, really getting himself back into this game.
Yeah, it's actually one of the best answers in a Mundo. If you have this LDR Lucian with the Oblivion Orb Milio, you're doing the full damage and permanently reducing his healing, because even when he's not ulting, you still want to be reducing his healing. So you're just able to do both at all times here. And JJ really having to cut it close with some of these maximum dosage looks. He just decides not to press it. He knows his limits, but he's cutting it pretty close to them. I can't say I've ever seen a Mundo die because he underestimated his opponent, but JJ nearly did it.
Bulldog, he gets flashed upon by Tian, and the scatter only going to delay the inevitable. Getting picked out is the EDG mid laner, and that's going to make things even more challenging now for his team. Top Esports pushing down mid. Zoyan be out of position a little bit, but still will be able to heal up a ton of damage. Jeja still waiting to proc the ulti, but Top Esports are slowly burning away the base of EDG. Tian looks forward. JJ gonna have to get back to base or proc the ulti. Not gonna be able to do either, seemingly, as the culling nearly chunks him out. Cream with the Arcane Storm will burn ZDZ down to half, as everybody on Edward Gaming is forced back to their fountain.
Baron is out here, so it's just a matter of, does Top Esports stay? I mean, surely not. EDG might look to have to engage here. Not want to let them out scot-free and just keep their tempo. If they get these recalls off, life gets really hard, so you want to chase them as much as you can as Perukia, but it's looking like a long-lost cause.
Okay, canceling the reset here for Tian. The one saving grace here for Edward Gaming. The Soul spawns in 30 seconds. If Edward Gaming can pick it up, it would be a Chemtech Soul. Not necessarily meaning that that could be the game totally swinging their way, but with resets coming through, potentially an angle now for Edward Gaming to get some added positioning. You still see Zoyan though. He did not go back to base and is still on a flank as a stun lands onto TN and the Skarner. Not taking a ton of damage right now. He's tanky himself as here comes the Crocodile. Dominus popped here by Zoyan, but the rest of EDG going to collapse upon him. The Renekton just does not die before Bulldog falls first. 1-for-1 with ZDZ now teleporting into the fray. Now has to try to get away. Flash is not over the wall and will get taken down by the double shot of Jackie Love. Leave is burning to the Arcane Storm.
Leave's
but
alive.
won't be finished off just yet. Jackie Love flashes forward, forces JJ to do the same. And
JJ.
now it is Edward Gaming on the run once more, with the Dragon certainly going to go top esports' way.
They're going to live to fight another day, and I don't know if they are necessarily expecting to, because that was way too close for comfort for both Leave and JJ, barely going to survive that one. But I tell you, it's not Dragon Soul. This game is not necessarily over by any means. We just need a bit more scaling coming in for the side of EDG. It felt like that Aatrox didn't even have Death's Dance for that fight or something. He's just getting completely one-shot, and you got to be able to withstand some amounts of damage. But this flank from Zoyan, you see Bulldog ulting him instantly here to try and guarantee a stun. But Zoyan stuns him first. So Bulldog's just left with this last-ditch effort, Scatter the Weak, which he wanted to cast beforehand. And it at least allows Zoyan to die. But ZDZ is just getting melted to pieces here by Jackie Love and Joe.
Yeah, and a number of positioning errors by Bulldog. Just getting right into melee range of that Renekton. This is the third or fourth time we've seen that here in this game. Once Bulldog had such a strong early game lead, he's now 1,000 gold plus behind Cream, who has picked up his fourth item in the Zhonya's Hourglass, whereas Bulldog is still waiting on his Zhonya's of his own. We have Baron spawning in 20 seconds. Top Esports still with a 5,500 gold lead in EDG. Not sure if they're going to be able to win that decisive 5v5 team fight.
This is the stage of the game where the bot laners, I won't dare call them ADCs or marksmen, but where they have the most gold in the game by far.
Now JJ gonna feel the brunt of that here as he pops the W, and the Grey Health gonna keep him healthy, at least for a little bit. Perukia hook shots defensively, and just some poke, no kills given over to Edward Gaming. Top Esports will retreat back to the Baron Pit. They still have Zoyan pushing in the bottom lane, so they'll just try to play the back and forth here as Jackie Love dashes forward onto JJ. Maximum dosage has been popped. The ultimatum goes in, but a two-man impale from TN will be able to stall the front line here of Edward Gaming. Jackie Love still getting chased down by ZDZ, but there's no flash available on the Aatrox, which means that Jackie Love can still just run circles around the top laner of EDG. Zoyan takes down Leave. JJ, the last remaining survivor and the defending world champion, going to be the only one left alive on his team. He will go down. It's an ace here for Top Esports, and they'll pick up their second straight 2-0 win.
EDG, many signs of life in this early game of both games, but it's just that mid or later stage of the game where they're just looking so mid. They got to lock in, especially in this mid lane. They got Bulldog. They got everything that you think they could need from this team, but Top Esports is clearly the better organization as it stands in today's LPL, and EDG is back to the drawing board.
6th straight game win for Top Esports. They sweep Edward Gaming just like they swept JDG, and they are now 5-1 going into a critical matchup against BLG on Friday. Edward Gaming, on the other hand, certainly continue to struggle. We see a little bit of hope here with JJ joining the team, but it is still their 10th straight game loss, and it is looking even more likely that they'll be forced to play a decisive best-of-5 at the end of the regular season if they do not turn their season around.
Yeah, this is reminding us of Team WE from last split, where they're just not able to get any wins onto the board, hardly at all. And let's see who they bring out. And I would imagine it's going to be, I couldn't tell if that was Cream there. But yeah, Cream and Jackie Love having a great series. These two are actually really scary threat to have together. That's what I want to see become the story for Leave and Bulldog. But, you know, Leave had a great Ziggs game at the end there, but his team just kind of let him down a little bit. Cream gets to do the interview. Bulldog definitely had some decent looks there, but I don't think he was able to keep up once that Victor really got the ball rolling. And this team, I love it a lot, Grapes, EDG. I really do. They are my favorites, but they got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, certainly still some more steps to be taken if Edward Gaming want to pick up a game win or even a series win. Bulldog and Leave each had their own individually solid games. I think Leave really had a good Ziggs game. Bulldog in game 1 had a little bit to work with himself. But it was once again the early game positioning, or the late game positioning errors, I should say, by both of those backline carries. The ones that really have to be solid for this team to have some success. And they weren't solid against Top Esports. Cream and Jackie Love clearly the better performers here today. And that resulted in them being able to pick up the 2-0 win.
Cream and Jack Love, very strong opponents. So we'll see if they're able to do a little bit better against an easier opponent in the Group of 7, although their schedule right now is JDG into BLG, so it'll be pretty tough for the likes of EDG, but I will personally be rooting for them every step of the way. We can take one more look at the standings, I guess, while Cream does this interview, but what a really close, hopes we had there for EDG that weren't able to materialize in the end.
Yep, down to 0-6, and that's the big thing here, Foles. You can look at the other Nirvana representatives like TT and LGD. They are also only at 1 total series win, but they've picked up a number of game wins, even in their losses.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Thunder Talk having 6 total game wins,
Crazy.
and LGD having 5. EDG only with that 1, and that's going to become very important, not only because, of course, they're 0-6, but if, for whatever reason, EDG end up tying LGD or Thunder Talk in the match standings, game score will be that tiebreaker, and that certainly does not look like it's going their way at this point.
Looks like EDG might be on a crash course for IG, Grapes. I know we talked about this before, but we might get to see the legendary Shy Rookie versus Bulldog Leave and ZDZ and the gang. Speaking of ZDZ, man, I think he kind of didn't have the very best game at the end of the day there, man, at the series. I just gotta say so. I think Leave was playing pretty all right in the Ziggs game. I think Bulldog was playing pretty well. JJ looked like he was really on form. Perukia, he was kind of missing more than he was hitting, but ZDZ in the end there, it seemed like Zoyan had his number and outplayed him much more so in that top lane, unfortunately. And Bulldog, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Leandries on the Syndra, the way that he was really making use of his gold or his lead, where it just ended up Cream caught up and then took over. They've got some pieces, but they got to make them work together.
Yeah, another very solid series from Zoyan, who continues to scale further and further. Just like Feng Yue, he also had a bit of a rough MSI, getting adjusted to international play, but he's been able to respond and react very nicely so far in his return to domestic play, doing very well for himself and looking even better than he did in Split 2. It's the consistency that he'll have to continue to work on, but certainly a consistent series for him against ZDZ. If he can continue to play these explosive top lane picks, certainly going to be a very important part of this team for Top Esports' success and potential opportunity to qualify for Worlds. Taking a look at this post-game damage chart, Jackie Love leading the charge on the Lucian. He had over 1,000 damage per minute in both games today.
And isn't that incredible because of the fact that he was 0-0 at the start of both games? It was Leave first blooding Jackie Love in both of those games, but a lot of tenacity and resilience shown here to recover and rebound from some of those deficits he was put into, and then ending the games in such defining fashion, getting so much damage out at the end there. Really well played on this Lucian Milio was Jackie Love, and a lot of times supports are the unsung heroes, but Joe was really well played in this game. Definitely lots of credit to him on this Milio, who was just healing everybody up and getting so much work done. And we can see it kind of all started here, where Zoyan was able to get a lot more uptime in the fight than ZDZ was, and that really enabled Top Esports to have more favorable fights than EDG.
Yeah, they definitely had a couple of good moments here in the mid-game. Edward Gaming did. But Top Esports able to just kind of pick up the scraps of whatever was left behind off of an opposing play, like we see here with Jackie Love getting that double kill, really vaulting him back into this game. And then the rest of the fights, I think generally Edward Gaming were able to play well. I mean, they had a very easy game plan that was to press Camillear onto the Lucian and try to kill him. were able to do so successfully a number of times. Eventually, the scaling just got a little bit too out of hand for TES, and it didn't matter even if Jackie Love was able to get hit up by that ulti or not. Top Esports were still able to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, Jackie Love built up some MR. He got an old Magic Mantle early, eventually had the ball. He was never dying at that point with the Milio in his pocket, but you saw him make some pretty good comeback plays. You talked about how he got vaulted back in with that culling. That was really beautiful, and it felt like the momentum after that Drake fight and after that gold swing into Jackie Love really was in their favor ever since. And this fight kind of defined and ended the game, I would say, where Perukia just loses 90% of his HP at the very start. He's not able to play any longer. Pretty sure JJ gets the smite if I'm not wrong, but it just doesn't even really matter. Bulldog gets one shot at the end of it. Leaves just like, get me out of here, man. We're not winning this one. He TP's out, he dips. And yeah, ZDZ just not quite able to have that lasting survivability on the Aatrox. I would have been interested to see what the variation would have looked like had you taken the Mundo top and taken the Aatrox jungle. I think things wouldn't have been that different, but I'm just curious how it impacts the overall outcome of the game with lots of flexibility there. But yeah, at a certain point, Jackie Love just goes full MVP mode, and these fights are just foregone conclusions.
Yep, this time the ulti goes in onto Jackie Love, and he barely takes any damage before the rest of the team all dies around him. It was a full ace at the end of it, and Top Esports once again jump up to 5-1 here in Group Ascend.
That's crazy.
The final matchup going to be a rematch against BLG. I know, right? Like, it felt like TS was really struggling for the first couple of series in the first week or so. You know, dropping games to Thunder Talk, dropping games to LGD, losing that series to AL, but then now coming out into prime form here. They've now won 3 straight series and are looking to make it a 4th against BLG.
Bangers set to happen on this week of the LPL. I'm really looking forward to it as the round robins come to a close, but Tian gonna get the MVP. He was finding some really nice looks on this card. I remember this couple times where he's catching Perukia out and really getting those huge drift plays, not even going down a single time in this game, picking up even the Knight's Vow, just being so supportive and such an enabler for his team. Jackie Love was able to have all the glory in the kills, but you know, he got first blooded. He made some mistakes there. You can't really say the same for Tian, and maybe that's why he deserves this MVP to walk and end the series for us tonight.
A lot of jungler love today here as Tian wins your player of the game and presumably your player of the series, with him also having that Pog in Game 1. Again, Tian really struggling, I think, during some of Top Esports' rough patches, but bouncing back in a big way, and he's going to have to be a big part of the matchup against Billy with Shun and Knight being that mid jungle that has been so dominant. And yeah, for Top Esports, a pretty solid win for them. Of course, it is EDG, and you're hoping for them it's just good momentum going into the rest of the week.
Yeah, I'll say it again. We'll quickly just say that Top Esports is I'll say on Top Esports, they're a good-looking team, Grapes. I'm just going to back you up on that. The 5-1, they got some momentum. We'll see if they can level up against BLG, but I just can't have the same kind of positive hype energy for the EDG. I wish I could. I'd love to, but it's not really the story. So what I will say is this story again, which is Team WE from last split. It doesn't matter how many games you lose in this regular season. We're talking you could low-key go like 1-13 or something like that. It's all good. You know, Lee Tae-young. I'm a big Lee Tae-young fan. We just going to have to make sure that at the end of all that, when we finally make it to the stuff that really matters, the playoffs, maybe where the Shy pulls up, or whoever else it might be from the group Nirvana, we're ready to play Bulldog. I'm trying to see you at this World Championship, my friend. We got a very long uphill battle. Good luck with Mr. JJ, and good luck with the rest of this round robin up against Top Esports next, or up against JDG next.
I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to take your Bulldog glaze and send it somewhere else because the show's about to end here on LPL English. That's it for us here today. Before we go, a very big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product today. Shout out to our entire socials and mod team. We had Jay Beto and Yanni on the first cast, and for you fools, by my side here for this one, Ilya behind the desk on production. Final score here today is Top Esports taking that 2-0 win over Edward Gaming. On behalf of us all here on the LPL English team, my name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more LPL.
GG.